Okay. Of Luxembourg.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Come on, boys.
Hello, good morning everyone. Welcome to Malta. It's day 2 of this Mdina Cup. It's a tri-series between Malta, the host, as well as France and Luxembourg. Speaking of Luxembourg, they are here this morning for the first time, and they have a double header. So a big day in the sun for them. They're taking on Malta, the host, first up. Later on, they will take on France. And so it's a beautiful day once again in Malta currently. 26 degrees, 27 degrees, expecting a maximum temperature of 32. It does feel a lot hotter out there in the middle. This ground gets watered pretty heavily overnight, so interesting conditions. And you can see the pitch here. It's a newly laid pitch. We've seen it for a few months now. We saw the ECS played here in January and February this year to kick off the ECS season, and I know that a lot of people were entertained by what we saw yesterday. As the umpire's getting ready to go onto the field. And I can tell you a little bit earlier, we had the news from the toss that Luxembourg, they won the toss. Just Mays leading the side. He'll also be the wicketkeeper for Luxembourg, and he elected to field first. So Malta will be batting first. Interestingly, we didn't see a team chasing winning yesterday, but we saw teams chasing in winning positions, didn't we? Had a really exciting first couple of games with Malta and France in the double header. First game, France bowled out for 115 in 19.4 overs, but then Malta bowled out for 106 in 17.1, so all 20 wickets falling in the first game. And then in the afternoon session, Malta elected to bat first after winning the toss, and they put on 125 for 9. And then France, well, they were in such a good position. They needed, I think, 8 off the last 2 overs with 5 wickets in hand, and they collapsed in calamitous fashion. They were all out 121. There was a hat-trick to Wazim Abbas in the 19th. There was run-outs in the 20th. They had just 4 runs separated those 2 teams. So, yeah, Luxembourg winning the toss and fielding, despite the fact that no team that's fielded first has won a game yet. But, I mean, they'll feel pretty confident that they can do the business against Malta. Now, interestingly as well, Malta, France and Luxembourg that you see here in the Tri-Series, they played in the same group of the ECC last year. So here on ECN, we've seen them lock horns a few times. There was one game early in the piece in their group last year that Malta cracked a big score in the high 140s in 10-over cricket, but then Luxembourg chased it down. So make no mistake, there's quality in this Luxembourg side. And so, yeah, Yusmai's the captain of the player we haven't seen before, though, on ECN, and he's a really interesting character. He's very experienced, very tall for a wicketkeeper as well. That'll strike you there. He's been about 16 years in Luxembourg originally from the Netherlands. But, you know, they've got some good quality in there. They've got William Cope, who can provide a slow bowling option for them. They've got Mohit Dixit. They've got Vikram Vij, who we've seen leading the side in ECC cricket. Tim Barker as well is a decent all-round talent. They've got Dingra and Amit Almavi, who are likely to open the batting. Malta, though, they had an interesting time yesterday, didn't they? So they ended up 1-1. They really pulled a Houdini act in match 2, but to be honest, they were in a better position in match 1 when they somehow just bottled a chase to go down by 9 runs. So this is the story of the 2 teams. Sudasanan came into international cricket, looked pretty comfortable behind the stumps yesterday. We won't see him straight away. But it looks like an unchanged lineup as far as Malta are concerned, led by Varun Prasad. But Luxembourg, you see plenty of names that we're familiar with here on ECN. Got Dixit, Shivkar and Gill batting at 8, shows that they've got a decent long batting order. But I think, yeah, they bat all the way down. And, you know, there's certain professionalism that Luxembourg try to bring to their cricket. So this is 20-over cricket, which we don't see too often on ECN, but always exciting when we do. So let's shake, rattle and roll. 3rd team's here in the Mdina Cup, and Luxembourg ready to kick off their campaign. And it's Zishan Khan that's opening up and immediately gets off the mark. So Zishan looked in good touch yesterday, didn't he? But didn't really go on to make a big score. That's certainly something that I'm sure would have frustrated him. And now he's going to go across the line. He's going to get 4, takes a bit of a risk. But he feels pretty comfortable on this pitch. He knows the pace of it. And he plays a lot of balls on length, doesn't he, Zishan? So, see the first boundary of the day. And so, 6 off the first 2 balls. And changing the batting order as well. Saw Aurora's name up there for a second, but no. That looks like Funyan Magal. Yeah, so it is a change in the batting order. Funyan Magal at the other end. This next one swings in. Opening bowler is Ankush Nanda for Luxembourg. Another player we haven't really seen on ECN, but you can see the natural in movement. So, yeah, Malta, interestingly, with Magal up the top. Had him around Amir there yesterday, but he just struggled to get going, didn't he? This is driven, but they've got a deep cover in place. So 6 over power play. You've got the ability to field 2 outfielders in the first 6, and after that, you're allowed 5. Still just waiting for some of my devices to cool down this morning. Had a few technical issues leading into the first ball, but that's because it's just roasting hot. And so I'll be excited to interact with some of our live chatters in a moment. This is a full toss. To be honest, that's right where Magal likes it, but can't get it past the square leg. There's a lot of space to cover there. That's Amit Dhingra. Luxembourg, the one team, they certainly have a big focus on their fielding. That's something that stuck out to me when I've seen them play. Even just watching them in their warm-ups, the way they go about it. Short this time, and angled away by Magal. It'll be the end of the first over. Pretty tidy one from Nanda, though. Does go for a boundary. 7 without loss after 1. So I want to say a big good morning to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone that's watching on fan code across the subcontinent. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Once again, big day of action coming your way. 3 matches will be streamed concurrently this afternoon. We've got cricket from here in Malta, a couple of matches here. We've got 5 matches, of course, the ECS Hungary, which is rapidly getting to the business end. And later on in the day, we'll see the Netherlands taking on Thailand in T20 International Women's match. So, yeah, plenty of action to come. Stay with us. So much action, you almost need a pen and paper to jot it all down. And yes, Jabakel is going to be the other opening bowler. Of course, T20 International Cricket, so operating for both ends. And I think interesting with Amir dropping him down the order. Will he still bat in the top order, or will they kind of drop him to 6 or 7, maybe use him as a specialist off spinner? Jabakel for the first time. Beats Zishan outside the off stump. Zishan's been making a pile of runs for Gozo Zalmi in the summer T20 here in Malta. And one of the benefits of, I suppose, this climate in Malta is you can play cricket around the calendar. So they play 12 months a year here. So next ball is a bit too much, called away. Yeah, so hello to Dave, who's in the chat. Hello to Sri Collar as well, watching from Luxembourg, saying, come on, Luxembourg, get Zishan early. Hi, Sri. Hope you're well. Strong action. This one just catching the tram line on the way through and a little bit outside. Zishan gets one angled in, but he's on the walk, but he wears it. Jabakel getting this one to kind of slant in, if anything. Yeah, so if you have any questions or comments, please put them in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. It's one of the unique and special things about ECN Cricket. You can certainly interact in real time with me here in the commentary box. Now, Dave saying, what's going to happen when Luxembourg play France? Is it going to be a colour clash? I see Zishan just taking a few moments to suck in the big ones. And I can tell you, Luxembourg, they are very organised. I bet you that Luxembourg have their red strip for this afternoon for when they play Luxembourg, because you sometimes see them in this kind of sky blue, and sometimes you see them in the red. Anyway, Zishan, he took that one on his body, and quite an unfortunate part of the body, judging by where he's reaching for there. Gopal has a question, why T20? Well, the reason is these are full T20 internationals, and as of the middle of 2019, all T20 international matches are given full T20I status by the ICC, by all affiliated countries. So that's why this is an official international match. It has the same status of Australia playing England, or India playing Pakistan, or Bangladesh playing Afghanistan, or any of those clashes. This is a full-fledged T20 international you're watching right here from Malta. Hello to Arun Kumar, who's watching from Romania as well. Hello, Arun. Hopefully you're well. Back in action. Oh, he drives this down the ground, and this is going to race away, despite there still being a bit of moisture on the outfield. Challenges him to come forward, and Zishan up to the challenge. It's an interesting shot technically. He does play a little bit away from his front pad. Just have a look at it. So there is a bit of a gap there, which means he better get it in the middle, but he got it pretty close to the middle. That one screamed down the ground for 4. Just technically, because he's playing away from his body a bit, you know, it's like slightly more likely bad things can happen, like inside etching back onto your stumps. But Zishan seeing them well on the walk again this time. It's a little bit of an outside edge. Perhaps fortunate to survive that down to a mixture of a deep backward point and a third man. We saw Zishan giving some chances in that quarter of the field yesterday. He was caught at third man. There was another one that was very close to being caught at third man. Yeah. Worked away, and they'll scramble through for a single. Dabbed away. They scramble through for another single. That's all they'll get in the second over. And the first 2 overs, pretty similar to be honest. It's 15 without loss after 2. Yes, hello to Kai Bay as well. Hopefully well. Good to have you with us watching from Australia. Have a look at the standings, and not too much between France and Malta after the first day. And the reason is France beat Malta by 9, but then Malta beat France by 4. So that's why even the net run rate plus 0.1, minus 0.1, that's nothing really. And so Luxembourg still with 4 matches to play. Got a couple of double headers, which you can see today. They're playing Malta in the morning, France in the afternoon. It's going to take it out of you a bit in this heat. Not too much of a turnaround between the matches either. Then, of course, later on we've got Netherlands, Thailand in the women's. So that's going to be great. Corey Rutgers doing a great job over there. Of course, we've got Rico and Charlie in Hungary today. So it's all hands on deck. Watching a bit of the women's last night. Watching Thailand picking apart the Scottish batting lineup. After Scotland had a decent start, ended up routing them in the 60s. The collapses weren't limited to here in Malta yesterday. And it continues from the city end. Just playing away from his body there. Maybe a slight variation for a slower ball. Might be one of those ones where he holds the ball a bit deeper in his hand. You can see it might have even been a knuckleball. Well, that's clever bowling. Certainly was just a little bit different. This one's caught away. Yeah, probably fair enough. Wasn't a great shot though, was it? And I think Zishan is a very interesting one. And I think sometimes he probably just dials it up a bit too much, considering you can see he's technically a decent player. And he gets one that's on the stumps, and he works it away for a couple to the leg side. It's nice fielding down there by William Cope. We've seen a fair bit of here on ECN. I've got to say that Luxembourg's a place that I haven't visited personally. It's one of the few European countries I haven't been to, but I really want to go there. I hear the cricket ground there's wonderful, and quite a few clubs. Originally, Luxembourg kind of involved in the Belgian club system as well. This is banged down the ground by Zishan Khan. Again, has a bit of width outside off stump, but pretty much kind of swats it straight, doesn't he? It's a ball that probably a lot of the time you see guys trying to hit that through the covers, but they got a deep cover, so he kind of makes up his mind. He's going at the sight screen and gets another boundary. Next one is hit to point. And Rabavi does the fielding. Wide. Oh, interesting, because I reckon that was same as the ones that have been called, if I'm honest. They've been typically calling things that grab the tram line. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's hard to tell when it passes the crease. Bowler gets the benefit of that one. Slow ball this time from Nanda. Angles in. Oh, nice to run out. Into the over as well. So yeah, it's kind of steady as she goes at the moment. Get that one boundary and over. 7, 8, and 8 so far off the first 3 overs. Let's just see what happened here. Non-striker kind of ran, but one thing he did well there is he looked at his partner, and that's why he got the 4-1-1 to turn around pretty quickly. So 23 that was after 3. And another 15 off 2. Change of bowling now. Just like Mohit Dixit, who's going to bowl. Now, he's a wonderful fielder. That's one thing I remember from watching him in the ECC for a couple of years, the European T10 Euros of cricket. Also a pretty handy left armour. He's going to come around the wicket first up to Fanyan Nagal, who's only faced 3 balls in the first 3 overs. Right on the money, first up. It's got a natural kind of off-cutting action where, quite an off-spinner, but a kind of fast version. So that's why I think he's going around the wicket and hoping to straighten something down the line. It's right off the end of the bat. It's well knocked down though in the circle. Only be a single. That's good fielding. We'll see these guys, they pride themselves on their fielding. Just gets past Hughes Mays. Does big reach, but he couldn't quite cut that one off, and that allowed a single. Off the stumps, take him on, get there, good judge of a run by Magal. Knows his pace. It's going to be such a great series, I think, this Mdina Cup. There's really not much between these teams. Well, goes straight this time, doesn't quite get it. Low down on the bat, probably 2. That's all they'll get. Interestingly, for a field that's got some pretty deep pockets, we didn't see a 3 run yesterday at all. But I guess sooner or later we will see one. everyone and let it go, Paul. 3, just talking about the fact that Luxembourg have some double headers and then have led a cup, so it's an intensive tournament. Yeah, that's a good word for it, actually. So these teams, they're going to play 6 matches. Well, there are 6 matches. They play 4 each over the first 3 days. This one's definitely wide. Moved away that time, Dixit. So each team will play 4 matches in the Mdina Cup. They'll also play 4 matches in the Valletta Cup, and then finals day Valletta Cup, they'll play another one. So that's 9 T20s in a 7-day period. And really for Luxembourg, a 6-day period, because they didn't play on day 1. Pretty well square of the wicket. Zishan into the 20s again. This is where he couldn't get out of the 20s yesterday, could he? For Malta. We saw him making 21 off 9 in the first game. 26 off 16 in the second game. So he's in the 20s again. Can he get out of them this time? All right, takes the ball off the stumps and goes leg side and goes strong. And that's gone all the way. Maximo! First one of the day. Dixit gets a little bit too straight, gambles at the stumps and loses his bet. And Zishan, he's got such a good eye. He sends that one into the archery range, into the over. And the score, 35 without loss. Zishan to 28. But yeah, I think it's a great test, and fitness becomes so important, I think. I know that they're 20 over games, they're shorter games than say a 50 over game or something like that. But the intensity of this sun cannot be underestimated. Already, it's not even 9 o'clock in the morning here. We're up to 27. Pretty steamy conditions. You can see that players taking the opportunity to all grab a bit of water because you've got to keep those fluids up. Yeah, I think the umpire's just sensible that they get a bit of a drink as well while they're out there. Good umpiring crew. Crew of 7 officials here. So obviously, it's good to see that being prioritised as well. I think they did a really good job yesterday. Yeah, Arun messaging me as well, saying he's looking forward to meeting me in Malta soon. Yeah, look forward to it. I was in Romania for a little bit. Arun will be managing the Romanian side. I was in Romania for a little bit at the start of their ECS, but then I had to leave because to get a couple of weeks off before we start a pretty intensive schedule here, starting with the T20 national tournaments this week in Malta. I'll be in the Czech Republic for a couple of weeks. I'll be in Switzerland for a couple of weeks. And then we take the ECS to Germany and Rome for a couple of weeks before the ECC, the Euros of Cricket, starts on the 25th of September. So that's 11 weeks away, and it's a pretty busy 11 weeks. There's also more T20 national women's cricket from the Netherlands. We'll have some T20 national women's cricket from Romania as well. I'm excited for that. So stay tuned. All right, Amit Dhingra is going to bowl over number 5, so change bowling at the top end. Malta, bright start from them. Magal hangs the bat out to dry, but gets some bat on it and chopped away for 1 off the inside half. Smart batting, I think, from Magal, who he's a born hitter, but I think reading the situation, he knows, look, Zishan's up and he's going in this power play. I think it makes sense that I give the strike over to him as much as possible. Goes wide of mid-on. He's going to get another boundary. Zishan finally breaks the 20 barrier as he moves up to 32. And he's been really good balls angling in. And I think if you saw yesterday, I think the key to him, you have to be pretty disciplined, staying outside the off stump and waiting for him to make a mistake, maybe putting a third man back. I mean, to me, it's not 100% clear what the plan is at the moment and what they're trying to do to Zishan. They don't have the third man back. They've got long on back and they've got deep cover. Probably bring the cover up, put the third man back, and then be pretty disciplined in bowling. A good 2 feet outside off. Try and build some pressure that way. It's better. Not the most convincing appeal. Yeah, he used to be behind the stumps. He's super tall for a keeper. He'd have to be 6'4" or more. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. People seem to think, taller guys, can they get to the ground? As long as their arms are in proportion to the rest of their body, then I think it's an advantage, not a disadvantage. This is driven, and Zishan spots a run, gets one. Looking for their first breakthrough here, Luxembourg. The Traveller is in the chat and saying, yeah, we're busy. We can understand that. Thanks for your support of Malta Cricket. Yeah, where are you watching from, The Traveller? Are you watching from Malta? Perhaps somewhere else. Let us know where you're watching from. Hello to Raza, who says the Maltese opener's looking good. We haven't seen too much of Magal yet. He's just faced 6 balls, but kind of held up his end well enough. Oh, it's a bit close. Could be close, and he's gone. And yeah, to be honest, it's hard to see what that was missing. I know we were behind, but you saw Mughal. He got a long way in front of his stumps, didn't he? And yeah, I don't have X-ray vision, but for me, this is probably hitting him on middle and off, and it's going to clean him up. Maybe hitting him more towards middle. This angle gives you a little bit of a false idea of what it's doing because it's not straight on. That makes it look like it's going down leg side by a mile. I just felt that Fanyan kind of made his own bed there. And you can tell by the fact he's running, he's nervous. That's going to be given out. So, okay, we don't have the conclusive angle on that, but there's nothing for me to suggest that that was a bad decision at all. And so Luxembourg finally have their breakthrough through Dingra. Fanyan Magal goes for 4 off 7, and the score's 41 for 1. So yeah, Magal, he'll be a little bit disappointed, I suppose, that he couldn't bat through this first phase and then maybe be a bit more expansive in his stroke play, which is what he likes to do. It's probably why he set up the order, but I think it was a good foil for Zishan. He has gotten through about a quarter of the innings. And so Inzamam's watching Zishan. His brother, hello Inzamam, hopefully you're well. And we've sent out Eldos Matthew at 3. A bit of a mixed time yesterday, to say the least, but he gets the number 3 spot again this morning, taking on Dingro, who has 1 ball to go in the 5th. Pretty good one as well. Yeah, Eldos gets it down to long on, gets off the mark and retains the strike, into 5 overs. Successful one for Dingro that time. It's 42 for 1. Yeah, Mian, he was predicting that some wickets will go soon and the scoring rate will decrease. I mean, you've also got 1 more over at the power play, so often a set batter like Zishan might be a bit more aggressive in this over, knowing that in a second he'll be faced with 5 outfielders, not just the 2. Pretty consistent opening, isn't it? Slightly building with a decent 4th over. But yeah, the first 5 overs going for 7, 8, 8, 12 and 7. So the key is, I suppose, every over has had a boundary in it. And exactly 1 boundary in it. So we saw the boundaries drying up. Obviously, we saw wickets falling yesterday, and we saw some pretty dramatic collapses in the second 10 overs of innings. Morning to Travelling Cricket with Big D. Well, I assume that's Big D. Good morning to you. Oh, this is close as well, and he's gone. And so Eldos gets one that nips back from Dixit, and that's 2 LBWs in 2 overs. And to be honest, that one looked pretty good as well. Let's have a look on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Just the ball nips back a bit, look. Yeah. To me, that's hitting in line, it's going on to hit. There's only a question of does it hit him outside the off stump or not. And I think with the movement, it comes back and hits him. Let's have a look here. Yeah. I think for me, that's good night, Charlene. I think that's hitting him on off. You can actually see off stump behind his pad a little bit just after the impact. And so some good bowling from Luxembourg. Jamakel gets the breakthrough that time. And Matthew, no luck for him again in the 3 position. As he goes, it's 42 for 2. Good bowling though. To get good players out, you've got to move the ball off the straight. You've got to bowl good deliveries. So it's something that they've been able to do a couple of times. Imran Amir comes out at 4. So, yeah, Amir was opening yesterday. Never really hit his straps. We know he can. He's played some very good innings locally for Sweetie United. Ooh, he gets the ball. If anything goes the other way. That's very good bowling. Yeah, sometimes, guys, the more dangerous, it's not the amount you swing the ball, but I suppose the unpredictability of how you're going to swing the ball. And he's a really good example. Sometimes you get guys that can hoop it big, but they're pretty predictable. Whereas Jabbarkel has just shown he can nip one back, and then the next one, if anything, goes away. Excellent bowling. He goes on the hit. Near. Off the mark. Zishan 33 has extra responsibility now. And so this is where I said, you know, often last over the power play, you're kind of looking to move it along, sensing an opportunity that won't be there in a second. But I think with the 2 quick wickets, Zishan will probably just, I wouldn't say go into his shell, but he might not be as willing to take a risk. These last couple of balls from Jabbarkel is bowling well. Well, maybe not, because he gets that off stump and he smacks it through the leg side. And he's not getting rattled. And I suppose that's what you should be doing as well. And if it's worked for you so far, you don't want to really be too put off by what is happening at the other end. Cracks off the fence, which is actually Maltese limestone, I think, that boundary fence is made out of. Can be pretty brutal on the cricket balls. Pitched up. Good option by Zishan. Punches it square of the wicket. Takes one, takes the strike. A little bit for everybody in that power play for me. It's 48 for 2 after 6 overs. So, yeah. Malta 8-0, but for me, I felt that 160, come the end of the week, 160 will be about par. And so let's see if they can sustain this kind of rate. We're increasing our rate of cricket, if anything, across the next few weeks, because we've got 3 events at once right now, which is, it's crazy, but it's true. And so we've got Valletta Cup, of course, coming later this week, but today we have those top 3 all taking place. We've got the ECS heading to Czechia on Monday, so it'll be in Prague, and that's going to be great. We'll have the night series in Portugal before we head to Switzerland, and even more cricket through August and September. So we're enjoying it. Hopefully you can enjoy it too. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel to keep up to date with everything that's happening in the universe of the European Cricket Network. The most cricket of anywhere in the world, and that is conclusive. Over 1,700 matches planned now for this year. All right, Zishan once again with his trademark hoik across the line. A ball that angles in and disappears through the leg side. Zishan into the 40s. Cuatro carreras. He's playing that more, you know, going with the movement rather than playing the line of the ball, which was probably a stump or 2 outside off. No run there, even though he tried to sway him with the little finger movements. But you know, there's no need to even score off every ball the way that Zishan is going. He's certainly controlling the innings at the moment. And especially with the field going back now, he should be scoring with ease in the way that he's going, getting at least 1 per ball and looking for more when he can. This is driven nicely into the gap. That's going to be 4. And this is a good sign because I think this is exactly where this ball should be hit. He's just playing in a fairly orthodox fashion. Here in the replay. Full toss. Hits it through extra cover for 4. good option, good result for Zishan, who moves within reach of a half century now. Oh no, gets a bit lucky, but he's going to get 2. Because there's no fine leg in place. This has been the issue, I suppose, playing away from his body. He hasn't played in a completely risk-free fashion, put it that way. But yeah, yesterday, we just saw the 1/2 century. That was Usman Khan of France. He batted really well to get his team out of a hole. 58 or 43 from Usman to get France to 115. Ultimately, that would be enough after Malta kind of bottled the chase towards the end. Zishan on 48 faces Dingra. He gets this down the ground. Just 1 though. Moves to 49. Amir and Zishan obviously batted together a couple of times yesterday when they were opening the innings, so they'll be pretty comfortable together, you'd imagine. And Dingra doesn't bowl badly at all. Another player we've seen a fair bit on ECN. See how Amir bats here. He's a real shot maker when he plays for Sweetie. Just keeps out a decent block hole delivery from Dingra. And so we get to the end of 7 overs, the score 59 for 2. You're looking at the projected score at the moment. Kind of up in the 160s. Yeah, the 160s. I think that'd be a pretty good score. And Luxembourg can bat though. I mean, they've got some guys that I think really enjoy this format of the game. And it is the format of the game that ICC have kind of identified to develop cricket. And it's great to see all these games given full T20 international status as well. And I think it's done wonders for the profile of cricket, not just in Europe but across the globe. Yeah, you've got to say the bridge between the top tier nations and the rest is closing. Just look at what the Netherlands have done recently, qualifying ahead of the West Indies. I mean, 40 years ago, even 30 years ago, if you said that the Netherlands would be qualifying for a World Cup and the West Indies wouldn't, someone would say you have to go get your head checked. Anyway, here's Zishan. He's going to face some spin now. It's going to be Venkateswaran bowling for the first time. Zishan on 49. And he wants his 50. He's going to get his 50. And so Zishan wasted a couple of starts yesterday. And brings up his 50 in style. And so, yeah, he's batted well. He knew he was on 49. And so, yeah, Zishan, he reaches his 50. He looks up, he says, thanks very much. And I think he wants 50 more, to be honest. Mir gets a filthy full toss outside the off stump. Hits it okay, but hits it at the sweeper, so it's just 1. Venkateswaran with his finger spin. Yeah, Malta, they've got a good foundation here, don't they? I think Luxembourg's really important. They continue to take wickets through the middle phase of this innings. Well, Amir runs out of patience straight away. It's not an easy catch. In fact, no one's even going to get there. It was just dumb luck, to be honest. Halbavi was after it, but everyone there's looking into the sun. It was a classic Bermuda Triangle situation, and really, it can't really go down as a chance because he doesn't reach it. But Amir gets super lucky. You can see, just fortunately falls into space. Amir lucky to survive. Venkateswaran creates a chance. 2 runs. This one is more or less off the middle, and it's going to beat the fielder. So that's going to be 4. So Luxor fortune for Amir. sometimes something like that can happen. You feel like your luck's in. Tim Barker out there on the offside boundary. Just couldn't get near this. The boundaries square at the wicket are a little bit shorter here at Master just because of the dimensions of the ground. Amir rocking the big red floppy now. That boundary will do Amir a lot of confidence, I think. You're a little bit less worried about how many wickets he lost now at this stage, which was a recurring theme yesterday, wasn't it? The team's running out of resources. Back cut. This beats the field as well. So test the outfield. And they do well. I think they were super organised about who was tapping and who was following, but I suppose it's good enough in the end. Amir will get 2 more. It's the end of the over. Venkateswaran Warren goes for 9 in his first, and after 8 overs, it's 68 for 2. Yeah, so good to see so much chat going on at the moment. I suppose we've got this is the only 45 minutes of the day where we're playing here in Malta that we've got everyone's attention, because obviously we've got cricket in Hungary starting in about 5 minutes. We've got cricket in the Netherlands later on as well. Yeah, but great to see Big D in the chat for sure. Little Liam Day watching from New Zealand as well. And I just think that Luxembourg still have time to kind of change the narrative, but they need to get Zishan in pretty quickly. That was what precipitated a bit of a downswing in the Maltese innings yesterday. Change of bowling. Vikram Vij is going to bowl over number 9. Oh, gets a bit lucky here, inside edge. This could be our first 3 of the tournament, you know. Oh, what? Yeah, we'll get 3. Zishan's even looking for 4, but I think Amir's on board with that. Keeper up the stumps, Mays, to the medium pace of Vikram Vij, but with no fine leg in place. He gets a bit lucky inside edge there and sends it almost to the fine leg rope. So there we finally got our first 3. It's a slightly slower ball from Vij this time. Kind of rolls his fingers on it, and yeah, gets 1 down the ground, completely mishits it. Let's get to the other end though. Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand as well. Vikram still leading the side in the ECC last year. Not a bad area to bowl. It's kind of dabbed away for 1. Yeah, Raza's asking where Rico is. Yeah, Rico will be in Hungary today. Well, he's in Hungary. They're getting going pretty shortly. He's with Charlie. Corey in the Netherlands. Another slower ball. Pretty good one. Amir, though, chops down at the last moment and gets 1. Liam saying there's some good bats in Malta, but Zishan showing why he's back in red. Yeah, he's certainly controlled this innings pretty well so far. It's had a bit of luck at times, like that little French cut for 3, but if you're going to score runs, you need a bit of luck. Oh, he goes after this. Is it 1 too many? Fielders coming in, won't get there. And there's the luck factor that we talked about. I mean, it's very similar to how the Maltese innings ended yesterday on the chase against France, where Shane Warner-Kulasuriya pulled off a dramatic catch in those circumstances. It was Elias Jabakel who was herring in, went very high. But that's one of the things with the longer boundaries that we see here in the T20 Internationals compared to ECS cricket. Sometimes you can hit balls pretty high, but outfielders can't reach them because they start so far back. So that means you get more twos out there just with the bigger surface area of the field. Go to Mavia Khan, who's also watching Zishan, their cousin. Into the over. And after 9, it's 76 for 2. So they're kind of still going at that kind of high 160s pace. I think it'd be a pretty good score, but Luxembourg showed that they can chase down a big score. Who can forget last year in the ECC when Malta, I think, posted 147 and Luxembourg chased it down. And if you look back at that, it probably cost Malta a spot on finals day. So that's a bit of ECN history between these two. So far, Jabakel 1 for 14. Successful bowler. And you saw that the other wicket was taken by Amit Dhingra. Going to stick with the spin of Girish Venkateswaran now. Amir looks like he has, well, let's just say, he's running low on patience, I think, for the offerings of Venkateswaran. I can see him trying to go for it here as we head into the 10th over. There we go. Almost takes off Zishan's head, but doesn't quite get it. And so just a single. There's Shiv Karan Gill, who is a player we've seen a fair bit of at the ECC as well. Dave's asking about the boundary sizes. I'll tell you what I think in a moment. It's not consistent around the ground, I'll tell you that much. Zishan goes after it. This is going to be a one-hopper out to Will Cope down at deep mid-wicket. So, look, for me, the boundaries, I'd say they're about 65 metres from the middle of the pitch to the mid-on, mid-off boundaries. So about 65, which makes it about 74, 75 from where you hit it, in my opinion. Just eyeballing it. Square boundaries a few metres shorter than that. Mia just gets it over the extra cover in the circle. You can see, he's trying to move the game along, isn't he? Probably knows if he gets out, it's not a disaster because Zishan's still there and they've got 8 wickets in hand. So Amir can kind of play a bit more of his natural game. And I think that's a wise reading of the situation at the moment. Venkateswaran trying to break this partnership. Zishan goes for it again. This time he gets it pretty good. Up and away. Maximo! And Zishan Khan swings his way into the 60s. He takes it on and he gets it. We mentioned those square boundaries. They're a little bit shorter than the boundaries straight. And Zishan does the rest. It's a ball that's just outside the off stump, but we talked about how good he is on this pitch of playing it on length. And this is a fairly new pitch, like we said. It's only been in a few months. Zishan seems to enjoy it more than anybody, to be honest. Maximo time. Let's see if he wants to double down. 2 to come in the 10th. It's pretty clever bowling, to be honest. Venkateswaran kind of tosses it up and says, hey, do you want to go again? But this time it was a bit wider of the off stump. But Zishan also showing that he's got his head screwed on. Doesn't take the bait. Just kind of knocks it down the ground for one. Amir's got one ball to deal with here. He's eyeing off the leg side. The eyes never lie. Well, I think he wants it. I think he just loses this one there. Zishan alert to it anyway, which is something, to be honest, it's pretty basic to do that a lot of non-strikers don't. Just watch the bowler. You don't have any issues that way. sneaks inside, according to the umpire, and so that'll be the end of the over. And halfway through this innings, Malta are 86 for 2. Question for me from Dave in the chat: is the field square or rectangular? Well, obviously it's got rounded edges, but it's more of a rectangle than a square. I'd call it an oval. I think that's what they call that. If you think of an oval with the sides a little bit closer to the middle than the top and the bottom. That's where we are in this game at the moment, with Zishan 64 in the first half. And he's a great opportunity to bring up the 3 figures, no doubt about that. Anyway, Zishan still going to be pretty attacking. Slight fumble out there. Oh, well, it's going to be 4. And I'm not quite sure what happened. But yeah, he fumbled it, and I don't know if he lost his footing out there. Let's have a look. See how much we see. Gets away, and then last moment. Okay, there, I think his foot must have been on the rope, or just slipped onto the rope as he held the ball. All doubt was removed when the hand ends up over the line. So Zishan gets 4 when he should have got 1. First real black mark against the Luxembourg field, and it's been pretty good. To be wide, just moved out a little bit too much. Vikovic continuing. Yeah, so like I said, not saying that Zishan's innings is based on luck, but it's definitely had a bit of it along the way, hasn't he? Even the way that 1 turned into a 4. 1 or 2 little inside edges sneaking past the stumps. The sky ball down to long off that didn't carry. Pitched up. Yeah, I think as the pressure's gone off, he's even technically looked a little bit better, Zishan, who seemed sometimes a little bit too impatient to get moving earlier on, playing away from his body a little bit. And Mia, for me, run a ball 13. I think Amir's running out of patience. He wants more, and he wants it now. Can't get it back past the bowler. A bit frustrated. Feels a bit bogged down. That's the situation. We're into the second half of the innings. Still plenty of batting to come. Got Aurora still to come. Got Sudasan, the keeper. You got Jassi Singh, who we saw batting up the order yesterday. Even Varun Prasad. I know he's never 100% fit anymore, but he's a very dangerous striker to come in the last few overs. Slow ball, hit pretty well. He's out. Boundaries a bit easy to protect, aren't they? I'd say the long boundaries, the straight boundaries, are about 15 metres longer, 15 to 20 longer than where we would have them in ECS cricket. So a shot like that, you can keep it to 1 with some good fielders out there. Zishan misses on the cut. I've got to say, I like the keeping of Just Mays so far. He's very obviously tall, but I really like his technique up to the stumps. Gets in line with the ball. Good kind of catching surface area to allow the ball to come in. Last ball of the 11th over. Zishan steps across and he smacks it down to the ground. Maximo! Well, that one's going to take some fighting because I think it ends up on the roof. What a shot from Zishan, who got a bit proactive that time. And just watch this one fly out of the Master International Cricket Ground. Oh, gone on the roof and bouncing away. What a shot. Zishan moves to 75. Squandered a couple of good starts yesterday, but he's got the look of a man that wants to go on with it today. 99 for 2 after 11 overs. And now they're up at 180 pace. Well, honestly, pitches medium pace at a push. Zishan seeing him well. took on that shorter boundary and won. While they find that ball, the team's just taking this opportunity to have a little bit of a drink, which makes sense. I know that some of our crew were up on the roof before, just making a few adjustments to the technical equipment up there. I'm lucky they departed before that. That flew past. That's crazy. Dave's asking how tall is Youst? I'll have to ask him. My guess would be that he's about 6'4", 193 or 195 maybe. 6'4", 6'5". The robot has an update in the chat saying that Talon Stallions from Estonia have qualified for ECL. Of course, they qualified last year, and Prague CC. I was actually in Prague during that game, although the game was played in Brno, and it was a really tight one. Prague CC, they'll be back at the ECL again. Of course, they appeared in 2022. And so, yeah, really excited to see them again. Of course, they've got the Beast, they've got Aaron Ashokan, they've got players like Davitsi now, they've got the Tank playing for them, Riddick Tomar. Really tight game, though. I think they won it off the second last ball with 9 down. Aaron Ashokan hitting the winning run against Brno away. Brno, of course, qualified for the last edition of the ECL. Anyway, Dixit gets another bowl. I think with 8 wickets in hand, we're going to see some aggression, particularly from Amir. I mean, Zishan will be a bit more selective as the 100 comes up from Malta to some rapturous applause from the home side. Yeah, so Prague CC back at the ECL. And Talon Stallions, yeah, they're good players as well. Saifi Rahman is the main one. The Baltic boss. Full toss, asking for trouble, and he's going to get it. And it's going to go all the way as well. Maximo! Dixit can't find the handle. Attempted Yorker, I think. Yeah, just below the waist, disappears. Zishan up into the 80s. Kind of cashing in on mistakes at the moment. That's Zishan. I wonder if he changes his game now. We've got the big scoreboard here. He knows exactly what he's on. He's on 81. Oh, it goes again. Ball for stumps like a bullet. That's well handled out there by William Cope. He's a very good fielder. In the shadows of the tree. In fact, it's a pretty smart place to field if there is a bit of shade. I think it's the only shade on the field. Trying to keep cool. To 28 degrees, but it feels a lot hotter out here. Emir. Yeah, I think he's going to go here once he faces up. Just still adjusting the field a little bit. Hello, Mark. Nice to see you with us. And the Traveller certainly enjoying this innings from Zishan. It's a better option, I think, even though it probably would have been a wide if he left it, as it is. And Mia steps across and knocks it to deep backward point for a single. Zishan's back on strike. You can see, he knows this field so well. He's played so much cricket here. He knows the areas to target, knows the shorter boundaries. He's got his eye in now, knows the pitch really well, trusting the bounce. This time goes offside, gets 1 point. It's a smart shot selection, given where that ball was. Hasn't been too one-dimensional in this innings. That's what I've liked about Zishan here. Yes, I think he's really enjoyed kind of going through the leg side, but you know, when the situation's called for it, he's shown he can go through the offside as well, punching that 1 point for a single. We saw a nice drive through extra cover off a low full toss at the other end. Yeah, he's certainly trying to go up a gear here, but he's frustrated that he's finding it hard to get more than ones if he's getting those. As we get to the end of the 12th over, and the score 110 for 2. So right now, 183 pace. Going to be a good score, but there's some pretty high scoring matches here last year. what we didn't see yesterday were top order batters going on with it, which I think is how you're going to build big scores. Otherwise, you can put together kind of a rescue job and get to the 120s or something like that, but it's hard to get those big scores unless you've got the top order doing their job. Beautiful day, though. I remember seeing a cloud since I got to Malta. it's pretty warm. See my position up here at the back. See me waving my arms. So, I mean, I do have a bit of shade here, but it's also a little bit of a convection oven I think I'm sitting in in the background. It's a great view of Jabakel, who's going to continue now to over number 13. Swinging up to that end. First one knocked out for one. At least with Amir, you know, yes, he's not really doing the kind of damage he wants to, but he at least isn't chewing up balls. You know, he's been good at getting to the other end. It's the first time we've seen Jabakel from the city end. He's bowled 2 overs so far. His over's gone for 8 and 6. Let's have that wicket. Ball nip back and got an LBW. This is short. Zishan, where's this one a little bit? Maybe a little bit too fast through the shot that time. Zishan will be a bit annoyed here. Yeah. Seemed to maybe hit him with the trailing arm there. A bit of wildlife. We have seen a fair few bird species here. You can hear them tweeting all the time. Zishan on 83. Another ball. This time he dabs it down. This will take some catching. I don't see the fielder getting there. That's 4. Really smart shot. I think the key to this shot, he doesn't try to hit it too hard. Now he's got to use the pace from Jabakel. He's a fraction too short. He gets enough bat on it to get it past the man in the circle, but doesn't hit it so early as to hit it to the sweeper. It's really good placement. We're definitely on century watch now. Zishan to 87. In Australia, that's a number that makes people nervous. Too nervous at the moment. Zishan, if he's paying attention here, he can get 2, and he will. Misfield by Manda. May's the captain. Not too impressed. It's good awareness. You're running the first one hard. It's a hot day. I can't tell you guys how much it takes out of you in these conditions. When you're running hard, you're running 1s, you're running 2s. It's been out there an hour already. Zishan Khan, he's on 89. Oh, pretty high delivery. Zishan deals with it and gets a single. Let's have a look at this one. Step out of his crease. Oh, to be honest, that's a no ball for me. Yes, he half step out of his crease, but he's pretty fortunate to get away with that one, Jabakel. Certainly, you know, ECS cricket, when the rule is if it's waist high or above, it would have been a no ball. As it is, it's just a single. Zishan moves into the 90s. Amir once again gets a single. I think I'd be loving to know what's going through Amir's head right now, because he wants to take it up a notch. At the moment, he's just finding it hard to do that. End of the over. And Malta, they're 119 for 2. 7 overs remaining. So that's exciting to hear the news of the ECL qualifying teams from Estonia and Czechia, but still plenty that are undecided. The ECL will take place in February, March 2024. As it is right now, we know that there are 31 nations involved. We'll have to see what the final format is. I know there's some talk of even expanding it. We've seen some sides kind of breaking through recently on ECN, like Serbia, like Slovenia. I wonder if they can force their way in. It's it's the biggest tournament in the world as far as the amount of teams in one place for a fixed period. So it's really exciting. It's been going on at the European Cricket Network over the last few years. I think the ECL started with 8 teams, just 8 teams in 2019. I think it's already grown to 31. And the fact we've got the Euros of cricket now is something sensational. And people are watching from all around the world, not just Europe. Okay, back to the action. And it's going to be Dixit, who is going to bowl a third over here. And Amir, I reckon he's fresh out of patience now. He wants to go large. 8 wickets in hand, 7 overs remaining. Let's rock and roll. Yeah, tries, whips it away. And probably 2 there if he goes quickly, but I think, reading the room, says, all right, Zishan, you're a 90, you're the main man at the moment. You're scoring quicker than I am, so go ahead. This time Zishan pushes down the ground for 1. He's probably not thinking this way, but he's starting to creep into his head. You know, plenty of singles out here. If I knock the next 9 balls for 1 before I do anything rash, that's probably the smart money. See. Amir approaches it. As predicted, he tries to go large, tries to go sideways, and Dixit knocks him over. Good straight bowling, and Amir, you know, had an important role to play in that partnership. But he never really found his own mojo, did he? Just 1 boundary in his 22 deliveries. And yeah, as predicted, he's trying to move it along. Maybe didn't bounce as much as he thought. I mean, having said that, yeah, it's a good partnership. They end up putting on 79 runs together. And I suppose you have to look at it that way. Even though Amir doesn't quite crack the runner ball, I think he's been important. He's provided some stability at the other end for Zishan, who he leaves in the 90s, and it's the end of Amir for 20, 121 for 3. I like this move with Prasad coming out at 5. He was listed a bit lower than that, and we know he's been struggling with a persistent hand injury and a few other minor injuries. So he hasn't quite been the player that we know he can be lately. But I think it's an ideal time for him to come out. And I think this is where you got Zishan, who has been stable but attacking. But you want to throw out guys now that are kind of wild cards. You know, I'd be sending out Prasad. I'd probably be sending out Wakar Afridi Ahmed next, because you're not really in any danger at the moment. We're getting bowled out and late. That can change. We saw that yesterday. But yeah, Prasad, left-hander, adds another dimension as well, I suppose. Dixit, third bowler to take a wicket, comes in. The Maltese captain. Good location, but Prasad steps across. He'll get a couple of runs here. That's a good sign. There's one issue with Prasad that we know. Sometimes he gets a bit too leg side conscious to a ball like that. Tries to kind of swat across it, but that was a good shot selection and gets a couple. That's a good location though from Dixit. This time goes a bit fuller. Prasad misses out. Hello to Hussein Afzal, watching from France. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're well. Just catching up on the chat here. Zishan being compared to Shumari Atapatu for the Sri Lankan women's team by SG. That's probably fair. And Prasad, nice looking shot down the ground. He'll retain the strike with this single. Dixit with a successful over. And after 14, it's 124 for 3. Cricket lover enjoying it as well. Liam has been trying not to jinx Zishan, but feels he's on. We've been on century watch for a while. Yeah, I agree. Indica Pereira in the chat saying, "Hope I'm enjoying my location and I should hydrate." Don't worry, I will every chance I can. I got to say, I enjoyed going to the rooftop pool yesterday. these 2 match days, providing a bit more of an opportunity to enjoy the afternoon sun. I probably stayed in there with the crew for a good hour and a half, just with a cold drink. But yeah, it's a great time of the year. I've been here kind of all around the year, but for me, kind of June, July, August, my favourite time to come here. But it is roasting hot. You've got to realise that if you're going to come. But yeah, Indica, thank you for your warm welcome as always. All right, over number 15, Vikram. Sneaks little cutter. Oh, that's not Vikram. Yeah, it's Shiv Karan Gill who's bowling. Coming down the hill. Yeah, Shiv Karan Gill. Pretty handy bat as well. Short run up to Vikram. All right, Prasath, he goes for it. Goes all the way back to the wall, but he's caught. And we saw Prasath yesterday almost get caught in that exact region of the ground when Watercooler Surya took one, fell out of the boundary, threw it up and couldn't throw it back. But this time, Prasath's going to have to go. You can see what he was out there for. It's not a bad shot. I mean, that is just one of the longest boundaries on the Master International Cricket Ground. That's why it doesn't go all the way for 6. So disappointment for the skipper. But an unselfish shot, really. He did what the team required. Going for quick runs as this is rapidly drawing to a conclusion. And he departs for 3. It's 124 for 4. And as predicted, we get Waka Afridi. Ahmed coming out. That would have been my picks, given the game situation. Sometimes you play not so much on an order of who bats after who, but more on who should bat when. And I think that players like Prasath, like Waka Afridi, this is an ideal time for them to come out. Hello to Mr. J. Grant as well. He's enjoyed the patience during this innings. We've seen it at times, I suppose. Jais Matthew watching from Malta as well. Hi, Jais. Hopefully you're well. Come on, Zishan, waiting for 100 here. So Liam thinks it might have been a blessing in disguise with Amir getting out, allowing Prasath and Waka to come out. Prasath didn't come off. Well, Waka come off. He was left stranded yesterday on 27 not out in his international debut. Ran out of wickets at the other end. Shiv Karan Gill with the wicket. Waka, he's looked pretty confident every time he's come out. They got out cheaply yesterday. They threw him up to 5, which makes sense. He's a guy, when he plays for Sweet United, we see him batting 3 or 4 and really being super attacking. I don't think he's going to change his game at all, nor should he in this situation. A slower ball from Shiv Karan Gill this time. Pitch down to Cope, who's been busy. It's a single.
Girish, you back up that side, I'll back up this side.
Tishan, and too much of the strike lately. In the 90s. Waka goes back, pushes, another ball for Cope to handle. Shiv Karan Gill's been great here, hasn't he? That's what Luxembourg were looking for. If you had to characterise Luxembourg as a batting team or a bowling team, there's a few questions to chat about that. I'd say, yeah, maybe a bit more of a batting team. It's a bit too wide. They have no, what do we call, out-and-out kind of tear-away bowler, do they? They got guys that'll do a bit kind of, you know, medium paces that'll nip it around a bit and shape the ball, but they're probably lacking that kind of express option. With the batting though, I mean, as we saw, when these two teams met in the ECC, it was 147, Malta made off 10 overs and Luxembourg chased it down. Well, one player they don't have at the moment, Thomas Martin, who's still out with a slight shoulder injury. It's a shame. Hello to Thomas if you're watching. Anyway, 15 overs in. We're into the final countdown. Score 129 for 4. Great over by Shiv. As he takes 1 for 5. Gets the wicket of Prasath. Plenty of options. No one's bowled out yet, so kind of take your pick of who you want to bowl again. And based on that, I think Shiv Karan Gill is a guy you want to bowl again. Doesn't provide a lot of pace, which isn't a bad thing at this stage. Vikram Vij is going to bowl from the golf course end now. So kind of sticking with something a similar pace, I suppose. Vikram's got none for 21 off his 2 overs. They've used 7 bowlers in this innings. Liam's asked me what's the temperature today. Well, expected to get up to 32. Currently it's 29. It's 20 to 10 in the morning here. This is a low full toss outside off. Zishan steps across. Could have put it wherever he wanted, really. It is time again. I reckon he'd probably go through cover because there's a bit of a gap there. Vikram slipped in his follow-through. Against first time we've seen Vikram at bowling from this end. Vikram's a pretty handy bat. I mentioned he was leading the side in the ECC T10 last year. Yeah, but it feels hotter, Liam. It always feels hotter here in Malta. So I'd say you've got to add 6 degrees to get the true temperature it feels like. Really plug that gap and Freedy picks it out. I like the way Freedy's choosing to hit the ball offside when the situation calls for it, even though he doesn't get a run that time. Vij, you can see he doesn't want to get too straight to either of these guys. All right, Wakar gets a slow ball. This time he does get straight, but it might pay off. It's caught. Really nicely done out there by William Cope. Had a lot to do. Afridi stepped across. I think he picks a slower ball, but he just mistimes his stroke. Goes across the line. And the shot was on, just didn't contact it. And see Cope made an early position, takes it low to the ground. Does something pretty smart, which is holds onto it, doesn't rub the ball on the ground. That makes some headlines last week, but Afridi doesn't pay off either. So they're two kind of X factors. 10 out, more bust than boom, don't they? Malta, they've lost a 5th wicket now, 130 for 5. Jassi Singh will come out, Jaspal Singh. Hit the odd shot in anger yesterday, but was also bogged down at times. So I don't think it's a bad time for him to come out either. He's a guy that can hit a long ball. Yeah, Liam sending his best regards to Thomas Martin as well. Hopefully we see Thomas again soon. So Vikram Vij with his first wicket of the tournament, well held. They do pride themselves on their catching, Luxembourg. For the most part, they've been pretty good in the field. No real excuses on this field either. It's like carpet, really. You see some of the fields we cover around Europe. All right, here's Jaspal. Nice looking shot first up, opens the face and gets one. Zishan's kind of taken a back seat since he's hit the 90s. Now you're on 94. I think you'd only be human to think if you get something in your zone, you're one hit away from 100. But I think it'll still be pretty selective. Plenty of time left in this innings for him to bring up the 3 figures. And that's only a good thing for Malta if he does. Well, he goes for glory. Has he got it? Going, gone. And he brings up his 100 in style. Maximo! Zishan Khan brings up the first 100 of the Mdina Cup. And he brings it up off 54 balls. And he brings it up with a Maximo. Oh, he's batted so well. He looked dangerous yesterday. Just squandered a couple of good starts. But today, he's been on fire on a sunny day in the island nation. Congratulations to Zishan Khan. And that's how he did it as well. Just steps down, sweeps the medium pace of Vikram Vij, sees it goes all the way, and then quick to acknowledge his teammates and the spectators here at Marsa. Last ball of the over, and Zishan will retain the strike. In a way, that kind of takes the pressure off him if there was pressure when he's in the 90s, because he can really open his shoulders now with 4 overs remaining. Malta, 138 for 5. And so, a few people in the chat, and Raz's making a good point, why don't they just kind of rotate the strike for Zishan? But I think that's a bit of a conservative option. I think with him there, you can afford to throw the bat, as long as you're not swinging and missing. That's the thing. If you get out, you get out. You got wickets in hand. Have a look at the rankings These three sides involved in the Mdina Cup. See, Luxembourg are just a shade below Malta, but it's pretty close. That Luxembourg beat Malta and finished higher than them in the ECC last year. France and Malta, 14 apart, but we saw that they were super close yesterday. And don't forget, we've got Romania and Switzerland still to come later in the week for the Letter Cup. That starts on Wednesday, and we'll see those two teams on Thursday. And they're in the 50s, so kind of throw a blanket over these 5 teams we'll see this week. That's why I think we're in for a really entertaining series. All right, so here's Shivkaran Gill, bowling to Zishan, who wants power, and he's going to get it out of the ground. Maximo! Dixon's a good fielder out there, but he would have had to have been 10 metres tall to stop that one. Once again, Zishan knows this ground so well, and he sees the slower ball. He doesn't really play the line. He plays the pace of the ball, really. And again, sweeps it sideways, targets the short boundary and gets it. Another 6 to Zishan Khan. Now wide full toss. This is going to be 4 more. So the shackles are well and truly off now. Zishan Khan is just batting with immunity, isn't he? Shivkaran Gill, he's running into a runaway freight train here. Now, this is cracked pretty hard, but straight at the fielder. So Zishan, I've got to congratulate him because this is his 22nd T20 International. And not only is it his first 100, it's his first 50. But before this, he had a high score of 47. But, he looked good yesterday. So it's his first score in excess of 50, and he's gone all the way. And he's still got time to make more. What a great result for Zishan Khan in such good form. And next one, he's not able to get it past the bowler. Now up and out of here. Maximo! Well, it's time to party for the hosts. And Jaspal brings up the 150 in style. And with 19 balls left in this innings, Malta are on for something big here. This is what Jaspal's in the team to do. And that there were signs of it yesterday, but a lot of times he was bogged down. But he's really got no pressure on him now. Shivkaran Gill finding it difficult to keep up the standards he set in the first over. And the other thing for Zishan, this is his first T20 Internationals this week. His first T20 Internationals in over a year. So he's kind of been out of the side. He's had injury problems, some chronic back issues. He's a guy, he's 34 years of age, but it's great to see him back and firing. Now the next one is going to come off the bat. They're going to hustle through for 2. And so that's pretty smart because it allows Zishan to take strike in the next over. A couple more to the score. Malta, 3 overs remaining now, 157 for 5. A lot of well wishes in the chat, as you'd imagine. Liam saying well done to Liam Day. Kai Bay acknowledging the 100. Traveller saying that's how you bring up your first international 100 with a 6. Inzamam saying well done. Mohammed Sharim saying well done. Sri Kola from Luxembourg, very sporting, saying good stuff. Zishan. The way things are going, some talk of a 150. Well, that'd be tough. You need 38 off 3 yourself. Who's to say you can't do it? So, yeah, Luxembourg on the back foot first up here. Dingra is going to bowl. He's bowled 2 overs. He bowled the 5th that went for 7. He bowled the 7th that went for 11. But really, no, Luxembourg, they fight really hard to get it right. They don't have the momentum. I think Zishan, I think the key is you can't really afford to give him length at the moment. Maybe try and nail a Yorker, something that bounces on the crease, whether it's outside off or target at the stumps. But he's seeing him like a football at the moment. 18th over. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Respected as well by Zishan. If Dingra can dial up 5 more of those, then I think you can maybe take his wicket or at least keep him quiet. You can see anything that bounces, Zishan is feeling pretty good about his ability to get it away and hit it hard somewhere. But that's a really good lesson to all the bowlers out there. Right. New batter or established batter, whoever. If you get that length right, doesn't matter who you are, it's real tough to get away. This time turns into a full toss, and now we're going to have a run out because Jaspal Singh just kind of ran on contact. Zishan knew straight away there was no run there. And to be honest, I mean, Jaspal does the right thing. Yeah. Once he knows there's going to be a run out, he doesn't call Zishan through. Zishan obviously the established guy on 100. But yeah, it's just a case of kind of getting excited by the crack of the bat as the non-striker and just not realising the situation. And so I suppose it's a bit of unnecessary, but given the game situation, it probably won't hurt Malta too much. As Jaspal's run out for 9 and the score is 157 for 6. Now Zishan didn't really settle Jaspal up the river then either. I think he knew straight away, look, I've hit that really hard straight to the man in the circle and there's no run there. He wasn't quite back on the edge of the circle either. So it's just one of those things, live and learn, and you're going to make mistakes. I think that's just natural. It's always good if you can make them in situations where it doesn't really cost your team too much, because we saw yesterday some mistakes at critical times from Malta that I suppose that papered over a bit by the fact they won the second match, but still might haunt them for a little while. Zishan faces up again though. It's good length. Now we've got another chance for a run out. Throws pretty wide from Jamakel, who came around, and Zishan giving half a chance that time. Again, it's good length, isn't it? Bang. There's not much you can do with that. Zishan knew he was gone. Concentrated on getting out of the way of the ball. Bikram Arora, the new batter. Pretty good number 8 to have out there. Very experienced player, former captain of the side. Holds some partnership records as well. This is hit pretty hard and it gets through the fielder. Jamakel only cost a single, but it's frustrating because it might have even had a chance for a run out there, because I think Zishan had backed up. He'd done exactly what Jaspal Singh had done, really. But I actually think Jamakel takes his eyes off the play a little bit, thinking about the opportunity for a run out. I do think it kind of side spins on him a little bit though. Zishan 113 and counting. Will he get some length from Dhingra? Oh, he's right off the end of the bat for 1. To be honest, that shot was on with no fine leg, and Zishan will be kicking himself that he didn't get the face of the bat on this. But have a look there. It's right off the toe and the bottom of the bat. He's lucky he hits it, because if he misses it, I think he's a goner. All right, Aurora pretty much has a free swing at this one. Last ball of the 18th. Just happy to take 1. We'll retain the strike. The 2 overs remaining. Malta 161 for 6. Interesting over that one. Pretty good one from Dhingra though. I think for the most part he got it right. He nailed his Yorker, and if he missed his Yorker, he missed it full. Which I think with boundaries this high or this far, you know, a low full toss or even any full toss, not necessarily the easiest one to clear the boundaries. It's often late on those. If you miss kind of metre short of the Yorker, then you might disappear driving on the up. So that good over, just 4 runs. The run out came off that over as well. And considering you've got a guy there, it's 114 not out. It's pretty good stuff. KSM asking who's the captain of Malta. Well, to my knowledge, Prasath is going to be the captain for this series. I know that Aurora was listed as the captain and he's a former captain of the side, but I think you'll find Prasath will be doing the job. Anyway, it all happens in the 19th and it starts right now. Jamakel's going to bowl out the penultimate over. Aurora faces up. This is a borderline one, I've got to say. I mean, there's a bit more, what's the word, variability, I think, on how umpires call wides. One may have just kind of grabbed the inside half of the line, but more of the ball was in than out. So the umpire says, look, I'm happy with that, that's fine. Or I probably should have offered at it, to be honest. It's more bold. Luxembourg have kind of got with it, but a bit too late with what they're trying to do. I mean, I think that York has been underutilised and under-executed through the middle overs. All right, Zishan. He's got 10 balls left in this inning. Every single one of them, I think they're going to try and whack out of the ground. 162. I've hit what I think is par. I think the 160 for me. On this field, in these conditions, it's a bouncy pitch, but it's pretty consistent. All right, free hit signals. That must have been a no ball. I'm assuming it was for a front foot. So, yeah, no ball plus the single, so you can move the field because it's a different striker. So, a bit of a bonus ball then. You don't really want to give a free hit to a guy who's already 114. He might go ramp here. No, steps across. He'll be frustrated. Just get one. I would have thought he kind of shaped to ramp last over. It's a risky shot, but there's payoffs, and there was still no fine leg there. I thought that might have been a good opportunity to try and kind of get a high return, no risk shot, rather than try and kind of muscle one straight out of the ground. Anyway, hindsight's 2020. Bora swings and misses the ball outside the off stump. Good channel from Jabakel. Yeah, Dave keeping an eye on the other game as well. In Hungary, it's been a bit of a run fest this morning. Yeah, seems like it. Different to yesterday morning here. All right, gets low full toss. It's straight at the fielder. That just kind of shows you, if you both go straight away, you've got the infielders on the point of the circle, that you normally get the run, don't you? It's hit pretty well for Aurora, but just picked out the fielder. 2 meters in. Yeah, direct hit. Might have found him short, but he's sitting down sideways. Great view of some of the surroundings here. Anyway, Zishan goes after it. Might have found trouble. Another good catch taken out there. This time it's Tim Barker that takes it, and Zishan's innings is going to come to an end. And 115 will be his final total of 64 balls. He gets a lot of handshakes as he walks off. But Barker, nice catch, judged it well, in and to his right. And Zishan Khan, it's a really proud moment for him. Not only his first century in international cricket, but it's the first time he's passed 50 and he's set up a big score. He's got 115 runs. I mean, everything else combined, the other batters and extras, is only 50. So it really shows you how much he's dominated the innings. It's good to see him fully fit, looking fully fit, and you can see that his team, they're thrilled with his performance, and he set up a very healthy total here in match 3. And congratulations to Zishan. He's got a bit of time now to kind of recover up before he comes out and fields the 20 overs as well. Jaron Jacob, manager, giving him a warm reception as well in his Gozo shirt, which I think looks pretty cool. Gozo famously, lowest score ever in ECS cricket, bowled out for 6 in their first ever match. Anyway, Wazim Abbas gets a bat. Abbas earned a promotion to 9. Anyway, last ball of the 19th. Jabakel, well bowled to him. Does get the wicket. Abbas kind of steps away, and it's a thick outside edge. She'll get 2. Can't see him getting more than that. And so Abbas gets off the globe, and it's the end of 19. Malta 167 for 7. Jabakel now with 2 for 29 is bowled out. So, last overtime, 3 wickets in hand. 115 out of 165 runs is a pretty good proportion, isn't it? And you take that out, every other batter, with the exception of Jaspal that he batted with, couldn't quite crack a run of ball. But he was striking at about 180. So there's Ishan, top knock. Last overtime, seatbelts on, guys. It's going to be Dingra to bowl the 20th. And he's going to start with a wicket. I think Dingra's been good at the death here. He's been full, he's been straight. And that one crashes into the bottom of off stump from Aurora. It just looks a little bit out of sorts at the moment, doesn't he? For a guy we know can make big runs. But yeah, this is all about the length and a little bit of in-swing as well. Aurora trying to kind of make something out of that, trying to make a drive out of it. But look where it bounces, right between the legs. It's top bowling from Amit. And unfortunately for Aurora, just can't get anything going. 8 wickets down. We could still see a team bowled out here. Don't forget, we saw 39 of a possible 40 wickets fall yesterday. And despite there being wickets in hand for most of this innings, obviously, at the end of the innings, you're going to see them tumble sometimes as batters take more and more risks. But this is going to be the keeper, Chanjal Sudasanan, who's going to come out at 10. He's a brilliant number 10, to be honest. He's a guy we see batting up the order for his club. He's got Justin Sharju. He can definitely he can bat. Malta bat all the way to 11. Dingra needs to dial that one up again, doesn't he? 5 to come. Again, gets it wrong, but gets it wrong on the full side. Hit 2. Running hard, but I don't think they're going to turn it into a 3. So I said, though, if you're going to hit Yorker, if you're going to miss full, especially to a new batter, it's a bit of a surprise delivery. It's hard to get a full swing on that and kind of hit it in front of the wicket, especially if you're new to the crease. So he's asking what the pass score is in Marsa. I can look it up in the break for you to see what the average run rate was last year. 3. Right now, look at Chanjal facing up to Amit Dingra. Well bowled. They're going to run, though. Hughes Mays did really well to stop that because it was angled in. It's going to be a bite. Feels a bit harsh on the keeper, but that almost cleaned up Sudasanan. Yeah, that's a good take. I mean, he's concerned about just kind of stopping it first up, wasn't he? Again, this time it's full, but it's not going to be dealt with lightly by Abbas, who goes maximal. He smacks it out of the ground. Yeah, this is a great shot. He said it's not an easy one to play, but get 6 bonus runs. Let's see how good my figures are for you. 3. Oh, another good Yorker. Mays picks it up, goes the long way. They think of throwing, but they don't in the end. Think better of it. So, yeah, looking at last year's figures, I'd say the average run rate seemed about 100, about 8.5 and 8 to 8.5 and over. So 160s. If you want to go on last year's figures. 3. All right, last ball, guys. Running on anything. They won't get bowled out, looks like. Yeah, might as well go for 2 here. I reckon they'll get it as well. They go straight away. Abbas comes in and beats the throw. So Malta are going to finish 179 for 8. And a really good, solid innings from the host nation. Sets 180 for Luxembourg in their first game, who were chasing a bit of leather during that 20 overs. Having said that, you know, Luxembourg, they bat well. It's 9 and over, just having to sustain that over the 20 overs. So it's definitely a chaseable target. But Luxembourg going to have to bat really well. You know, that innings will be remembered for Zishan Khan getting his first international century. First official T20 international century, 115 off 64. And Luxembourg, I mean, they applied their skills. They held some good outfield catches. did their best, I think, to stop the bleeding. I think their issue was kind of sustaining that over a longer period. I like some of the death bowling as well, and they seem to be able to hit the block hole. But when it's all said and done, they've got a big chase ahead of them in their first of 4 matches in this Mdina Cup, their first of 9 matches this week. And you can see, very sporting as well. And these two teams enjoy playing each other. They play the game in the right spirit. All right, let's roll back and have a look at the first innings of the day. Zishan Khan out there. Had a new opening partner here on day 2 with Fanyan Magal asked to open the batting with him. But to be honest, Fanyan did more watching than batting, as he didn't have a lot of the strike early, and Zishan expressed himself. He's aggressive from the get-go. You know, wants to play his shots. Magal got one that nipped back a bit. That looked pretty good. And then soon after, Matthew went the same way. But Zishan just kind of kept on keeping on, didn't he? Found a bit of an ally in Imran Amir, who didn't really smoke him, but he did stick around and was pretty good at getting out the way, because Zishan was on. And he's a guy that made a couple of 20s yesterday, but it looked like he was batting better than that today. He shows why. And Girish Venkateswaran came on with some of his off spin, but he was dealt with pretty harshly. That was a bit of a blooper, where 1 turned into 4. Zishan whacked it on the roof, and he just kept on going, didn't he? Past 50. He played shots all around the ground. He knows his ground really well, and I think he's handled this new pitch better than anyone in Malta. Emir finally tried to move things along, lost his stumps. Prasath and Waka came out as some kind of hitting options around the 15 over mark, but neither one really came off. And so, despite losing those wickets, Zishan wasn't spooked at all. And then this is the shot that brought up his first ever T20 international century. He got a rousing reception from his teammates. And then he wanted more, and he got a few more as well. Ended up with 115 of 64. And this Malta score just kept on ticking. It was humming really towards the end. And we saw some collateral damage with Jasper running out after kind of taking off on contact. Zishan eventually fell on his sword late in the piece, but the damage was done, wasn't it? 6 Maximos, 10 fours in his maiden international century. Some good bowling though late on, you know, kept it down to 179. It could have been more really. And then this one they get wrong. That was just overcooked and hit for 6. Nice shot by Wazim Abbas. And in the end, they scrambled to 179. Malta certainly the happier of the two teams at the halfway point of the first match of day 2. A scorecard dominated by the opener. Zishan Khan, 115 off 64. Batted so well. Had a range of partners as well. Probably the most prominent was Amir, who scored 20 off 22, which doesn't really tell the whole story, because they did put together a fairly healthy partnership of 79 runs, of which Amir contributed 20. But I think statistics don't always tell you everything, and I think Amir was pretty important. It created some stability at the other end. No one else cracking double digits, although Abbas whacked one late in the piece, and so did Jaspal. 8 extras, pretty disciplined stuff from Luxembourg, really. See Malta to 179. Looking at the bowling figures, well, I mean, no one really got smashed for an extended period, but I suppose they just kind of dealt with a guy that was on. 2 wickets for Jamakel and Dingra. Apart from that, singles for Dixon as well as Vikram Vich and Shivkaran Gill. Bowled a good first over. Second one he didn't find so easy. Credit also to Nanda early on. Bowled a couple of solid overs, but he was never brought back. So, yeah, it should be a really interesting second half to this game. Luxembourg, we know they bat well. They're going to have to bat well, because 180 will be the target. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into the chase. And we'll see which team gets the points here in match 3. Vinny Sandhu, hopefully you're having a great morning like I am here in Malta. Sun's out, fun's out, more cricket on the way. We'll see you shortly after the break for more Mdina Cup T20 Internationals right here on ECN.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to Malta. Great to have your company here. Day 2 of this Mdina Cup. It's the second day of 7 days of T20 international events here in Malta. We've got the Mdina Cup, a 3-team tournament taking place over Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then Valletta Cup from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then finals on Sunday, which will feature 2 additional nations. Romania and Switzerland will be here on Thursday to get their campaign underway. Right now, Mdina Cup, first time we've seen a Mdina Cup. And so far, it's been really exciting. We saw Malta and France splitting 2 games yesterday and splitting them by fine margins. Right now, Luxembourg, they've come out. Lowest ranked team out of the 5 we'll see this week, but not by much. And they certainly have a bit of class in their batting, which they're going to need, because in the first half of this game, Luxembourg sent in the Maltese, but a century peeled off by their opener, Zishan Khan, set up a very healthy score of 179 off the 20 overs. By far, that's the biggest score that we've seen in this tournament so far. In fact, it's 54 bigger than Malta scored yesterday. 125 they were able to score, which was the previous highest score in 4 innings. And so it looks like Fanya Magal's going to open up for Malta. We've got Chanjal Sudasanan, made his debut yesterday and was pretty tidy behind the stumps. A brilliant take early. We thought it was caught behind, but I'm not adjudicating it to be, but nevertheless took a great catch to his left as well. Off an attempted ramp. Batters out there for Luxembourg. You've got Tim Barker, who's going to face up, and he's a class player. So he'll be out there to face the first ball. Left-hander out there with Amit Halbavi. It's a player we haven't seen before on ECN. But looking forward to seeing what he brings to the table. Like I said, 180, they know what they need to do. I mean, 9 and over. It's an achievable rate in these conditions. Let's get rolling. It's Magal to get us started. First ball comes in, worked away. Big trouble if he hits. He would have been gone without facing a ball. Oh, wow. Barker just kind of went on the hit, and Halbavi wasn't asked. He was told, I think, that he had to go. Have a look at here in the replay. I mean, to be honest, he went willingly, but he would have been gone by a metre more. Yeah, gone by a step at least. Well, it was an opportunity, wasn't it? Magal's an interesting bowler. Unlike a lot of left-armers, it'll kind of straighten it down the line. He'll push the ball away from the right-hander. See if Halbavi has spotted that first up. Now worked away nicely by Halbavi, who gets across. That's what you got to do to Magal, I think. Get across, cover your stumps. Does that well, flicks it away for the first boundary. Good batting, really good batting. Yeah, just flicked away. And just the start Halbavi was looking for. Halbavi intelligently pushes this for 1. Halbavi high score of 35 in 5 T20 internationals. Don't forget Zishan Khan. He never even scored a 50 before in T20 international cricket, but played really well. Scored a maiden century in the first innings of this game. Pushes, gets 1. A wild throw, but backed up well. So it's just a single. Tim Barker, he's very experienced. He's played 25 T20 international matches with a high score of 78. Pretty healthy average over 20. Got a twin brother, James, is also played for Luxembourg a fair bit. In fact, he's 12th man for this game. Swing at this time. So yeah, you can see twins playing. We actually have a case in the Netherlands where we've seen triplets all playing in the one side. The Zulfikar triplets, Asad Sakib and Sikandar. Anyway, Magal. Pretty similar start, to be honest, to the first over of the day. 1 boundary. Oh, make that 2, because this is a great pull shot from Halbavi. Seems like a good matchup for Magal, because I like the way he does kind of get across, get in a good position. That's a classical pull for 4. So make that 2 boundaries off the first over. It's 11 without loss after 1, and a very healthy start for Luxembourg. And that's the kind of footwork, you know, if you have a guy that's kind of hooping it down the line like a traditional left armer, you can get yourself in a bit of trouble. But I think against Magal, it's a smart strategy. And so, after that first over, we'll see another bowler, of course, for the first time, and it's going to be Waqar Afridi Ahmed who's going to bowl over number 2. Just speaking to him, he said he's really enjoying playing for Malta. He's just qualified on residency to play. So yeah, these aren't T20 internationals, official T20 internationals, and obviously the ICC criteria applies. Need to be able to qualify on citizenship of the country or on a 3-year residency requirement. We've continuously been living in the country, and so Waka's just qualified on that, and so he's been really impressive so far. Barker to face up. Waka certainly hasn't been overawed by the opportunity. He's batted well, he's bowled well, caught well. Faces cricket for Sweet United here in Malta. Off the pad. Late appeal. There's no way this is out. The umpire even makes a little bit of emotion. Yeah, let's have a look at it here. It's definitely hit something, but I don't think it's hit the bat. It's just flicked off the top of the pad or maybe the trousers. Or the knee roll, I think, than anything. Nervous moments for the batter, though, when that happens. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think Waka believed it, but he might have convinced himself by the 5th or 6th appeal that it might have been out. But, yeah, it's a good decision by the umpire. The officials have been good in this series. A bit short. Barker takes it on. Almost finds himself caught in the deep. Aurora down there. Well, wears it upstairs, I think. And yeah, there's an uppish shot. Never really tried to get over it, did he? Just kind of played it on instinct. They had 2 back on the hook, so maybe a bit of a plan against Tim Barker. And then he gets away with it, gets a single. So, remind you can get in the chat. He's in European Cricket Network. If you want to have a chat with me commentating this game, this will be a wide, swings away late. And Freedy's another one of those bowlers that is a bit unpredictable. I think most of the time he just takes the ball away from you, a bit like that one. But the odd one will come back in. Might come back in off the seam, nip back. And he's not a big hooper of the ball, but like I said earlier, I think that guys that hoop the ball big, they're a bit predictable, whereas guys that can't just do enough with it and it might go either way, they're a bit more of a handful. This was a little bit too short though, lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo Halbabi, in the 5 minutes I've seen of him, I'm going to say don't bowl short, because he's just lifted this one away with ease. You're not going to get that sideways movement if you bang it in that short either. It wasn't really a genuine bouncer either. Halbabi looks really good on the pull. And Luxembourg taking a backward step in this chase. Liam's got a very good question about the ECN criteria, but I'll tell you that in a second. Oh, another good flick away. It's 2 straight from Afridi, and that's 4 more. The boundaries continue in the power play. Afridi gets his line wrong that time. Halbabi, yeah, you know, does kind of get in front of his stumps a lot. Look at where he ends up here. He's really a long way across, but he's got such a good eye. And he catches up with it, gets another 4. Liam's question about the criteria on ECN. The ECN criteria is actually the same as the ICC criteria. But there is an extra allowance, and I'll explain that to you in a moment. Which is the reason sometimes you see people in ECI cricket before you see them in T20Is. Oh, flicked away again. This is going to be 4 more. And so, well, Afridi hasn't learnt from what he's seen so far. Still getting a bit too straight. They've got to test him outside the off a bit more. This over's gone for 16 already. Yeah, so Liam, the only exception with ECN cricket is that if a player will be eligible by the time the ECC comes around, they're allowed to play ECI cricket. So that 3-year residential criteria, let's say that you were going to become, the 3 years was going to be served by August, but you can still play ECI cricket earlier in that season. So that's one reason you might see a few people in ECI cricket before T20 international cricket. But yeah, the criteria is the same. Into the over. Afridi looks fired up. shoots a few dirty looks. Albavi says, no problems, I'll take the 16. And at the end of 2, the score is 27 without loss, so very healthy start this for Luxembourg. Well, speaking of the ECC, 76 days to go. It's a shade under 11 weeks. 31 nations will take part in the Euros of Cricket, the 3rd edition. And all the teams you're seeing here in the Mdina Cup, Malta, Luxembourg and France, they were in the same group last year and they had some really interesting tussles in there. You had Luxembourg, who kind of beat France a couple of times, and then France beat them in the 3 versus 4 eliminator. You had Malta that just couldn't deal with France. France lost to every team before winning those 2 games against Malta, which catapulted them into the 4. Super exciting tournament. Starts September 25. For more information, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. All right, Magal will get a second. Left-hander to left-hander. Oh, the ball. That's right where he wants to be. And Barker really in a position to take this down the ground. Didn't look like a ball he was trying to hit along the carpet. That's a really good example of the natural movement that Fanyan Magal gets. Just shaping kind of left to right on your screen into the left-hander. The kind of floating, roving slip into a short cover. I don't know about that. It's left a huge gap between the keeper and backward point. Wow, that's going to hurt. That's absolutely smacked him right on the bone. And, you know, straight away, you know, Barker's over there. I'm worried about this one. This didn't get him in the boot. It got him low down, and it's absolutely cracked him in the shins. And he had no time to react. I'm telling you, Barker got every piece of this. Oh, I'm concerned. It was so quick, I didn't even see which leg it hit him on. But, you know, the medic's straight out there, which is good. That ball's rock hard. It's only 2 overs old. And, yeah, let's have a look. Absolutely smashed. Yeah, it's the left leg that it hits. Bang. Sometimes you can just tell that one's hit him squarely in the middle of that bone, which means it's taken all of the impact. It's not like a glancing blow where the ball kind of deflects away down the ground, but it's hit him bang in the middle of that leg, and I hope he's all right. I don't know what Barker's thinking. He's saying, well, I feel like I've been cost 4 runs there, and he's dead right. I mean, that would have screamed for 4. And Magal doesn't even really consciously put the leg down there. When he hits him before he knows what's happened. And he's going to go off. And to be honest, I don't really see another option there, especially when you consider when you're bowling pace. You're putting a lot of pressure on that part of your body. And, you know, it's an external blow. So, I mean, if he does come back on, he's able to bowl. He can bowl straight away. But, yeah, that was nasty. So they're going to have to find someone to finish his over here. Maybe Wasim Abbas. But you got to remember, whoever you bowl here, it will count as one of your 4 overs. But with 4 balls left, I think you're still going to bowl a regular bowler, in my opinion. Except Prasath is getting ready to bowl. Okay, haven't seen Prasath bowling yet in the series. Hopefully Fanyan's all right. It is good he's walking off under his own steam. That shows you, it's not a broken leg or something like that. But you have a look here. I mean, to be honest, he doesn't even try to field it with his leg. You know, it's hit to where he is. You know, Barker, credit to him. He was straight over there to see if he's all right. I wonder what the answer was. But anyway, this game's been played in good spirits. SG saying that's going to hurt more later tonight. Yeah, he might be emptying a can or 2 of Magic Spray on it right now. Yeah, getting some attention over there. So it will be Prasath, we haven't seen bowling yet in the series, to come and finish this over. So rather than kind of go with one of their regular 5 bowlers, they're just hoping to get out of this over. But there's still 4 balls left. Bit of an opportunity for Barker maybe. Oh, wow. Just chopped over the stumps, and from my angle, looked like it might bounce on top of them, but I think Prasad's a pretty handy bowler. He's kind of wiry, isn't he? Yeah, certainly. I hope we see Magal again before the end of this innings. Probably want to use him as well with the ball. If he's up to it. Oh, in the air, it just gets over Elders Matthew. He's the right man for the job because he's pretty tall. And he kind of goes Paul Collingwood style, circa 2005, to try and grab this one out of the sky, but he can't quite get there. The acrobatic attempt really got some air. Brings Halbavi back. See what Halbavi likes to do, likes to get across, kind of open up his options on the leg side. Prasad is a guy that, you know, can kind of swing one down the line. Might be hoping for an LBW. Come back. Laura prowling in the covers, make sure there's no run there. The injury to Magal, obviously it's not really good news for Malta, but what it has done, it's just kind of stopped the play a little bit like taking a time out. And I think, to be honest, Malta needed it. After that second over, went for 16. Had all the play. Lifted up, just wide of the fielder. Shaju keeps it to 1. So the option to bowl Prasad turned out pretty well, to be honest. His 4 balls only cost a couple, and after 3 overs, it's 29 without loss. So yeah, the debate there is whether you bowl one of your guys that you think you're going to bowl as one of your 5 bowlers, 5 planned bowlers like a Wasim Abbas. But then the most he can bowl in the game is going to be 3.4 overs instead of his allotment of 4, because the partial over counts as a full over. But yeah, I think Liam's saying Prasad's probably a good option. It turned out that way. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that kind of 9 and over par, which Luxembourg need to score at. At the moment, they're a couple above it. Interestingly, they're going back to Waka Afridi Ahmed. That did get a bit of stick in the last over from this batter on strike, Halbavi. I wonder if they were tempted to change it, but they're saying, no, we're going to back him here. Last over went dot 1 wide, 6-4-4 dot. Did have a good finish to it though. Here we go with over number 4. Oh, this time he gets the pull wrong. Up in the air, Prasad takes the catch. And so they bring Afridi back, and it's the classic Afridi celebration as the pull shot works every time but one for Halbavi, who makes a bright 24, and it could have been more, but he gets this one wrong. We'll have a look at it on the replay. Wasn't that short, was it? It was kind of top of the pad height. Prasad barely had to move. And Afridi, well, Afridi by name, Afridi by nature. And he gets the big X formation celebration and gets the plaudits of his teammates. Good captaincy from Prasad, who managed that situation in the last over well, bringing himself on and doing a good job, and then sticking with Waka, just having the instinct that he might be able to win the battle. And he does straight away. So Luxembourg 29 for 1. Shivkaran Gill comes to the crease in the number 3 position. Morning to Chris Schinkel, who's watching from the Netherlands. I might ask you, Chris, how did you enjoy the Thailand versus Scotland game in the Netherlands yesterday? Did you catch some of that? Thailand playing Netherlands in the T20 International later on today, which we're covering also on ECN. Curran Gill on strike first up, gets a little edge, will get off the mark. So, smorgasbord of action here on ECN today. It's only the second time in our history where we've had 3 simultaneous matches. Also had the same thing going on in 2021 in the middle of the year. Exactly 150 needed now for Luxembourg. This would be a great chase. You know, pulling off a chase like this, if you can do it in your first game, considering you've still got 8 matches to come in 6 days, essentially. Gives you all kinds of confidence that it's going to be a good week. Good angle, good adjustment by Afridi for the left-hander. The starts matter. That's why it was so important, I think, for Malta to pull the rabbit out of the hat yesterday against France in match 2, because otherwise they're 0-2, feeling like they're kind of no chance in this Mdina Cup, with a couple of matches against Luxembourg to go, and then it's not really hitting the Valletta Cup the way they want to. Malta, previous winners of the Valletta Cup. There's been 3 editions previously. A bit short, Barker on the hook again, but fine legs up, and so he's going to get 4. Probably the second time we've seen him miss-hit a hook shot, and this time he gets enough to get it over the man in the circle, and he gets a boundary. Gotta say, I'm a bit surprised that, considering he almost gave a chance in that area earlier, they had fine leg back and deep square leg back, that they've made a change. They put the third man back now, brought up the fine leg. And so, costs them on that occasion, Malta, conceding 4. It's a bit length, I think. And in between length from Mako Afridi. But I just think it needs to sustain this 9 and over, especially once the boundaries are a bit easier to protect once we're out of the power play. Throws a bit wider, and Barker goes with it. Doesn't really time it, but he'll get 2. It's just power play batting for you. Had enough to get it over the infield. Afridi finishes his over. Much better one in his second attempt. Takes 1 for 7 in the 4th, and the score 36 for 1 after 4. Raza in the chat saying he thinks after 3 or 4 years we might see a totally different European cricket. Huge potential. Mark my words, Netherlands going to crash someone's party in the World Cup 2023. Well, once again, I want to say congratulations to the whole Netherlands squad. I know that they're thrilled with the opportunity to play in India. And it wasn't looking good there for a while, to be honest. I mean, they had to beat Scotland, and by a certain margin as well. So giving Scotland a bit of a head start in what essentially would be the deciding contest. But yeah, they did the business. A bit of an ECN flavour about the Dutch side as well, led by Scotty Edwards, who was a centurion on ECN back in 2019. Wasim Abbas gets a bowl, so they don't stick with Prasad to keep going. I would have been tempted to be honest. I think maybe can sneak another over out of him, but they're saying no, we're going to go back to kind of what we would have planned now. I think the plan would have been to bowl Mughal 2 overs at that top end and then bring on Wasim Abbas. Yeah, but Prasad was pretty handy while he was there. I would have been tempted. Edged. Third man in place though. It's Mako Afridi that does the fielding. Yeah, Chris said he enjoyed watching Baz de Leede take Scotland to the cleaners. 5 for a century in a game, pretty rare. One of my heroes, Viv Richards, one of the other players, few players to do that. But I was wondering, Chris, did you see the women's action yesterday from the Netherlands as well? We'll get to see the Netherlands women taking on Thailand later today. Thailand picked apart Scotland yesterday. Inside half of the bat from Barker, but he'll get 2 more. Zishan, he's got the compression on that right arm where he took a bit of a blow during his innings, but he's still pretty keen to get out there and field. That's refreshing as well. Could have easily kind of just sat the fielding out, taking that injury, but no, he wants to get out there and be part of the action. Who can blame him? Barker trying to make the most of this power play. Over and a half left now. Tries, but he might have found trouble. Zishan Khan has caught well in the series, and he's dropped it well. Had 2 bites at the cherry, just slight misjudgment at the last moment. Barker gets lucky, dropped on 12. Well, Zishan, you would have put your house on him catching this. He's had a good time out there, but I just think last moment it gets away from him. Plenty of time to set himself. See here, kind of couldn't decide if he was taking it fingers up or not. And knocked it up, and then you see that where his momentum took himself away from where the ball would eventually drop. I mean, we're just talking about Zishan, and yeah, he'll be disappointed, and so will Wazim Abbas. Really should have had Barker on 12. Shivkar Gill plays a nice looking square drive. It's knocked down by Amir. It'll be a single. Shivkar Gill, he's another player we've seen a fair bit. Averages over 25 in T20 international cricket. He's played 13 matches. High score of 47, so searching for his first 50 this week, I'm sure, or more. Yeah, Barker. Can he turn that into something more? In the air and gone. And Barker's drop doesn't cost him anything. And that's Dasha Patanka who's on the field for Fanyan Magal. And the first person he goes to talk to is Zishan. And he's saying, look, don't worry, buddy. It's only cost us 1 run. And we got our man straight away. So Zishan's drop doesn't come back to bite Malta at all. Barker trying to push it on towards the end of the power play. Goes and fetches the ball from outside the off stump and kind of just clunks it to mid-on, and he finds the tank. Dasha Patanka, the subfielder. And so it's going to be the first wicket for Wazim Abbas. Luxembourg lose another 41 for 2. Hello once again to Mr. J. Grant in the chat. Says the ECN showcases a lot of talent that would otherwise go unrecognised. It's a great opportunity for players to make a name for themselves with such a global fan base. Well, where are you watching from, Mr. Grant? And thanks very much for your lovely comment. Yeah, I've got to say, we really enjoy what we do, and I suppose that what sets the ECN apart from some other organisations, we're not really driven by profits, which is a bit of an issue as well, because you've got to keep the lights on, but we're kind of earnestly driven by wanting to develop cricket, and the people who started it, the people who are involved are genuinely interested about growing the game into regions where it's not an established sport. I think that's something that we all have in common, all of us here at ECN. Say a quick shout out to the officials as well, Vinay Malhotra, as well as Jan Hilhorst and Sunil overseeing this match. Yeah, feeling pretty hot at the moment, I'm sure. 41 for 2 after 5. And here's Justin Sharju getting a bowl from the golf course end. This one pretty straight. Siddhasan loves to throw unnecessarily and does. He'll leak by in the end. Hello to Wayne as well. Nice to have you with us, Wayne. Hopefully you're well. Hopefully your week's going well. Hello to Rob Thompson from New Zealand. Yeah, so I think that's really one of the keys of what's made ECN so successful is the core, I suppose, aims of what we're trying to do. We're trying to provide a great entertaining product for people to watch. We're produced very, very well by Spring Productions. Yeah, I have to say that. We couldn't do what we do without that partnership. You know, also super important, the partnerships we made with the federations around Europe. And they're expanding all the time. Even, in fact, we've got Thailand on the network this week. I think it's wonderful. William Cope comes out at 4. Faces up to Sharju for his first ball. Watches it go past. Cope's a good fielder. We saw that in the first half of this game. Sharju, he had a real mixed bag yesterday. Turned from villain to hero. He got stumped by forgetting where his crease was. First ball in the first game. Saw Malta lose that game. But then he was the hero at the end of the day. Full toss, drill to get straight through the field, and this is going to run for 4. And that is just an error. No other way to say it, really. Jaspal Singh trying to get everything behind him, but he left the trap door open. Have a look at it here on the replay. To be honest, the technique was perfect. The only problem was where the hands should have been, they weren't. And so Cope gets a bonus and gets off the mark. And Cope's a guy, and I think he's played a fair bit of T20 international cricket now, 23 matches, but a high score of 38. He'll want to improve on that this week. You didn't see Cope bowling, but he's a pretty handy bowler, has 20 wickets in his T20 international career as well. But he's a guy, he's not come out and out six hitter. Will Cope, he's more a guy playing fairly orthodox fashion. You saw that for that pretty solid off drive first up. Nice looking shot, picks out the fielder. So again, we're going to see at the end of the over, Varun Prasad is able to put the field back. But I got to say, at the moment, the way things are going, I'd be pretty keen to kind of keep it up for a little bit. You've got two fairly new batters. They haven't really established that they're seeing it that well yet. I think it's just an opportunity to squeeze a few more dots, maybe in the 7th and 8th overs. In the air and gone. Shaju gets a wicket now. It's Wazim Ahmed that takes the catch. Cope gets across, but he doesn't get the middle of the bat on it. Skews off the outside edge. And Luxembourg, after a promising start, have lost 3 wickets. It's 46 for 3. You can see there, it kind of falls off the shot a little bit, opens the face and opens up that opportunity. Abbas does well. 2 hands on it, moving to his right. Disappointment for Cope, who gets the 4 from the misfield, but that's all he gets. It's 46 for 3. At the same time, run rate just dipping a little bit. Now they'd want to be 54 to be on target at the end of this over. It doesn't look like there'll be that much. Hello to Keanu, hopefully well, saying, yeah, 180 target. Malta must have batted well. Well, they did. In particular, Zishan Khan batted well, 115. His first T20 international century. Dave's asking Wayne if he'll be going to the ECC. Wayne's got a few commitments, but hey, if you do well with your little enterprise there, Wayne, that maybe we'll see you at Cardamom sooner rather than later, hey? So, Mr. J. Grant watching from Aberdeen in Scotland. And enjoying watching Ailsa Lister perform well for the Scotland ladies. I was watching her last night, actually. I had Corey on the commentary, and I needed to get some sleep, so that's why I stuck on the T20IWs. But I got to say that, yeah, Ailsa Lister batted really well. Scotland then, I think I actually fell asleep just before the collapse. Scotland were looking good. But yeah, I enjoyed checking that out. Field's looking great there at Kampong as well. Last ball of the over coming up from Shaju. Vikram Vij pitches outside leg stumps. It can't be out. Doesn't stop him asking. Vij. Kind of prods first up, and it's the end of the power play, into the 6th. And it's 46 for 3. Might hit the stumps. It's all academic after the ball pitches just to the left of that leg stump. Yeah, so 6 overs in, and yeah, speaking of the ECC, we can have a look at the groups for the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket, and it will start 25th of September. It runs for 4 weeks. The format is super exciting. Basically, each group plays 3 days of cricket. Each group has a winner. Now, the winner gets to come back on the 16th of October. So you'll have 6 group winners, and they'll be joined by the Netherlands 11, who won it last year. So 7 teams in Championship Week. They'll play for 5 days. Ultimately, the winner of the Championship Week gets to raise the trophy. We had the England 11 win in 2021. We had the Netherlands win last year, of course. Now, the exciting thing as well, and Mr. J. Grant, you might be interested, we are trying really hard to organise a women's version of that ECC before the end of the year as well. So still a lot of organisation goes into these tournaments. It involves, flying teams from the home country, accommodation, all sorts of logistics. Abbas to bowl the 7th. He sit down leg side for a while. But wouldn't that be great to get an ECCW? And so it probably won't be on the scale as far as the amount of teams as the men's event, which is now it's 3. This will be our 3rd edition this year. But I'd be so excited to be able to stage an ECCW this year. Stay tuned. Current Gill pushes, runs, forces a misfield. Patanka. He's a player we haven't seen crack the 11 yet. I mean, he's a very talented player. I'm kind of a bit out of nick at the start of this year when we last saw him. We saw him in not only the ECS, but also in the ECI T10. Saw him in Gibraltar as well for some T20 national cricket. But he's a player. I hope he gets an opportunity and does well. He's a lovely guy, Dashit. Vikram has to deal with this one outside the off stump. Wazim Abbas. 0 to hero stories yesterday. Abbas was one of them. Came out swinging like a rusty gate at number 11, and to be honest, kind of made him a meal of the situation. He was the 10th wicket to fall, and he had a player up and going at the other end. This time, Vikram doesn't offer. But then he took a hat trick in the second game in the 19th over when it seemed that front would have to fall over to lose. And he went bang, bang, bang. And then Sharju, who was the other guy with egg on his face from game 1, he came and finished it off in the 20th. France lost 5 for 3 in the last couple of overs to lose that game by 4 runs. Oh. Vikram. Oh. What's happened here? I'm going to say, do you know what? This has been called a bye, but that shouldn't be a bye. That should be a dead ball because the keeper's throwing it to the fielder. That's a bat. That doesn't make sense. And to be honest, I'm surprised they run because the keeper's not trying to run the batter out. He's not. Everyone's acting like the ball's dead. The 2 batters and all the fielders. So to be honest, I think that's an error in application of the law there. It's pretty relevant recently. If the keeper throws at the stumps, that's something different. But if the keeper's just passing the ball to a teammate, you can't run. Anyway, Luxembourg will take it. All right, give us your thoughts on that one. I don't seem to be too fussed about it. But yeah, when you throw the ball to point, okay, you missed the guy at point, but it's still. Run. This won't be a run. And Abbas, he looks on today, doesn't he? Vikram doesn't so far. He's 0 off 5. 50's come up during the over, though. After 7 overs, it's 50 for 3. I think what surprised me most about that incident was that everyone seemed on board with it. The 2 batters just ran. The fielders just kind of accepted it, and that was that. It was a bye. Wayne saying, go Serbia, looking at the ECC groups. Yeah, Serbia playing for the first time. And in fact, they're not the only team playing for the first time because the first ECC, we had 15 teams. We had 21 in the second edition. And this time, we got 31. So it's crazy, actually. So 10 new nations competing this year, and they want it to be even more next year. I'll try and reel off as many as I can of the new nations for this year in the ECC T10. So, taking you over, Sharju. Get a single there. Yeah, so, okay. So the new nations, let's see, so there should be 10 of them. Let me see how I go. Okay, we've got Isle of Man, Greece, Croatia, Bulgaria, Serbia, Estonia, Turkey. Got 7 pretty quickly. It's Probably a wide. Yeah, grabs the tram line. Fair enough call. And then who else have we got? Malta definitely played last year. He's Cyprus, maybe? And then... Okay, I'm out. I got 8. It's a decent effort. Tell me who I missed. Down the side. This is going to be called wide. But yeah, super excited for that tournament, no doubt about it. Probably going to bug me now for a while. Vikram let's get off the mark. Now he wants to and he will, but have to hustle. Get there. And Vikranovic, 36 years old, experienced customers, played 26 matches. Does have a 50 to his name, 64 not out. His top score. Slow ball this time from Sharju. Sharju was the hero yesterday and had to hit the stumps. It was 9 down. France just made a real meal of the last few runs, losing 5 wickets in a couple of overs. To be honest, 6 wickets in a couple of overs. It all started halfway through the 18th over with set batter Usman Khan getting out. Ball cracked back at the bowler, but this time, of course, now out of the power play, put the field back. Just a single. Yeah, so I can't remember what the situation was exactly. It was something like, I think they needed 10 off 15 balls with 6 wickets in hand. So just think about that. 10 off 15 with 6 wickets in hand, and you'd say 9.9 times out of 10 you're getting it. But France lost their way. Lost a bunch of wickets towards the end. Starting to see it a bit better. Gets another single. Luxembourg did play a couple of games last month against Switzerland. Like I said, they were very nice ground there in Luxembourg where they hosted the Swiss. This will be the end of Sharju's over. Pretty tidy stuff from him at the moment. And you can see that run rate's been pushed up. Started 9 and over. Now we're talking kind of 10 and a half from here on in. At the moment, doesn't look too likely. Need a spark, don't they? Luxembourg. So Luxembourg took on Switzerland in a couple of T20s. Ended up splitting the series with them. And this is only a couple of weeks ago. And the Swiss toured for a couple of T20 internationals. In the first game, Switzerland posted 150. Luxembourg were able to chase it down off the second last ball. It was a pretty exciting game there. And then the second game, the tables were turned a little bit. Luxembourg got rolled for 122 and Switzerland chased it down pretty comfortably. Just loss of 2 wickets. They chased it down the 14th over. So some pretty recent history between those two teams. They will meet again later in the week in the Valletta Cup because Switzerland will be here. Anyway, time for some spin. It's going to be Imran Amir with his offies. Not a bad option against the left-handed Vikranovic. You'll find that offies, they do like bowling to left-handers because they natural turn is away from the bat. All right, let's see the approach. So I suppose the issue you've got here, how long can you kind of just pat it round? Yeah, you want to get your eye in, but 10 and over plus isn't particularly easy. And boundaries are hard to come by, but they'll get one here. That's a nice shot from Mikovic. Just steps back and punches this one through the offside. Excellent batting. And he gets 4. It was just hit too well. Fielder out there. Didn't have to move too far, but I mentioned those are the short boundaries. He hit it so hard that he's blown his shoelace. Yeah, Mr. J. Grant enjoying the fact that we're planning to do an ECCW. Again, still in the organisational phase, so probably right at the end of the season. There's a few things we're working on. The other thing we're working on that I'm super excited about, not just because it's my idea, is a 48-hour ECN marathon. So 24 games back-to-back, through the night, through the day. Maybe a bit of a charity aspect as well to that. Like the Woodstock of cricket. Perhaps we could do that around the new year. It's well bowled. About where you want to be if you're a mere. Which will knock it into the offside for 1. So yeah, there is nothing. I mean, there's plenty of gaps out there. So there's different ways to go about trying to get 10 and over, right? If you can run well, you turn 1s into 2s and you can kind of get it that way. I mean, you think you kind of need that boundary and over to at least stay on pace. A boundaryless over is only going to make your job a bit harder. Dot balls obviously kill you at this stage. Bit of a shout against Ridge for a run out, but I think he gets there reasonably comfortably. But yeah, just longer boundaries, easy to protect. We'll get to the stage where they probably don't mind conceding 2s either. Let's have a look here. He's well in. Bit of a back bounce, to be honest. There, see? Back bounces. But then it's back down again before the stumps go. Of course, the umpire's not using the technology in this series, so I mean, with the naked eye, and if the bat did bounce, I don't think it's one you can really call with any certainty in real time. Edge cracks this one through the covers and gets 4. He has bided his time, but he probably feels he can make up for it. And certainly the evidence is here against the spin of Amir that he's got what it takes. Wasn't that far away from Prasath, was it? But he didn't have a play on it. Badly needed boundary. A boundary and over, and a few singles and 2s can kind of get you the 10 and over that you need. It's only climbing at the moment. One speared in for a dot, so end of the over. It's Merck getting things moving. They need to, don't they? Yeah, so yeah, I've got to say that obviously the development of all cricket is something that ECN are very passionate about. That includes women's cricket, includes junior cricket as well with our Cricket School project. And I've got to say it's in partnership and in addition to all the great work being done in all the countries we go to, really. I know here in Malta, working really hard to get the game into more schools and just make it a bit more known. I mean, Malta, in a way, it does have that kind of the British influence, I suppose, if you like, that some European countries don't have in recent history. So the game is a bit more known here than some other countries we go to. But a lot of people working hard to grow cricket. It's a great game. It's the second most watched game in the world after football. So it seems quite amazing that in probably 90% of countries, it's not a kind of mainstream sport. So if the game's that popular and that well watched across the board, then obviously people kind of get to know it, especially if they get to know it when they're young and get playing it when they're young. Then it's just good for the sport. I just think you look at football as probably the example of the global sport. I don't even like distinctions like words like associate nations, things like that. In FIFA, you don't have different tiers of countries. You just have countries that play. I think that's why the move to make all countries kind of on an equal footing in T20 internationals is really good. Anyway, here's Aurora with his left arm orthodox. I think this is a pretty decent option. Taking the ball away from the right-hander. Got bowled pretty well yesterday. Yeah, that's pretty much where he wants to be. Current Gill knocks it away with his 3-man protecting that cut. Tosses it up, taken on, but it won't carry down to just past Singh. Just a single. I think if you're spinning on this pitch, it's not a bad option to kind of toss it up and challenge batters to go down the ground because they are the longer boundaries. I've got a really good random question for Keanu, and I'm always happy to take random questions no matter what the time of the day, Keanu. He says random question, but if I like Tim Tams, what's my favourite one? So he's asking me. Tim Tams are an Australian biscuit. They're basically a chocolate-covered wafer biscuit. Pretty heavy on the chocolate on the outside. I've got to say that my favourite, Keanu, are just the normal ones. Is there a mint one? I know they're kind of always mixing and matching some new flavours. If there's a mint one, I'd say that. And actually my favourite biscuit, if you want to get kind of a bit more expansive. Aurora left-hander. Vidge watches it go past. My favourite is actually the mint slice. So if there's a Tim Tam that has a bit of a mint twist, I'm a big fan of the mint in washing it down with a coffee, for example. Oh, that's trouble with a capital T, and it's out of here. And, well, that one is going to rattle the clubhouse. It's an absolute gift. And I've got to say, I mean, it's got to be pretty close to a no ball as well. Oh, I mean, Vidge would like it to be a no ball. I don't think it is. Yeah, I mean, you could say it's waist height at the crease. I say, not the Aaron calling those ones, but regardless, Maximal for Vidge shows a bit of power. It's the thing with Aurora, you know, most of the balls are fine, but the odd one does get away from him, doesn't it? And Vidge goes back and pulls the next delivery for one. But yeah, Keanu, if you could tell me if there's a mint-flavoured Tim Tam, then I'll do some more research. Yeah, Keanu's also saying, you know, that Pavel from Romania talks about getting kids into cricket by getting into schools in Romania. Yeah, not just Romania, but even just where the ground is in Romania. It's in one of the villages where kids love having the nets there and just they grow up with it. So we're seeing that starting to creep into their domestic circuit, which I think is really good. Anyway, right here, we get to end of another over. Apologies for the lack of the graphics. There's just a technical issue, which they'll work out pretty shortly. But that does take us to the halfway point. Yeah, Keanu agrees with my mint slice call. Also likes the Monte Carlo and the Venetians. Yeah, Monte Carlo, I don't mind them. Depends if you can dip them or not. I find they can be a bit dry if you're trying to have them just as is. But I love a biscuit you can dip. In fact, you're reminding me it's probably almost time for a coffee break, but these 20 overs straight, and all the players seem to be getting some drinks all the time. I think I might need to order in here a little bit. Anyway, time for a new over. He likes it. Let's get the decision. Just him outside the line. Yeah, there's a bit of bat in there, but it might have been pad first. So it's fair enough for the shout, but I think it's a good decision. Oh, how's that missed? Oh, Vidge runs out of patience and tries to horn this sideways and misses out. I'm going to say, Sunasana behind the stumps. If he grabs that, he might have a chance to stump him. It's hard to tell because it would have had to have been really quick, but Siddharthan couldn't hold on to the take. Kelly was also saying it's hard for a lot of places to get space for new grounds. And yet you won't see too many cricket-specific grounds. Often you're kind of making do with repurposed football grounds or baseball grounds or sharing grounds, which is pretty common. If you do get cricket grounds in Europe, typically they're a bit out of the city as well, where the land's a bit cheaper, because there's not a lot of money in cricket, obviously, at the moment. This is hit straight to point. It's good hands by Patanka, who's still out there. I don't think we've seen Bagal since he went off with a cracked shin. I hope he's not too serious. Puts him in a bit of doubt for tomorrow's matches. This is a little edge, I think. I've actually been off the pad. Just waiting the umpire signal. Well, it is off the pad. Flap of the pad just gets past Siddharthan for leg bite. And Malta just have the one game today, so obviously Nagal gets a rest up this afternoon. I don't think we'll see him now for the rest of this innings. Oh, it's another big swing in the mid. In the end of the over. Another one where he kind of drags his foot, but Siddharthan, you know, it's just a time where concentration is going a little bit. Just had to stay lower longer there. Chanjala, just take that ball and give yourself a chance. If you're not quick enough, you're not quick enough. But you've got to catch it first. End of the over though, 76 for 3 after 11. Yeah, so Malta is one of these unique cases, if you like, where you have this specific cricket ground, which is part of a multi-sports complex, but it's pretty close to the city. I mean, it's minutes, say 10 minutes out of the city of Valletta, and Malta's, I mean, it's an island. It is a pretty big island, I think. You know, it takes an hour to drive one end to the other, but it's still an island. So it's pretty accessible. Of course, there's 3 main islands that make up the nation of Malta. The main island here, but there's also Gozo to the north, and there's Camino up there as well, where they shot the Blue Lagoon. He's over 12. Prasath is coming on for his, effectively his second over. Remember, he finished off Magal's over earlier. That's why you can see he's bowled 4 balls so far. Hasn't really bowled too much in this series at all until today. But yeah, it's good to see him out there and doing some bowling. You know, it's a persistent hand injury that, well, to me, it looked like he had some sort of nerve damage in his hand. He was having trouble, you know, gripping the bat naturally and affecting his bowling as well. But he's out there leading the side, and I think his experience is invaluable to this Maltese unit. All right, in the air. It's hanging in the air a long time, and it gets over Patanka. He misjudges it. They're going to get 2. Yeah, Patanka kind of came in, and yeah, you can see what Prasath is saying. So what's going on here? I mean, I think it's just a case that he runs under the ball, he's running sideways, but he didn't realise he was running in as he was running sideways, and in the end, he doesn't even get close to it, to be honest. See here, Patanka comes around, and then about here he realises, uh-oh, I've taken the wrong route to the ball. Anyway, just plugs and they get 2. Prasath. I haven't seen him captain much, but he had a very good teapot game there at the tank. Tank's probably saying, hey, I'm 12th man here. I'm not even meant to be out here. It's well bowled. Accuracy the key. You can see it's crept up to about 2 a ball required now, so singles no problem at all. And like I said, yeah, it's a more protectable field dimension-wise. Yeah, so Keanu's saying most teams are all close to master. Well, no matter where you are in the island, I mean, still less distance than a lot of teams are travelling on continental Europe. All right, this is a slow ball. Aurora's got this covered and it's gone. So Shivkaran Gill's the next man to go. Could never really get going in that innings. Prasath with his first wicket of the series. The current captain combines with the former captain, and Luxembourg have lost a 4th wicket. It's 80 for 4. It was a kind of rolling cutter, I think, that was angled in towards the body, kind of cramping Shivkaran Gill for room, trying to go over the leg side, but gets a big leading edge. And Aurora does the rest. So that kind of misjudgment from Patanka doesn't cost Malta too much, and we're well on top in this contest at the moment. Yeah, so I mean, even what's your longest trip if you're coming here? I mean, if you live in Gozo, you actually have to get onto a boat, which there's no bridge. And I've done this trip before, and it's actually a beautiful island, Gozo. Lots of beautiful golden beaches up there. So if you're driving, you actually drive your car onto a boat that takes you across, and then you can just drive to Masa. This is probably, let's say, 45-minute drive from the top of the island. So yeah, looking at maybe an hour to hour and a half trip all up, depending on how quick the boat moves. Yeah, and so I rented my scooter this time again. And so I'm planning to take a couple of days at the end of this series just to explore Gozo again, and might even get to Camino this time, which is a lot smaller than Gozo, but it's nearby. Part of the 3 main islands of Malta. Anyway, Prasath, new batter, Elias Jabakal, beats him outside the off stump. So yeah, these two teams, they're only 3 positions apart in ICC T20 rankings. Oh, this one sneaks through as well. And so takes us to the end of the 12th over. Prasath with some success. It's 80 for 4 after 12. Have a look at the table. And Malta, assuming they hold on here, which they should, they will go to the top of the table, but then France are going to play Luxembourg in the next game. It's the final game today. So it's the French team just arriving not too long ago as well. So with Malta winning, get back to the action here with Amir. Prasath using the boot. Just concede a single. Malta winning, it's kind of France need to win to kind of keep pace. But then Luxembourg, well, they'll want to win because they'll still have hopes of turning this around, and they can still win the series. Remember, each team plays 4 matches. This is up in the air. Should be handled out there. It is eventually. Eldest Matthew. Yeah, so don't forget, each team just plays 4 matches in the series. So Malta, after this, have played 3. So they've got 1 more match against Luxembourg tomorrow morning. And France, obviously, they've played 2, they've still got 2. Luxembourg still have 3 after this game, so it's still wide open, really. Which goes across. Now, this is going to be out of your hits. And for the first time ever, Sudasanan can't throw because he drops the ball. And I tell you what, that was a clear-cut opportunity because Jabakal was on his heels. Wasn't as enthusiastic about the run, but Sudasanan kind of dropped it backwards. Let's have a look. Gets the glove off. Yeah, well, that hasn't quite gone the distance, has it? It hasn't even gone 1 metre. Look how far out he is. He's not in the picture. Misfire. Next ball is hit over cover. That's 4. So Jabakal survives the scare and then puts some hurt on this one. I mean, he's a good hitter. This guy we've seen a bit of as well. Pitched up. And yeah, hit into a vacant extra cover region. Push through a little bit. And I wonder if there's a ledge on this. Not so sure. One thing about Sudasanan's keeping is he's just kind of lost some fundamentals when he's been up to the stumps. Of course, this is my position, so I nerd out on that position sometimes. So I'll show you this shot of Sudasanan. This is the next ball as we get to the end of the over, 88 for 4. But see, he's never really getting down. He's just kind of standing there and just hoping the ball's aimed straight at his gloves. I mean, I'd like to see him go into a crouch and be able to stay low or longer, or even get low. You know, he does have good basic, hand-eye. He's got good hands. He catches well. But I just think up to the stumps, he's got a few things he can work on. Having a bit of a routine, of getting low, even if it's just before the ball's bowled. But then you can come up with the ball. At the moment, yeah, he's missed quite a few up to the stumps. Anyway, this is in the air. That's going to be 4. Jamakel swinging the bat. Watch out. Luckily he saw that. Otherwise he might have had another shin buster. But Prasath gets what's effectively his 3rd over. It's a bit unlucky that it goes for 4. I've got to say Prasath, he's been pretty disciplined with his lines, bowling outside the off stump, but I suppose that's just the price of doing business a little bit. With the 3rd man up in the circle, flew away. This is good length. Yorker picked up, thrown, single. Jamakel. So yeah, Vidge run a ball, but I mean, I suppose the rate is 1.5 a ball, if you like, which it started at. So you're hoping your bats can go that fast or quicker, really. Whipped away nicely, but there's a fielder out there, so it should just be a single. Oh no, it should have been out. This is an absolute disaster, really. And so, yeah, I suppose, yeah, Jamakel saying, all right, I'm going to try hard to get the established batter on strike, but I mean, this is a clear-cut run-out opportunity. You see, Jamakel says, all right, you know what, let's take it on. But even if that throw had hit from Prasath, even if Prasath had hit off that second opportunity, it would have been out. Next ball is knocked away for 1 by Vikram Vidge. And Jamakel, I'm going to say congratulations to him because it's only his 3rd match, but he scored his 1st run in T20 international cricket in this innings. And not having a bad game at all. He also picked up his first 2 wickets in T20 international cricket in this match as well, taking 2 for 29. But yeah, Luxembourg, after a promising start, and the big difference in this game for me is that the one batter that's gone on with it has basically taken his team to a winning score. It's a nice looking shot, just bring a single. It'll be the end of the over. Prasath has 1 for 15, and after 14 overs, the score at 97 for 4. Yeah, so you look at how well Zishan batted, 115. I mean, the next highest score in the game is Vidge's 27 not out. See the scorecard here. So, I mean, this was my prediction yesterday, and I think 160's par, but that relies on batters turning starts into something more. And see, Halbavi had that kind of a start, but a bit like Zishan did yesterday, got himself out in the 20s. And so, it looks like, for me, that they're going to end up with, let's say, 130 or something like that, which is an okay score, but it's not really a winning score. Don't think it will be this time around. But yeah, the importance of going on with it. I mean, longer the form of cricket, the more important that is, isn't it? You take the extreme view in Test cricket. You're not happy with just a 20-something. If you're a batter, you're wanting more. So, 6 overs to go in this one. The rate's crept out to almost 14 and over now. And he's bowled him. That's really well bowled. And guess who? It's Wakar Afridi Ahmed that comes back. And he slices a Yorker straight through Jamakel. Luxembourg on the ropes, 97 for 5. First ball of a new spell. Change of end as well for Wakar Afridi Ahmed. And you got to be really happy with this as the first delivery. It's full, it's straight, it's got a bit of pace. Probably clips a bit of the back pad, to be honest, on the way through. But yeah, Jamakel disappointed. But to be honest, his chase has already got out of hand. Luxembourg 97 for 5. And it'll be the captain, Just Mays, to come out at number 7. See if he can move things along a little bit. Now the thing for Luxembourg here, they've got to realise it's just the first game. They're probably going to lose it. But remember, Malta and France, they've also lost matches. So the play here is just score as many as you can, because this is just strictly a round robin event. So the top of the table wins the trophy on Wednesday. So if you're tied on points, net run rate matters. So the margin of victory or margin of loss for Luxembourg is super important here. They need to try and narrow that as much as possible. So now, I mean, my strategy is, now I think for Luxembourg, you kind of treat it like you're batting first. You're not obsessed with getting 180, because I don't think you're going to get 180, but you try to get as many as you can. Anyway, Houston might have other ideas. He looks like he's built for power. Here he is, facing up to Waka Afridi. Shot first up. Yeah, Just raised in the Netherlands and settled in Luxembourg for about 16 years now. I'm sure they're enjoying his experience behind the stumps. He's a guy, he's 44 years of age. Does have 2 50s in T20 national cricket in his 27 matches, including a high score of 67 not out. Pretty fine third man in place. Vich on strike. Cracks it pretty well, but again, finds the sweeper. It's just such a big difference, boundary dimensions, because this boundary is a lot easier to protect. So if you had 14 and over required, let's say in ECS cricket, I just think you're more likely to kind of get a run of boundaries, which can keep the game alive. But I just think with these dimensions and these conditions, just unlikely to see that 14, 15 and over achieved. Oh, another good Yorker. And guess who does it again? Waka Afridi Ahmed with 2 in the over. He rattles the timber. And Luxembourg staggering to the finish here, 99 for 6. And this is just a spicy delivery. Speared in towards the leg stump, and Just couldn't get down in time. He'll go for just the single, 99 for 6. Well bowled from Waka with that trademark Afridi celebration. So, yeah, just hasn't been the performance Luxembourg were looking for. I suppose Malta already with the advantage, if you want to call it that, of having played 2 matches and kind of fighting their feet a little bit in the series, even though they had a mixed day results-wise yesterday. So Luxembourg, you know, coming in, I suppose, fresh and a bit green. They haven't played a lot of cricket in this ground, certainly not in recent times. So I suppose it'll be better for the run. They've got a big test against France this afternoon. And the other thing is, you know, France, they're known for their bowling attack. And Luxembourg, they haven't really been able to do enough with the bat in this game against Maltese attack. I think French attack's going to test them. New batter out there is Girish Venkateswaran. He starts with a pretty confident looking drive. They're going to go for 2. Oh, pretty close. And they'll get back for 2 in the end. This is pretty tight though. I've got to say, I probably would have gone for the keeper's end. Throw comes in. Oh. Just in. Pretty tight. Goes in by a step. Yeah, I thought maybe the keeper's end. You got the advantage of the keeper having the gloves as well. Slightly longer throw, but I felt that Girish was probably struggling a bit more than Vikram Vij to get to his safe end. That's really well bowled. You can see Waka Afridi's built for this, isn't he? He has 3 wickets now, his best figures in his short international career. And after 15 overs, Luxembourg 101 for 6. So they do bring up the 100 in that over, Luxembourg. And this one almost snicks the edge of Girish Venkateswaran's bat. Afridi, I think you have to bring him back for a 4th over. And hasn't he come back well when you consider his first over went for 16. They brought him back anyway. He got the big wicket of Halbavi, who was doing the damage at that stage. Just 7 came off his second over, and just 4 off that over with 2 wickets. And see the issue here, McGall going off with lower leg injury, an impact injury after a ball was drilled back at him by Tim Barker early on, and we haven't seen him since. And, I think we won't see him given the game situation here. But the issue is Malta, they'll play again tomorrow in the morning game, but they'll also play in the third match of the day, which is the first match of the Valletta Cup against France. Vidge steps across, hits this into the gap. Fielder can't get down. He did everything but field that ball, didn't he? As Waka Afridi's workload is pretty hard at the moment. To be honest, he gets there. He'll be disappointed he doesn't stop this, but Vidge does get the 4. Fights on in this innings. Not a bad shot at all. Was him. Abbas has come back. It's bowled well so far. 8 came off his first 2 overs, but he goes to the boundary straight away. Well struck ball by Vikram. It's all bowled though. Just have a look at where his feet end up here. And this is the issue. I mean, if you can bowl with discipline to a guy who's slightly backing away, it's pretty difficult to catch up to the ball like that. This time, he kind of stands his ground, skews in the air. Patanka fields it. They're looking for 2, but I don't think it was on. It's a good piece of fielding that time. Whistles a throw in. Vidge kind of wants it back. I mean, when you're out there in the middle, he probably feels, this game's still winnable. And so, it's worth taking the risk of a run out to get him back on strike. But, yeah, to be honest, I feel like that ship's flown a little bit. Need over 16 and over. He's got to try it. But like I say, I'd be having the strategy of just trying to get the most possible, not necessarily going all out and collapsing, trying to get 180. I mean, you're still trying to get maybe 150 here. I guess Warren get at least 1 here. Zishan does the fielding. Keeps it to 1. Yeah, be the player of the match, I'm sure. Get his 100, first ever T20 International 100. So yeah, if you're batting first, you wouldn't be going for kind of impossible 2s at this stage and throwing away wickets. You'd be taking some calculated risks, but not crazy risks at this stage. Oh, that's a cracking shot down the ground. It's going to test the outfielder. And, well, Patanka can't deal with it, ends up fumbling it over the line. And that's going to be 4. Again, Patanka makes the ground, but then, yeah, he just has a tough moment at the last second here. He kind of has to bat it back, but instead, he doesn't get his hand in the right position, and it comes off the end of his fingers and goes for 4. Pretty well struck ball by Vikram Vidge. Keanu's got a question about the Valletta Cup starting tomorrow. I will explain that to you, Keanu, right now, after this ball. This is up in the air. Again, finds a pocket of space. Just be a single this time. So Vidge fighting on. Moves to 38. It's the end of the 16th over, and the score is 112 for 6. So, yeah, this is today's schedule first, Keanu. So this is matches 3 and 4 in the Mdina Cup. Tomorrow, we'll get matches 5 and 6, which is the end of the Mdina Cup. But then we'll have a 3rd match tomorrow. That'll be the first match of the Valletta Cup. So the Mdina Cup doesn't finish today. It finishes tomorrow. And the Valletta Cup also starts tomorrow. Meanwhile, of course, we've got the Netherlands Tri-Series going 1 match a day as well. Netherlands, Thailand on a little bit later on in about 2 hours' time. So, yeah, the next match is scheduled to start today. Luxembourg versus France in half an hour's time. Now, the way things are going, it might be pushed back 15 minutes. Yesterday, that was necessary because of the first match running over a little bit. So, keep an eye on that. But at this stage, I've got no official information about that being delayed. Just got a feeling it might be. Anyway, 4 overs to go right here. And this is in the air. I think it's going to fall safely. Zishan, or will it? Well, it does in the end, but not the way it was planned. Zishan made really good ground to his left there. And I felt it was too much for him to do, but Zishan, you're going to drop 2 catches. It'd be good to do it in a game where you whack a ton. No one will be too harsh on you. Yeah, got there pretty comfortably in the end. Thought off the bat that was going to fall into the gap. some more work to do. This time it's just a single. Yeah, so pretty packed schedule here in Malta this week. To get 3 T20 internationals in a day, it's not easy, even with it being summer with the amount of sunlight, because if each game takes on average kind of 3.5 hours, that's 10.5 hours, plus obviously it needs some breaks in between. So it's asking a lot of the players, but obviously they're squeezing as much cricket as they can in. It's a good Yorker from Afridi, who's back, and he might have had a 4th wicket there if Sean had been able to hold on to that. So you'll absolutely love that tomorrow when we finish the Mdina Cup and have a pretty quick turnaround, but the first game of the Valletta Cup is Malta versus France. So it's going to be a rematch of those great matches we saw yesterday in match 1 of the Valletta Cup, which is coming tomorrow afternoon. Vij on 41. It's a kind of challenge delivery at Afridi, putting a bit of heat on it. This is one that you might think of 2. They do. Forces him to throw off balance, and yeah, very astute running from Girish Venkateswaran. Gets back for 2, and Vikram Vij, you can see the heat's definitely getting you. And this is something you probably don't realise if you're watching on TV. And I've been in this situation batting in hot conditions through the second half of T20, where you're running the first one hard every time, you're pushing for 2s, and just physically you fatigue pretty quickly. See, it's telling on Vikram a little bit. He whips this away nicely though. Happy just to walk one this time. Make him earn it. He moves to 44. Within reach of a half-century. Personal milestone, perhaps. Does have 150, as I mentioned earlier. High score of 64 not out in T20 internationals. Freddie's been good on the Yorker, and I just think it's a good skill to be able to have. And to be honest, you see that Vij doesn't even run this time, because it's partly because he wants to strike, partly because he just doesn't want to. See here saying, you know what, I reckon I'm fine here. So he grabs the drink, end of the over. It's 119 for 6. So I suppose the idea being there, you know, he's the dominant partner. He wants the strike, but definitely a bit of fatigue creeping in. It is steaming hot. It's 31 not out. 31 not out. 31 and rising is what I would say at the moment. Yeah, the temperature's not done yet. I think it's still going to go up. And you've got to add 6 degrees. 6 to 8 degrees for how hot it is at the Master Sports ground, because it's watered so heavily it creates this kind of humidity. Almost like an artificial humidity. But yeah, it definitely feels warmer. Vikram stayed at that end, and now he's going to have to deal with Justin Sharju, who's coming back. Justin's bowled well so far, 1 for 10 of his 2 overs. Ken is asking how the over rate's been going. I feel like if they were timed out, might be in trouble. I think for the most part, it's been pretty good. I suppose you probably have the issues of players taking a few more drinks than usual. There are no official drinks breaks in T20 cricket. But I think it's just sensible. Anyway, this is a tired looking shot from Vij, and he's going to be gone. So Sharju gets the 2nd wicket. Nicely taking catch by Bikram Arora at backward point. You can see, so that fatigue from just running a lot and being out there in the sun, eventually it creeps into your stroke plate, and see Vij kind of batting a bit more on instinct than anything else, and he'll just miss out on his 50, but certainly done better than most in this innings for Luxembourg. He's going to go for 44. Sharju with the 2nd wicket, and the score 119 for 7. Hello to Tariq Sandhu, hopefully you well, watching from Australia. Nice to have you with us. Wayne saying, Dan must be working hard, have all this cricket on. Yeah, well, everyone at ECN's working really hard this week. Kind of triple workload really with 3 simultaneous broadcasts. So actually tomorrow, just for all you guys, this is a bit of advance notice, but Mdina Cup will finish And that stream will end. It'll be a new stream because there's a new tournament that will start a little bit later in the day for the Valletta Cup. Getting going. And I think the first game of the Valletta Cup is 2:15 p.m. GMT, which is 4:15 in Central Europe, and 7:45 p.m. in India, 8:15 in Bangladesh. If you want me to get real technical, it's 10:15 p.m. on the west coast of Australia, quarter past midnight on the east coast at the moment. All right, let's go. And new batters, Mohit Dixit for Luxembourg. This ball keeps a bit low from Sharju. Talked a little bit yesterday about this extended artificial surface, the fact that it basically gives the keeper a friendlier second bounce if it does bounce twice. And also, obviously, the main reasons like that is so the bowlers run up stay good. Even if there's a bit of rain and the field gets chewed up, it gives the bowler a really good kind of 10-15 metre run up where they can trust the surface. And I think something I'd like to see a bit more, to be honest. I mean, if you're going to put a cricket pitch in, I mean, typically you'll see them about, say, 30 yards long, but if you can make them 50 or 60 yards long, it's not a bad thing at all. Incremental additional cost, you get more or less a lifetime of wear out of it. It's knocked into the offside. So even Luxembourg, the strategy here would get as close as you can. I said it looks like they might be heading something in 130s. I mean, it still looks like they're heading for the second best total in the tournament. If they can beat the 125, which it looks like they will. So, I mean, there are some positives there. It's just kind of one man that's taken this game away from them in the first half. Sishan Khan with his 115. It's a bit straight up, turn around the corner from Dixon. We'll get another single. Keanu has had it's good feedback with the Netherlands broadcast yesterday. Well, yeah. If you've been watching us for a while, you'll know that I think there's no doubt that what ECN's doing for cricket streaming at an amateur level, I don't think there's any equivalent. I don't think it's out of order to say that. Obviously, we're really, really happy to have found the right partners and unlimited resources as well that we have at ECN. Like I said, we're not really driven by profit, we're driven by development of cricket. And it's just great that we're able to provide such an entertaining brand of cricket, I think, throughout the year. Of course, these T20 internationals are no exception, but the prevalence of the T10 and the markets that's opened up, it's just been really exciting. It's a big try, but gets a little French cut away. Probably two. Good throw, might have him in trouble though. Got to say, this makes no sense. Siddharthan throws off the glove, but that's only if you get a throw. And I think he's got to realise that his end is the end. And then he looks down and saying, "Oh, that was hard to catch. Why was that hard to catch?" And he looks and he remembers he's got one glove in now anymore. This is where we saw Amar Sharma drop both gloves and then drop a catch earlier in the year. Anyway, I mean, that tells the story, doesn't it? Luxembourg, good start, lose the first wicket, start to go subterranean, and have been pretty consistent ever since, the two worms. And I don't think they're going to meet again. Tarek Sanders, hasn't heard Mr. Maxo in a while. Well, Tarek, it's good to have you here. I'll tell you what, it is boiling hot. So I hope you've got the air conditioning on wherever you guys are. Hopefully you've got a controlled temperature, because here we're in the elements. 19th overtime. And it's Abbas that comes back to bowl out. First one's worked away for one. Yeah, so that's good. Keanu, there's good feedback. And I suppose the one thing is, on ECN's resources, we don't really have a marketing budget as such. So I mean, the only way people find out about ECN is by spreading the word. So if you have family, you have friends that you think might enjoy it, let them know. There's that slower ball. And it's almost going to create a run out. And I think it's gone. Yep, he's been run out. And, well, Imran Amir likes it. It's just a case of Venkateswaran taking off. Really communicating too much with his partner. The communication was one way. He said, yeah, kept looking at the ball. And yeah, you can see probably out half a metre, I'd say. Oh, you know what? It's out anyway. Tell you what, he knocks off the bails with his shoulder, but then he knocks the stumps over, which means it's actually out anyway, you see? So as soon as he knocks the stumps off the base, then he's out. It's the equivalent of knocking a stump clean out of the ground. So just spotting that one, he makes a bit of a meal of it, Sudasana. But then, yeah, as soon as you knock the stumps off the base, as soon as that base lifts up, then you can see it's out. And so ultimately it's the right decision. Whether the umpire saw that or not, I'm not so sure, because he's behind the play. Anyway, 8 down, 126 on the board. Krishnanda comes out to bat at number 10. Wayne saying these two countries combined have a population of just 1.21 million. It's pretty high grade cricket considering how low the number of registered cricketers there would be in each country. Couldn't agree more. Snakes past the outside edge. I just think it's great that these guys, like I said, they're not professional players, but they are approaching it in a professional fashion. They've got coaching staff, they've got, assistant coaches, they're doing drills, they're working really hard on their game. Man, it's the highest level cricket you can play, despite, of course, these teams being ranked in their 60s. But, it gives them something to strive for. I think that's why it's been so important that the ICC has basically included all member countries now in this T20 international format. So that, theoretically, if you play enough good cricket, you can work your way up the rankings. We saw Austria playing in the World Cup qualifiers. We will, in fact, pretty shortly. And so, you're seeing teams, and obviously Netherlands is a good example, but Netherlands are probably a bit ahead of where most of the European countries are at the moment, obviously with their infrastructure. So we get to the end of the 19th over. Picked it up well and couldn't work out what to do next. 127 for 8 after 19. But then we're seeing other countries that are kind of breaking out and changing the face of European cricket, of course, with the demographic trends in the last 10, 15 years. And expanding. So yeah, Thailand, the first non-European team to be featured on ECN. And I just think it's inevitable that at the rate of expansion, if you take it further, ECN cricket will eventually be cricket that's not just European. I think the format of the ECS is just so popular and so hardy that you'll see it popping up all over the world in years to come. Anyway, right now it's the last over. And this is up, it's in the air. It's a catching opportunity for Jaspal Singh, and he takes it. Well judged catch. Nanda goes for just a single. Sharjah with the 3 for. And yeah, you can't really blame the batter there. Nanda, who he goes up and it's high in the air. But it's a nice catch by Jaspal Singh. Well judged. And so number 11 comes out. And so, yeah, Luxembourg 127 for 9. Dingra comes out at 11. Not a bad number 11 to have up your sleeve, but yeah, I kind of predicted Luxembourg would end up around the 130 mark. Seems that way at the moment, doesn't it? Sharjah wants more. Dingra will get off the mark. Maybe. He just gets through. So edge up to 128. Like I said, Luxembourg, this is still the second highest score we've seen in the series. I don't think the ball hits the stumps. I think it was just the gloves. Anyway, it was home. And just before we go in this game, Wayne's saying a lot of it, attention ECN gets us for kind of funny things that happen and viral things that happen. That's probably true. And not a bad looking drive. Should push for 2 here. They're going to get there, even though it's a pretty good little bowl in from Waka Afridi. If there's ever 100-metre cricket where you have to bowl from 60 or 70 metres, sign him up. But what I was going to say is I don't think it's a bad thing that ECN sometimes goes viral for kind of comedic reasons, because if anything that makes more people realise that ECN exists, I think is for the better. And even if people just watch because they think it's just going to be funny stuff happening all the time, I think it's quite enduring. Anyway, in the air, this could be it. It is dropped. Oh, it's a proper slap job from Amir as well. It's going to concede 2. And Sharju could have had a 4 for. To be honest, that one almost ended up in the tennis courts. He slapped that one so hard on the second attempt. Amir looked really cool until about here, where he just scrambles.
Come on, Amir.
Anyway, if you're going to drop catches, do them in a situation where it's not going to cost you a whole lot. Yeah, Keanu also mentioning chances for the players to play in different conditions and under the pressure of the cameras. It's invaluable experience to have that. And it's not easy. I mean, look, a couple of guys yesterday, Sharju included, had moments that they were pretty tough to watch, but they came back stronger. I'm sure Sharju winning the game for Malta last night. Not a bad shot. All these guys, if they're playing international cricket, they're able to hold the bat. Yeah. So, last ball coming up. I think the truth of the matter is Zishan was the difference between the two teams in this match. He was the one batter that was able to go on with it. Okay, Vich tried hard, but you wouldn't say there wasn't too much fluency through most of his innings. Here's the last ball of match 3. Sharju isn't going to be impressed because this is going to run for 4 as well, I think. And it will be all she wrote. So Sharju finishes with figures of 3 for 26. Dingra with a boundary, he'll take it. And Luxembourg, 137. They're going to go down final score. Malta, the hosts, 179. Luxembourg, 137. That'll put Malta to the top of the table, for now at least. But France will have the right to reply. They play Luxembourg in the second match of the day, which is coming up now. It's listed to start in 13 minutes. I just don't think that's going to happen. We haven't got anything official yet, but I think we are likely to see a start in 27 minutes. But anyway, stay tuned to this channel. Of course, our website, europeancricket.com, for more. But congratulations to Malta. They come out the big winners for a game I'm sure will be remembered for Zishan Khan's 115, setting up the W for the hosts. Let's go back. And it was a very different story first up because Luxembourg made a strong start. Barker was out there with Halbavi, and Halbavi looked good, especially on the pull. He got this one away. He had smart footwork, liked to get across, opened up the leg side. And Barker, this is probably the biggest blow that he dished out, and it was a blow that ended up in the shin of Fanyan Magal. Try and get injury update for you as soon as possible. But then Halbavi gets it wrong. Waka with the big breakthrough, the pull shot, mistimed. Varun Prasad with the catch. And then there was an opportunity, but Zishan, who's having such a good game with the bat, and he kind of had the fumbles in the field, didn't he? That was the first of 2 catches that he dropped in this innings. And then Barker hold out, and to be honest, they just weren't able to get boundaries with any consistency, and that's probably one thing that set apart their innings from the Maltese innings. We're able to find that minimum 1 boundary and over to keep going in that 8 or 9 and over. So, credit to guys like Vikram Virj, who he stayed the course, didn't he? But no one was really able to get going. And once that run rate creeps up here, with these fairly long straight boundaries in particular, it's just an easier field to defend and come up with strategies to defend. Shivkaran Gill stuck around for a while. Couldn't get too much going, 10 off 19. A sign that he couldn't really find his touch. Chamakel, well, he did whack a couple of boundaries, but then he got his stumps rearranged, and so did Yost, who came out and couldn't deal with that Yorker. Afridi, he was loving life out there, wasn't he? He loves his international cricket into day 2 of his career. He finished with 3 wickets. So did Sharju. Late in the piece of the tag. Did a lot more work than he was probably planning to. And yeah, okay, Malta, they weren't perfect, but I suppose they had the scoreboard sorted, and that was the main thing. Magal, the only concern with his lower leg injury. Late in the piece, we saw a run out, kind of a funny one where I think the bails were knocked off, but the stumps got knocked over anyway, so it was fine. And then Jaspal Singh with a nicely judged catch to long off late in the piece. So, the wickets started to tumble. Once again, we see plenty of wickets, don't we? We saw 17 wickets go down in that game. So, also a few more runs. That's the first time we've seen 300 plus runs in a game. And in the end, Malta running out victors by 42 runs. So, as far as the batting scorecard went for Luxembourg, 44 for Vich, tops the scoring, 24 for Halbarvi. Apart from that, 13 for Barker first up, Shivkar Gill 10, but he laboured to do it. Well, all 11 batters score, but they just have a tough time going at the rate. Okay, positive, it is the second highest score in the series. I think 137 can win you a few games here, but again, just kind of battered out of the contest by that century early in the piece. Looking at the bowling, pair of three-fers, Waqar Afridi Ahmed 3 for 34 off his 4 overs, came back well after a pretty expensive first over that went for 16. Apart from that, Shardru 3 for 26, scooped the pool. Wickets also to Prasath, who was brought on as a bit of an emergency option for Magal. Wazim Abbas 1 for 21 was solid. Aurora just the 1 over in the end. And you can see that it was all academic in the end. Malta build a big score and defend it. So we'll take a break and we'll be back very, very shortly with the second match of the day. Until then, it's me, Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the action from Malta. Back soon with more Mdina Cup T20 Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello folks, welcome back to Malta. Time for the second and final match of the day here from the Marsa International Cricket Ground. We saw the hosts come away with the points first up against Luxembourg. Now it's time for France to take on Luxembourg. So Luxembourg with the big doubleheader here on day two, their first entry into this week's action. A little bit earlier, we saw the officials with the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Good luck. Tail. Still. We are on a bad path.
So, great work from Big Swerve and Mervyn at the toss, taking care of responsibilities, and it was France that won the toss. Their captain, Mohamed Amjad, has elected to bat. And for me, that's all about them being master defenders. And we certainly saw it yesterday when they held on in a very tight contest. But their batting has been a little bit suspect at times. France are a side, though, that have a couple of key inclusions in this series. And one of them is Gustav McKeon, who is likely to open with Hevet Aladdin, Action Jackson, Galami at 3 needs some runs. A couple of failures yesterday. Kanasane at 4. Usman Khan provided the only half century for France yesterday. Perakajan Pirabakaran comes into the side for the first time this week. And really, they bat all the way down, but their issue, I suppose, is there's a lot of all-rounders in there. I think they need some guys to go on with it. For Luxembourg, well, they didn't win this morning in their first match. Joost Mees will retain the captaincy, but William Cope grabs the gloves for the second game of the day. Vij listed down there at 10. I don't think about that low, although he does fatiguing a little bit after cracking the top score for Luxembourg in game one. But in that game, it was Malta that got up, and they got up by a margin of 42 runs in the end. So welcome you, all of our viewers back, whether you're watching on Fancode in the subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. And yeah, Luxembourg, I mean, I think they're better for the run after that first game. But having said that, I mean, it's pretty hot. I mean, right now it's 31 degrees, feels like high 30s to be honest. And let's see if that affects Luxembourg at all. Having to go out there in the field, but I suppose they fielded first innings of the day, so they've had a bit of time as a group to recover. For France, though, talked about their batting being a little bit hit and miss, but for me, their bowling attack's where it's at. And Luxembourg, who struggled for runs in the first game, they're going to have their hands full, I think, in the second half of this game. But looks like Nanda will get us going. It's Gus McKeon that's going to face up. Hevet Aladdin Jackson at the other end. Gus McKeon had a rollicking start to his international career, passing 50 in each of his first 4 innings last year in the World Cup qualifiers. 2 centuries, 2 50s, but yeah, he got rocked for a duck yesterday, and also made a decent looking 40-odd. 43 or 41 run a ball. I didn't really dominate the attack, I think, the way he would have liked to. Here we go with the start of match 4. And it starts with a big wide down the leg side. William Cope with the gloves straight into the action. Had some questions about Joost Mees, the Luxembourg captain. And so the question was about his height, and he's 195 centimetres. So I was pretty close. About 6'5" in the old measurements. Oh, Linducker. Gus takes off straight away. He makes it, to be honest. Jackson was in more jeopardy. Nice bit of fielding. It was a pretty decent looking throw. But yeah, I think the thing is he's actually in the air when the ball hits, but once you've established your ground with a foot, even if it goes up, you're not going to be out. This will be Action Jackson on strike for the first time. This knocks the first one to cover. Yeah, so Dave noticing, as advertised, Luxembourg, they've changed their shirt colour. It's very accommodating, considering they've got a red opponent and a blue opponent. And Luxembourg will wear both. And they wear both today. So they're looking good in the red shirts. Which do you like better? I've got to say I'm a bit partial to the red one myself. Pretty striking. Angled in, Jackson gets off the mark with a push. Thinking of two, but it's not quite there. But yeah, lots of cricket coming up. About an hour and a half away from the start of the Dutch team's campaign in the T20Is over there in Kampong. Also, a fair bit of action coming your way from Hungary as well. Oh, it's a good shot from McKeon. Gets a little bit short and he's back like lightning, back and across and pulls that one away all the way along the carpet for four. Nice shot, the first boundary of the contest. See there that back foot. There's a bit of less of an emphasis on footwork with the pull shot now. They talk about weight distribution, but I think did both very well there. It's a bit of a warning, isn't it, to Nanda not to be too short. Let's see, next one a bit fuller. Gus might be waiting for it. He whips this away. Oh, it might have taken a bit of Shiv Karan Gill on the way through, but it still goes for four. So McKeon off to the races with back-to-back boundaries. It's turning into a good first over. Dave saying he quite likes the red as well. Take your pick. William Cope ready for a little edge if it comes. They might want it to come sooner rather than later. Okay, this time just digs it out of the block hole. Gone for deep extra cover as one of the outfielders there, also a long off. So as he's saying, we're going to bowl an off stump line, but yeah, a couple of boundaries in that first over, decent one. And at the end of it, it is 12 without loss. Having a look at the schedule today, you can see Malta defeating Luxembourg in the first game of the day. This is match 4, just 15 minutes behind schedule because first game ran a little bit long. And Netherlands-Thailand starting around about an hour and 20 minutes. But yeah, Mdina Cup is a 6-match series, so tomorrow we actually have 3 matches from Malta. First we finish the Mdina Cup, which is matches 5 and 6, and then the third match of the day will actually be match 1 of the Valletta Cup. Dave was asking, do I sleep when Corey is commentating? Well, I did last night. I've got to say, I did flick on the Thailand-Scotland game, and I was already pretty fatigued from a mixture of commentating and standing in the rooftop pool after work. But I really enjoyed watching a fair bit of the first innings of that game, but I did drift off eventually. It's naturally going to happen. But I do like listening to Corey. I do like listening to Rico. I do like listening to Charlie. Otherwise, wouldn't have them around, really. Here's Javakel. He's coming on for over number 2, and the first one just gets a little bit straight. It's going to roll to the boundary. McKeon with a third boundary. He looks on this morning. And I feel like yesterday was probably good for him. Just get the sense of this wicket a little bit. This is a ball which is just a bit too short, to be honest. McKeon's pretty tall, and like most players brought up in Australian pitches, he plays the horizontal bat shots pretty well. Next one. It's called a wide. More or less on target from Javakel. So yeah, it's I think so far every result has been good for the series. The fact that Malta and France split their results last night, Luxembourg losing a game means basically at this stage, all teams have lost one. So in a sense, they're even in that sense. Luxembourg with games to play, this becomes a really important game for them. This one, well bowled, goes away a little bit from Jabarkel. He picked up his first T20 international wickets earlier today, and yeah, congratulations to him, also his first runs. Hit a couple of nice boundaries. But yeah, with the teams playing only 4 matches, it's a quick series, and each match matters. Well, that one's going to be, could be a wide, but watch it take off. It's definitely hit something. And Jabarkel said, well, I didn't know I was that strong. It's got to be a wide, straight over the line, a little bit outside, but if that ball's straight, it's probably hitting in the head, if I'm honest. That's a good one to have go harmlessly wide of the off stump. Might put something in the back of your head, though, as a batter. Doesn't really time this one, McKeon. Gets it straight to Just Mays. Cover now. So, yes, splitting the wicket-keeping duties, Luxembourg. Cope's pretty handy with the gloves as well. Pitched up, drilled back at Jabarkel, who does the fielding. Looked like a bit of a thumb buster, to be honest. I think straight away he's saying, look, I have to go get some magic spray into the over, please. Yeah, that's a nasty looking one. He might actually want to take a break straight away, even with one left in the over. If he's able to bowl this ball, that'd be good, because then he could even go off for an over and get it seen to. But I suppose it is his bowling hand, so if he's uncomfortable, he's probably got every right to get some immediate attention. Liam Day asking in the chat from New Zealand, can Lux bounce back? Yeah, we'll see. Big hello to all of our viewers in Luxembourg as well. I know a few that I know reasonably well that haven't made the journey. Tony White would be one I'd want to say hello to. Hello, Tony, if you're watching. I wonder if any of the Luxembourg batters will carry on the tradition of doing push-ups before you commence your innings. That's ball the over. Coming up from Jabarkel with a busted thumb. And now this is up in the air, and it's going to plug, but it'll still run away for 4. So I think McKeon smelt blood. It might have been coming out of the end of the thumb of Jabarkel, but he pounced, didn't he? And he kind of just plays this off the length, gets enough of it. Probably not quite out of the middle, but still certainly enough to carry the rope for 4. It's the kind of shot probably gets you out at the end of the power play with the lines in place. But yeah, Gus spots his opportunity and gets it. End of the over, 22 without loss after 2 overs. Look at the table. Yeah, Malta at the top, but for how long? Because France with the win here, depending on the size of it, could leapfrog Malta. And now this one kind of feels like a must-win for Luxembourg, doesn't it? Because whoever loses this are the first team to lose 2, and it's going to be pretty tough to win the tournament if you've lost 2 matches. It is possible, because you could go 2-2, and all matches, all series might be split, if you like. So you could have each team winning 2, losing 2, and then strictly going to net run rate, but you don't often see that. Nanda to continue now in over number 3. With a shout, because Jackson did get a long way across, but I just feel the natural angle of Nanda and the fact that Jackson was pretty far forward means this was going down the leg side. Those pictures support it, even though that one always makes it look a bit further down leg side than it actually is. But you can see he was a good kind of metre outside the crease when he was hit. The ball had a long way to go. Umpires have been brilliant, actually, in this series. Next ball, called wide. So, for Action Jackson, you know, he's up there for the action. Now, Louis Bruce has something in the chat. Hello, Louis, watching from Gibraltar, no doubt. Wants to know my thoughts on the keeper wearing short sleeves. I'll give you an unpopular opinion in a second, Louis. Nice to see you, though. Little cut straight to the fielder. Big no from McKeon. It's a good call. Something we don't see a lot of in European cricket, I think, compared to, again, when you brought up in Australia. We used to do entire training sessions on just calling. Exciting as that sounds. I got to say, I'm pro short sleeve keepers. I used to do it. I just never really felt comfortable in long sleeves, if I'm honest. I reckon that's a wide, and he's gamed the umpire there. Look at how Cope takes this. He frames the pitch baseball catcher style, and when it passes for me, yeah, look at the way he takes it. Yeah, you know, actually, that was right outside the off stump. Classic. Well, for that alone, I think that Cope should keep the gloves. Coming back to Louis. Slower ball, hit pretty hard. Over the umpire's hat, and quiet time. Now we got a bit of trouble, but McKeon will get there. And a good dive sees him in safely for 2. That's good running. I mean, it was a bit of a risky one. I think a more powerful throw might have seen him in even more trouble. But you know, I know McKeon, he's played a lot of indoor cricket in Australia, and you get really good at diving if you practice that. This is a really good example. Have a look. It's the Superman dive, we call it. So, yeah. And the dive, a good diver, they can get themselves about an extra metre. Did a few tests on that a while back, and he needed it there. Well, this is hit pretty hard. They have a throw at the stumps, but to no avail. Yeah, so Louis, right now, it's boiling hot. So I think it's definitely a short sleeves day. In fact, I would say if you're allowed to, I wouldn't have any sleeves at all on a day like today. But of course, this is cricket and we don't roll that way. Action Jackson living up to his name again into the over. Much better one from Nanda. End of 3. The score is 25 without loss. Yeah, so I always kept in short sleeves. I think it's a bit discriminatory to say that one particular player has to wear long sleeves and others shouldn't. I mean, I like my arms getting a bit of a breeze. That's kind of all I'll say about it, to be honest. Times are changing. And anyway, right here, France 25 without loss after 3. They're the kind of side, you know, if they can put that 100 minimum on the board, kind of like 120, which I think is below par even. But if they get 120 plus, they're a pretty hard team to chase the runs down, just because of the variety and the quality of their bowling attack. But anyway, it's going to be Jamakel to continue here in the 4th over. McKeon raced to 18 in just 10 balls so far. Steps across, opens up the leg side and gets it. Going, gone. Maximo! Well, that one's actually genuinely in the archery range. So, all I'll say is that you're pretty brave if you're running in there. Because that's where the bows and arrows get used. This one actually somehow goes through the fence. And, well, you'd want to make it really clear to everyone that you're going to go and get this ball, just in case there's a random kind of Robin Hood type character. Oh, that's dangerous. I just hope there's no one there right now, otherwise we might have to cut away very quickly. But I got to say, that's ball retrieving in the 1st degree. And now he's tried to throw it over the fence and he's missed. Oh no, now he has to go get it again. Oh, that's a disaster. All right, 2nd attempt, and he's thrown it up. Is this getting over? Yes. So a bit like my golf, he wastes a shot there. But anyway, players taking the opportunity to have a drink while they're getting that ball. Makes sense. Yeah, Louis saying he's a long-sleeved player no matter what. That's probably smart. I mean, you do look like you'd burn easily, Louis. I heard it has been pretty hot in that part of the continent as well. Gibraltar and the Costa del Sol has been scorching, I've heard as well. Anyway, Jabberkill's back. What's McKeon's attitude? Which is up. Don't think he hits it. If he does, he hits it into the ground. Might have just hit the ground with his bat. That's a pretty good comeback from the bowler. McKeon a little bit slow to kind of get across. Couldn't really decide if he was forward or back. In the end, he kind of does both. Misses out. As this one goes, just inside. I actually think it's a decent lead from McKeon, who knew he could kind of throw the hands at that. But yeah, this is probably, for me, one of the differences between 10 over and 20 over cricket. I think you're throwing your hands at that in a 10 over game, but it would have been a risky shot because he could have sliced it away. There's three fielders kind of square of the wicket and on the nick. And he doesn't need to take that kind of risk at the moment. And next ball is one he can drive in a more orthodox fashion. Running away. Pretty good fielding. Flicked back to Halbavi, but yeah, that's really good work from Luxembourg to keep that to 2. Yeah, he gets a bit closer to this one. Yeah, Barker runs in and flicks it back. Yeah, so Barker into the side. So you got Tim Barker and James Barker both in the side. They're twins. James was 12th man in the last game. All right, hits. Doesn't beat the mid-wicket, so there's no run there. Hello to Kroom, hopefully you're well. How are you doing? I know that Kroom's joining us from the UK. We've got viewers from all around the world right now. Special hello to all of our French viewers that might be joining us for the first time today. Swing Yorker, negotiated by McKeon, who's moved to 26, 4 overs down. France, 33 without loss. Looking the goods so far. So, 5th over about to commence. Obviously, T20 International operating from both ends, unlike most of the cricket you see here on ECN. The first one just dragged to the leg side. Picked up cleanly, even though it was a decent effort to kind of drag it back, but they will get 2. So, just a single. This one is too wide. Nice try by Cope this time. He's not going to get away with this one. Sneaking back. Hello to KG. Good to have you with us. I just know how you're doing out there. I've got to say, this is the kind of day that cricket's meant to be played on. It's warm for sure, but it's a summer sport. It's looking beautiful from my vantage point at least. Jackson hasn't really hit his straps yet. He does get a single there. It's McKeon that's been the chief instigator so far for France. McKeon qualifies on citizenship for France, although he's grown up in Australia, played his cricket there, plays for the Perth Cricket Club in the grade system in the WACA competition, West Australian Cricket Association. I think they call it Premier Cricket now. And yeah, it's a very competitive type of cricket. In my opinion, it's some of the most kind of competitive cricket you'll play because the system there, you basically got 16 clubs and all funneling into the one first-class team. So it's a pretty brutal competition. It's a good full delivery from Nanda. Just drums it down the ground for one. Jackson, I've got a feeling, you know, he's there for one reason only. I think he's gonna try and take things up a notch sooner rather than later. He tries, but again, gets good pitched up delivery on the stumps. Can't beat the mid-on. You kind of sense the frustration. He likes to be busy, he likes to be scoring quickly. At the moment, 6 off 11, but yeah, Luxembourg, I think, probably learned from the last game that if you offer length on this pitch, the batters can do something with it. But you know, the good Yorkers coming out early so far have been pretty effective. Yeah, that's the trademark Jackson little kind of kneel down sweep. Premeditated, isn't it? Again, can't beat the infield, so that's good stuff from Luxembourg. Just feel the pressure building here. Gets a bit of width this time. May have got a finger on that. This wasn't a serious opportunity. Now, the fact he gets the finger on it means it stays in the field of play. So it'll just be 2. It will be the end of the over as well. I suppose you could put that down as a chance, because I do think he touches on the full, but it was a proper finger tipper, to be honest. 5 overs in. France, after winning the toss, electing to bat. Yeah, 40 without loss. At the worm, and you've got good start there, but just kind of coming back a touch now. It's 8 and over, pretty healthy for me. That's kind of I feel that's where par should be when you look at these conditions. About 8 and over, 160. So far we haven't seen. I've only seen one score above that. But I just feel, to me, it's where it should be. It's probably around where it was last year as well. This one's knocked into the leg side. And they're going to get 2. They somehow misfielded a ball that was barely moving, Jabakal. So it's just a little bit of a concentration error, I think. Pitch up, knocked into the offside for a single. So, yeah, France just kind of chugging along at the moment. McKeon, he's looked in good touch. Jackson's still finding his way. This is Pankaj Malav, who's coming to the lineup. Getting a bowl here in over number 6. McKeon backs up, but sent back pretty quickly. Yeah, tries again. Favourite kind of like kneel down, swat. Side edge. In the air. And nudged away. Again, another good bit of fielding. Fikovic that time that does the fielding. Good team play once again from Luxembourg. Jackson hits down the ground, hustles through. As we get to the end of the sixth over, into the power play, and France are 46 without loss. Let's have a look at some of the upcoming events, and there's plenty of them. Of course, Valletta Cup starting tomorrow. Our last game of the day will be the first game of the Valletta Cup here in Malta, but at the same time, we've got the T20I's with the hosts on the park today for the first time in the Netherlands. That starts in about an hour's time. We've got ECS Cricket in Hungary, which is chugging along. Be in Czechia next week for a great European Cricket Series in Prague. All the European Cricket Series, including the one in Hungary right now, will finish with internationals. Switzerland excited to be back there for the first ECS in 3 years. Back to the action. Here's over number 7. Slow ball first up. Say well done to Malav. He just goes for 6 in his first over of the series. He wasn't in the side in the last game, so it kind of makes sense if you've got a squad to kind of rotate if you can when you've got back-to-back matches, because yeah, it's very warm at the moment. Wow, it's absolutely smashed by Jackson. That's what he's there to do, and that is banked into the pavilion. Maximo! Action Jackson just goes bang. And this is the risk of giving length to some of these guys. He's been wanting that for a while. Oh, this one absolutely smashed right out of the middle. I don't know where that hit. Might have actually hit the sign on the top of the pavilion. Let's see how far we can track this one. Going. Oh, certainly hit some part of the building. Great shot. The next one, he's going to get 4 more. And he just glanced that away. So, I mean, just like that, he's up over a runner ball and looking dangerous. Ironically, have to wait to the end of the power play for him to start bringing the power. Slower ball just hangs up in the air, doesn't it? And picked and dealt with from Aldon Jackson. And getting bowled out here. Actually, they kind of stuck with him. He's been good at times, but I thought maybe they had an opportunity to kind of just change the look. And his overs have gone for 12, 3, 7. Now this one's gone for 10. I suppose, yeah, the fact he got a second over at all, and bowled a good one, to be fair. But obviously deciding he's a new ball bowler. This one almost carries to Barker, but not quite. Jackson will get one more ball from Nanda. Maybe he'll get another one. Cope once again with his trademark sneak to the left. Look at this. I gotta say, as a keeper, I appreciate the subtlety of that. Tarek's asked me where have I been lately. I've been everywhere, Tarek. It's going to keep going. Looking forward to being back in Prague next week. Oh, he's gone. He's bowled a slow ball. Low full toss curved in, and you picked the wrong guy to try and hit it over. because Hughes Mays, 6'5" of him, is in the mid-wicket region, and just when Jackson starts to hit his straps, he's got to walk back to the pavilion for 21. It's also the end of the over, 57 for 1. Yeah, I mean, shin high full toss. He'll be so annoyed with himself, to be honest. He picks it, but just doesn't time it. I mean, he does normally like to go square of the wicket, so you can understand that. But Mays, without the gloves this time, takes a very good catch and takes us to the end of the 7th over. The score is 57 for 1. Take an opportunity to get a bit of a drink, and well, it's the beast Mukhtar Gulami who comes to the crease at number 3. Just 1 and 2 in his 2 innings yesterday. He's a good player though. I certainly hope for his sake that he can build a bit of a score here. But we do know that the French batting, let's just say, hasn't quite matched with their bowling standards since we've been watching them on the ECN at least. But having said that, some talented players in there, including McKean, who's on strike right now. Malov gets the 2nd over. Pushing hard for 2 here. Well, McKean was keen, and Gulami wasn't. To be honest, a new batter there will be a little bit more tentative to take a run like that. McKean dispensing with the helmet now, batting in the cap. I don't think there was 2 there. I think it was necessary at this stage of the game. Gulami then gets to face up. So we haven't seen too much of him so far, Gulami, but he's a guy that can really give it a thump when he gets in. Uppish drive, but fortunately for Gulami, it's into the gap. Just 1 down to the fielder, Tim Barker. Okay, get some help. I've got to say the keeper's one of the worst people to ask to tie his shoelace, because they're already pretty hampered by the fact that they're wearing inners. Just my personal opinion. But anyway, credit to Cope. He seems to do a pretty stand-up job. Driven to the corner. I think they should get it here. Nanda's got a long way to go. Very easy too. All right, now go to 8 and over, which I think's par. There's still a long way to go. Dragged off the inside half of the bat from McKean. Moves to 34. Well, I've been decent here. He's just kind of ticking along. Run a ball, but been pretty accurate. Hasn't been hit for a boundary yet. I suppose just 2 dot balls out of the 10 that he's bowled. Driven, but well fielded once again. Tim Barker doing the job. He's got a pretty interesting run up, my love, because he's a right-hander, but he sneaks behind the umpire and then just kind of pops out at the last moment. Have a look at it here. I don't think it's any sort of deception. I think it's just naturally the way he likes to approach the crease. End of the over, 64 for 1. Yeah, it's a funny little approach, isn't it? How he kind of ducks in and out of the eye line of the batter. Anyway, moving along. McKean 35, not out. He's built himself a good base for potentially a big score here. He just seemed pretty unflustered. Galami, though, real opportunity for him. I don't know, serious pressure. I mean, as a number 3, there's a whole bunch of different situations you can come in. Often you can come in after one ball and find yourself under pressure. But now, Shine knocked off the ball a little bit. Everyone's been out there for about 40 minutes already. You're coming out fresh. Slightly older ball, like I said. And already 64 on the board. So, as a number 3, it's pretty much an ideal time, I think, to come out and start your innings. Dingra gets the ball here in the ninth. It's on the pads from McKee, and again he's looking for 2. Hoping for a fumble, doesn't get it. Yeah, so Tarek, great to see you in the chat, and hopefully enjoying yourself. Where are you watching from? Might be watching from Denmark. Yeah, Dingra. Hoping to break this partnership before it really starts. Fairly well bowled from Dingra, zeroing in on the stumps, but knocked away. Do get 1. They're looking fairly solid there technically. Galami. McKeon goes back and punches. Beats the diving maze, but I think it was always going to be a single regardless. Just a single, though. You see, again, has a good back and across step when he plays on the back foot. What that allows him to do is it just gets his eyes a bit closer to the line of the ball. The closer your eyes are to the line of the ball, the less likely you are to misjudge it. Having said that, Galami kind of does the opposite. He finds himself kind of his weight going the wrong way and misses out, and that ball. There's a slight difference here. So just look at the footwork of Galami compared to what you saw from McKee in the ball before. See? That back foot at the end kind of jumps back a bit rather than getting across and kind of staying across. Pitched up and driven, but they got Deepak's to recover back. So they're operating at the moment with 6 fielders on the offside. So really, I suppose, challenging the batter to go across the line if he wants to take a risk. McKeon is whipped pretty well to the leg side. He's just in cruise control at the moment, but now he wants to take things up a notch, and he does. Maximal! Well, the opportunity was there, wasn't it, for Gus McKeon if he wanted to go leg side. Only 3 fielders on that side of the ground, and he gets this ball just angled into him slightly, and he hits it up and over the ropes. Takes him up into the 40s. You can see he plays that on length more than line. Goes and gets it. Feels confident. I mean, the risk to that shot, if you get it slightly wrong, you can get a leading edge, you can pop the ball up in the offside, but there's heaps of fielders. But yeah, that was an excellent shot. And he equals his high score in the series now, 43 off 41 yesterday against Malta. At 43 off 26, kind of shows you he's hit the ball better, and he's found it easy to score earlier in his innings today compared to yesterday. And he's looking pretty composed at this stage. 9 overs in, 74 for 1. Keanu, I know he's probably the #1 member of the Gus McKeon fan club. Keanu, watching from Australia, saying, yeah, he really is a gun. I hope he goes on to make a big score. Well, he might. Don't take anything for granted either. You saw this exactly where he got out yesterday on 43. Now Kalami trying to find his way. Vikram Vij comes into the attack, over number 10. Kalami hits and runs. Maze, like an octopus, does the fielding and throws it blindly. Good party trick from Yost. Look at this. good enough to keep it to 1. Anyway, McKeon shows back against the wily Vikram. A slow ball pitched up, and it's out of the ground. Maximo! I don't even think he gets all of this, but he places it well, and he gets it away from the outfielder. And McKeon moves to 49. Picks the slow ball from Vikram. Takes a bit of a chance, I suppose, going sideways again, but there's rewards for those risks because that is the shortest boundary on the ground. McKeon now, his high score of the series. Well struck. And this will bring up his 50 as well. And Gus McKeon, he's batted really well in this innings from the get-go. Half century of 28 balls. Brings it up with the single, but along the way, he has hit 3 sixes and 4 fours, striking it round about 180. 50 in the first half, 150 in the second half as well. Kalami not finding it quite as easy. But still, he's got Gus McKeon at the other end. And it's got to take a lot of pressure off Kalami. He looks better after a bit of a rest. We saw him at the end of his innings earlier. This is drilled square of the wicket by Kalami, who gets 1. Louis Bruce says, right, here we go. Louis getting behind Gus as well, too. Really exciting young players, the European circuit. Keanu mentioning Gus only 19 years of age, yeah, still a teenager. Comes from my hometown, Perth, Western Australia as well. Last ball of the 10th. McKeon on strike. Steps across and gets 4. Well, that would have been a tough one for the keeper to take because it was well down the leg side. But McKeon said, no, I don't want extras, I want runs. And he gets 4 of them. Takes us to the end of the 10th over. The score 87 for 1. Not a good ball from Vidge, and there's no fine leg to speak of down there. That one crashes into the Maltese limestone wall that borders this Marsa International Cricket Ground. 87 on the board in the first half then. It's a pretty healthy start for France. And remember, they've got a pretty powerful bowling attack. So even if it was to kind of go wrong here, let's say, I'm not saying it will, but we saw them make a pretty bright start yesterday, but then kind of fall away in the second half. But I mean, it seems certain they're going to make, say, 130 plus. I think that's enough for France to defend with the bowlers they've got. But don't judge a game too quick. Never judge it in the first quarter. And we're only a quarter of the way through. Shivkaran Gill comes on to bowl. Inside the off stump, Galami takes 1. I think that's his role at the moment. I mean, Galami will get better the longer he bats. I think he just seemed a little bit kind of anxious to get going yesterday. Couldn't happen. But at the moment, take the 1, get to the other end. Let Gus do his thing. He's 54 and counting. Taps across, gets it past yours. Should get 2 here. They will jog it in. As the long off had a long way to go. Yeah, Ryan's that saying, well played, McKeon. Yeah, he's looked kind of in control, hasn't he, really? And also, you know, he'd play most of his cricket, almost all of his cricket on turf. I think it's easier going from turf to artificial rather than the other way. McKeon sees the slow ball and he sees it disappear. Maximo! Up into the 60s. And yeah, Shivkaran Gill, I mean, I like the idea of a change of pace, but yeah, it was picked pretty early, I think, from a guy who's seeing him well. And then, once again, just plays it on length and just swings with his natural arc and sends it out of the ground. 6 more. Yeah, I just think if you're used to playing on pitches that are turf pitches, especially pitches that do a bit, where he's playing at the moment in the East Anglia Premier League, the Norfolk area, and even pitches in Australia, which can be pretty batting friendly, but also there's normally a bit of seam in them. There's normally a bit of sideways, and you do get pitches with a bit of variable bounce. I think that when you come to artificial, it's a fairly smooth transition, and you know, shots like that, for example, you know, you're not really too worried about a bad bounce. It's the kind of shot. You are hitting across the line. You're kind of taking balls from the stumps and outside of stump and going leg side. But you're able to do that because you trust the bounce, you trust the pitch. I think it's a lot more difficult, for example, what the Austrians are trying to do at the moment, trying to get experience on turf. And we saw them struggling a little bit in the Isle of Man in a couple of matches in preparation for their World Cup qualifiers in Scotland. McKeon jumps on the back foot. Sets a bit of a task for the deep mid wicket. I'll just get one here. It's a nice bit of fielding out there by Halbavi. He looked pretty dangerous himself early with the bat. Knocks it up but keeps it in front of him. This one sneaks past Galami. He's not quite finding it as easy like we said. But yeah, I certainly found that. I played almost my whole career on turf, except for maybe some junior cricket. Now this one's in the air, and this will be a pressure reliever for Galami. It's going to run away, and it's going to get there. It's going to be 4. And this is all about the placement. Gets just enough bat to get it away from James Barker. The 100 comes up with that shot from Mukhtar Galami as well. So the beast is waking up as well. That spells trouble for Luxembourg. It's 101 for 1 after 11 overs. Yeah, so playing almost all my senior cricket on turf, and then to play the occasional game on synthetic. If anything, you do get some synthetic pitches which are a little bit slow, and that can kind of mess with your timing a bit. But yeah, for the most part, and I should also say that what I've noticed and what I've learnt since I've been based in Europe is that different artificial pitches have different properties. So just like different natural turf pitches have different properties, we've seen pitches that have a bit of variable bounce, like the pitch we saw in Sweden recently in Stockholm, and pitches we've seen in Milan, for example, where there's a little bit of variable bounce in it. But I think for the most part, the ones, especially the ones with a bit of a concrete base, they're pretty consistent and batter friendly, especially if you like playing the horizontal bat shots. Well, this is pitched up. Goes. Does he get the journey? He's dropped. And McKeon gets dropped on 53 by Malav, who did well to get there. He's very quick to get across, but with 9 overs left, that's one you need to take. In Luxembourg, they pride themselves on their fielding. Tests out one of the longer boundaries in that mid-wicket region. Malav couldn't hold on. It's not a good feeling. Gets another ball that's pitched up, and another run, a slight fumble, but it was a good stop nonetheless. Now they're going to get an overthrow. That's really alert running. McKeon was ready for it. The bowler blocked it partially, but there was open space behind him. Knocked down the ground for a single. Yeah, importance of holding your catches, especially the big players when they're ready on a big score. McKeon, in that time, just trying to take up one of the bigger boundaries, like I said, compared to going dead square. Now again, he's pushing. They might go 2 here, they will. Throw whistles in. Galami's home. It's a good team play as well. I think Galami recognising the situation. And that's something we see, I suppose, in the T20 form of the game with a slightly longer boundaries than what we see in the European Cricket Series, for example, or the T10 format of the game with the shorter boundaries, where you can kind of knock a gap, run hard, and come back for 2. And it's not because the fielder's done anything wrong. It's just because you hit it in a pocket of space. This time I think it's probably just 1. No, they're going to take him on. They're going to get there. Well, that's really good running then, because I felt that was hit fairly much straight at the fielder, but just backing their pace. There's no hesitation. Turning ones into 2s if you can do that. Say 3 times an over. Over 20 overs, that's 60 extra runs out of nothing, out of thin air. Pitched up, this time he picks out Mays. And also, getting a 2 instead of 1, it keeps the same batter on strike, which I think is a good thing. No, I think that the more you face a bowler, the more comfortable you get, rather than constantly changing. Something I learned from T10 cricket. Anyway, 109 for 1 after 12. Jalakal has gone for 26 off his 3 overs so far. Doesn't have a wicket just yet. Look at the table, Luxembourg. They lose this. They'd have to win the remaining 2 games, and they would have to kind of hope that their net run rate stands up. So yeah, margins matter. It's hard to see, given the scale of their defeat in the first game. Well, that wasn't a huge blowout, but certainly was a bigger margin than we saw yesterday. Galami breaks free from the shackles, and this is a convincing shot from the beast. He smacks it straight through cover and gets 4. That's good batting. You can see there, that did have a cover in the circle, but he was a little bit square. That one smashes into the fence. Good batting, good shot. Shivkaran Gill gets the second over. Told you Galami will be better the longer he's out there. I've seen him play some very good innings. I've seen him playing before in Sweden in the ECS. If you want to go back to 2020 even. We saw him for the first time. The Seaside. A bit of a loose shot from McKeon this time. He's about it anyway, almost chops on, but survives. So he's had that little bit of luck a couple of times now in the 60s. Luxembourg, just hoping, can you break this partnership? Can you get McKeon? Can you then kind of turn over the middle order? This is up in the air. Fielder can't quite get there. And this is going to be 6 all the way. Maximo! Halbavi, probably if he's on that line, he's got a chance to catch this, but I think the fact he had to go sideways, it was just a bridge too far. McKeon again trusting the bounce, goes across the line. You see, it probably carries the line by a metre, but it was away from the fielder. Now a little bit short, crack straight at Halbavi, has to stop it, and even though he's a good 60 metres off the bat, he's wringing his hands. McKeon to 75, 3/4 of the way to a century. We saw one this morning, Zishan Khan, 115 for Malta. Galami hits it but picks out Mays. And that will be the end of the over. Shivkaran Gill, 26 off his 2 so far. 13 overs down. And France, 121 for 1. McKeon really making the most of this opportunity, and he looked bright from the start today. I think it looks better for the run yesterday. Cricket's a funny game, it's a confidence game. It's one of the few games where you've got to have one chance per match as a batter. And if you blow it, you blow it. We saw McKeon survive a big caught behind appeal yesterday morning, but then get bowled around his legs the very next ball. But, you know, once he's looked settled, he's looked very unflustered. Pitched up on middle stump. This will be dragged away to square leg for 1. Vikram being used as another medium pace option. They've got a few of them, Luxembourg. I said they lack what I'd call a tear away. You know, like a real out and out pace bowler in their lineup. Guys that can do a bit with it. Reaches with this Galami. Just a single. Barbie's been busy out there lately, hasn't he? Mum still watching, saying, yeah, pray for Zishan Khan batting so well. Well, prayers were answered this morning in Samam. That was a great innings, and we're watching another good one in progress here from Gustav McKeon. One angles in towards the stumps. Should just be one. Yeah, Raza saying France versus Malta will be an interesting contest. Well, Raza, guess what? They played twice yesterday. Go flick it on. They were both excellent matches. And the good news is France and Malta will meet again tomorrow in the opener of the Valletta Cup, which is the third match of the day here. And then potentially they could meet again on the weekend in the finals. You never know. Hayes covers a lot of ground there at short cover, doesn't he? Galami. More or less run a ball through his first 20. Yeah, so keep an eye out for the three-match, I'm calling it. Not just the rematch, it's the three-match between France and Malta after their two really close games yesterday. Vidge, looks like he's been through the ringer, to be honest. It's been a long, hot day out there for the veteran. Slow ball, and Galami can't time it. There's that rolling off spinner. He just takes probably 20% of the pace off the ball. Picks it, I think. Galami, but couldn't do too much with it. Chops it back to the bowler. Steps across, picks out Mays, but they go to him anyway because they know he's got a field it probably hit the ground. Feel the vibrations. Galami retains the strike. And it's also the end of the over, the score. 125 for one. Beautiful sunny day, 31 degrees right now. That is the expected maximum. And like I said, a little bit of a breeze, which is coming across the ground now, but not a big breeze. It's very, very warm. Walking stick 77 to Gus McKeon at the top of the order. So batting to come. This is where I'd probably send in Usman Khan next. You got Kanasane there, he's listed at 4, but I think maybe just go with the guy in 4 first. Bit of Bakaran into the side as well for the first time in the tournament in this match. My love, he's made his bed now, he's got to line it because he is the man that dropped McKeon back when he was on 63. Now he's going to bowl, but he's going to bowl from the city end, so he's going to bowl coming towards us now rather than when he bowled earlier. Not two decent overs, didn't get hit to the boundary in his 12 deliveries, went for 6 and 7 of his 2 overs. Galami probably wants to take it up a notch here. 6 overs remaining in this French innings. This has worked well through stumps, and this is 4. So Galami kind of slowly getting there, isn't he? This is angled in towards the stumps. Generates a lot of bat speed here. It's all about the wrists here. Ends up cracking that one away. Just have a look at the way the bat follows through as well. It really throws the bat at it. And we've got a great view of the bowler here, how his run-up is kind of temporarily is like an eclipse, isn't there? And he goes behind the umpire. So I think we'll just see a single. So now you see him, now you don't, with my love running in. That's going to kind of put you off a little bit, I think. Whenever you're watching the bowler and then he's not there anymore. Get a good view of it here again. So have a look at him. My love starts kind of just outside the umpire and then he'll just kind of duck in behind him and then come out again. Bit of peekaboo. And he's back. It's the kind of run-up you'd expect from a left armour, actually. 2 here. Good throw might have him in trouble, but Galami legs it out for 2. It's good batting. Yeah, so a left armour you can understand coming from behind the umpire. because that's kind of their natural angle of approach. So it's a bit different, but I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. We've seen for Hungary, the protractor, Abhishek Kedapal, a very angular approach. Different kind of approach for a right armour. This is kind of the opposite extreme. McKeon chips it, and he's gone. Nicely taken out there by James Barker into the side. McKeon gets a pat on the back for his trouble, but I think he wanted a century. He's not going to get one. And perhaps a flashpoint in the innings, because the one batter that was dominating is gone. McKeon goes 125 for 2. Well held out there by James Barker. But in the end, I suppose that drop from Malov only costs him 14, and he repairs his own damage because he comes up with the wicket of Big Gus. Yeah, it's just whipped away, times it too well, if anything. Not a bad shot, but he couldn't have picked out James Barker any better if he tried. Kind of knew it straight away, didn't he? Maybe a slightly slower ball from Malov. Well held. And even I like the way James Barker, protects the ball, puts the ball in his non-grounded hand and touches the ground with his other hand to break his fall. Mitchell Starc, if you're watching, that's the way to do it. Kanasane holds his position at number 4. And so, apologies, I think I've just had the scoreboard racing to catch up. But still, opportunity for Kanasane with 6 overs to play with. Driven back at Malov. Will feel 1,000 times better after seeing the back of McKeon. Bearing in mind he put him down on the boundary, a fairly elementary chance just moments ago. Kanasane brings his ears back, finds the same fielder out there. James in the side, his twin brother, Timothy Barker as well. That'll take us to the end of the over. This is the time of the day. I'll tell you why the scoreboard's gone missing, because the heat is just playing havoc with the equipment. There's a lot of stuff overheating right now. So that's why you'll see the graphics just momentarily taking a bit of a siesta, but they should be back. Credit to all the crew here and all the crew from Spring Productions as well, working so hard to keep us on the air. 3, appreciating that bit of advice I had. Yeah, that's a funny one, the Mitchell Starc catch. I mean, Louis Bruce is watching right now. He had a catch which was given out, but to be honest, he did the same thing, and that was creating a bit of a debate at the time. I've got to say, no offense to Louis, I don't think it was out, because you rub the ball on the ground when you're breaking your fall. And yeah, if you want to see a sneak preview of the big issues in world cricket, just stay tuned to ECN, because you always see it here first. It's hard for me to think of something that's happened in a high level of cricket, kind of test cricket or top level T20 national ODI cricket, or franchise cricket, that we haven't seen on ECN already. Because just the volume of cricket that we do, you'll see it all. Anyway, pitch to continue. This is a chance. Mays, he's got range. Just can't organise a decent throw in the end. And he runs away to the left when he sees he's kind of safe. But Mays did well to kind of grab it with one hand. Up in the air. That'll just be a single. Flat bat straight down the ground. For two, it's a long throw. Barker finds himself in the action again, but can't prevent the double. Bitch. Trying to hold up his end. Once again, apologies for the lack of graphics at the moment. Just away to the leg side. Yeah, it's not surprising actually. You consider how hot it is at the moment that you can have the odd technical issue. So right now, I'll try and give you the live score. 138 for two, or 15.4. In the air. Oh, it doesn't quite carry, I think, in the end. Does well to block it. My love. Be a single. So 139 for two off 15.5. Last ball of the over. Coming up. Pitch. Strays onto the pads. No real fine leg, but there's a deep backward square to kind of make up the difference. And he does pretty well out there to keep that 2-1 in the end. So that's the end of the over, and I make that 140 for two after 16. Won't be too long before we have the graphics back. If you want to know the score, just listen to me and I'll tell you. And speaking of numbers, that's a number that just keeps on shrinking, doesn't it? 76 days until the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket, starting on the 25th of September. We'll see 5 nations this week here in Malta that will all take part in the ECC. Meanwhile, on our other stream, international stream, we've got the Netherlands who will be part of it. Scotland will be part of it. Fortunately, Thailand, on account of not being European, they're not there just yet. Anyway, it's going to be curtains for Kanasane. He swings all around that. And yeah, just a fairly straight delivery. I think Iswaran is going to have to go. That will be the third wicket. It's 140 for 3. Kanasane is going to go for a run ball 6. And so I think it's going to be Usman to replace him. Maybe a little bit of an inside edge there, but no credit to Malav. God, I had a bit of a facepalm moment earlier when he dropped McKeon. So here's Usman that comes out at 5, confirming that score. 140 for 3 off 16.1. There you go. Didn't have to wait too long. Corey Ruckers has popped into the chat. Hello, Corey. Saying that the women's event starts soon. Yeah, it does. And yeah, looking forward to that. Maybe you can let us know if we've got a little bit of toss news there, maybe. Let me give you the sneaky. Looks like Thailand have won the toss and elected to bat against the Netherlands. Might even be able to find the lineups for that pretty shortly, but Heather Seegers leading the side. I bet later behind the stumps. Or go on contact. Cope finds himself in a bit of a muddle, searching for the stumps, but Usman gets off the mark, first up. Yeah, so it's been great to see some of the Netherlands women's side on the network this year with the ECIWs. They actually won the first ever ECIW in Gibraltar earlier this year. Set a record as well for the quickest chase, chasing down a score in only 5 balls, which is pretty impressive. Well bowled. Jammed down by Kalami. He's kind of found his feet slowly but surely, hasn't he? Kalami does have another gear though, we just haven't seen it yet. Down the ground, but just a single this time. Galami's certainly exciting play to watch. Yeah, France heading that 170 direction at the moment. This one, as he likes to do, kind of steps away and gives himself a little bit of extra room. And this time, does get a single once again. Galami, last ball for Malav in his spell. 2 for 24 at this stage. Steps across, wants to launch and does, and it's out of here. Maximo! Well, careful waking up the beast. Malav had some good moments, had some other moments. That was the ladder as he disappears over the leg side. 17 overs down. It's 149 for 3. So yeah, 3 overs to go. I mean, here you're looking kind of 10-10-10. You set 180. I think that's something Luxembourg know all too well. Isn't going to be too easy. You can see he made a pre-movement there. Look at him just sneak across. Ends up with this kind of heel on off stump. So he's gotten across a lot. And to be honest, the length was there to play the shot. I mean, as a bowler there, I think you'd probably either try to follow the batter. But I think the most important thing is you don't want to give him length to work with. And he did, and he paid the price. Galami to 35. 3 overs to go. So the French batting kind of standing up here. We've only needed to see 5 of them so far. And I think so far we're seeing teams doing well where you've seen top order batters go on and make some big scores. So Dingra only had the 1 over so far. He's coming back to bowl over 8. He's been pretty good on the Yorker so far. Thought they jinx him. So it's almost a Yorker. They hit and run. And they get there. So yeah, I think Dingra, for me, I quite like his ability to kind of jam the ball up in the block hole at the end of the innings. Did that pretty well from this end earlier. Typically when he misses his Yorker, he misses slightly full. And a slightly full's all right. Case in point, that one. It's actually good running from Galami because he doesn't know where the ball is, but if you're not sure where the ball is, look at your partner. Your partner will know. He looks up. Look at this. Looking for the ball, and he's like, hold on. Okay. I'm seeing you. And if you're running, then you kind of give me a clue about where the ball is and that we can get through. Hello to Alan James as well. Where are you watching from, Alan? Good to have you with us. He said swing for the fences last 3 overs. That's exactly what they're going to do, I think. 150's up as well for France. Pretty healthy looking total at the moment. In progress. Been a long day at the office. Tuesday's the new Monday for Luxembourg, I think. On the charge, perfectly placed, just bouncing over the bowler for 1. Yeah, get some good bounce out of this pitch, even if you're batting. It is pretty hard. Galami. He wants to go large here. Or Dingra give him something he can work with. Well, not yet. Almost like a phone that was running out of batteries there when Dingra ran in. Anyway. Blimey, 36 off 28. It's a rare kind of length delivery, but it gets a little outside edge. Think about two, but I think against it in the end. Throw gets away from the keeper, doesn't beat the backup fielder, so change of tactic. Doesn't really go for the Yorker this time. Just hopes that maybe he can beat him outside off, and he almost does. This is kind of in the slot, but get away with it. My love. It's turned into Jonty Rhodes now. Just kind of slides, makes the stop. Another big test for Luxembourg batting ahead. First things first, to try and limit the damage here. 13 balls left in this innings. Pitched up, it's just out of the grasp of Malav, and that'll be a boundary. Good shot by Galami. Once again, you see him sneaking across, opening up that leg side. That ball's a long way outside of stump, but again, trusts the bounce and gets the result. So end of the over as well. 158 for 3. Pretty consistently kind of set around the 8 to 9 and over throughout the last few overs, and it shows you that they're likely to score in the, let's say the kind of 170s, I'd say. The most likely scenario at this stage. It's going to be Jabakel. He's going to bowl out here in the 19th. It's a decent over. Decent finish at least to the over. Dingra went for 5 singles and a 4. Very few dot balls. Just kept things ticking. This one will get one here. Bowler has to do his own fielding. Does. So I think that has been the key. If you look in the second half of this innings, or even let's say in the last, let's say 10 overs, there's only been 12 dot balls. That's pretty good. Basically scoring a 5 out of 6 balls and over. Galami hits this with power and panache, goes through the offside and gets 4. I said he'll get better the longer he's out there, and this is probably his best shot yet. And for me, the way that he takes the ball, there's not too much wrong with it, to be honest, from Jabakel. Okay, maybe it's a little bit short for this stage of the innings, but he absolutely smashes it off the back foot. There was no doubt that was heading for 4. Good shot. Galami just kind of crept up on a half century. And now he's scoring around about the 150 strike rate as well. That's acceptable. On 45. This time he'll hit it at Mays and run. He's happy to concede the 1. Moves to 46. Yeah, Usman Khan, he was the hero yesterday, basically set up a winning score for France in match 1. Malta bowled it, but then it was France's turn later in the day. And to be honest, Usman, his wicket, set up a big finish. This is a thick edge running away, but handled down there, Vikramovich. Yeah, yesterday was such a weird day between France and Malta. They kind of each did the same thing. They were in really super powerful positions in the chase with a couple of overs to go, or as they were closing in on the target, and then messed it up. So they both experienced both sides of that. Right now here's Galami on 46. Well, hold on, you can't run there. That's not how cricket works anymore. Yeah, it's got to be a dead ball, right? I didn't even know. I don't even know if he was genuinely trying to run him out or whether he broke down. Yeah, look. Let's have a look what happens here. Is he going early? He's kind of looking at him and then try. In the old days, you could actually do that and you could run, but that's not the case anymore. So it's either out or it's a dead ball. And because it's not out, it's a dead ball and you can't run. To be honest, I quite like the old rule where you could run. And in those situations, this is probably the most obscure rule that I know that existed, that any runs taken are scored as no balls, but there's no signal from the umpire, so the scorers are just meant to know that. They kind of follow. They're like miscellaneous runs. Anyway. Well, full toss this time, cracked, and it should be gone. And it is gone. So yeah, Galami won't get his half century in the end. And he just pulled that shot a little bit to the left. We had a good view of it from our vantage point, didn't we? Fairly safe catch taken down there. And his innings comes to an end on 46. I say Luxembourg, they've caught pretty well. It's high-ish as well, probably just below the waist. And when T20 Nationals has to be above the waist. I don't think that was quite above the waist. But he knew straight away that he'd made a mess of it. But still, Galami, 46 off 33. Not too bad at all. As he departs, it's 165 for 4. Luxembourg, we know they missed a key one earlier, but it did cost them. It's been a bit of a theme today. Some of the catches that have been dropped haven't really cost teams. You saw that with Malta a couple of times earlier. That one was just basically a mishit baseball shot, wasn't it? Well taken out there by Tim Barker. I think the Barkers have been busy catching the fly balls. Noman Amjad comes out at 6, the French skipper. Jamakel, his first wicket of this contest. Well, that's got to be high. Let's have a look. It's above the waist on the form. The last one was close that took the wicket. That one is. Yeah. Good call from the umpire. Spot on. It means there's a free hit coming up. And next one sneaks past. He misses out on the free hit. Amjad, and that'll be the end of the over. And the score is 165 for 4. Over remaining. Looks like it could be the same kind of a score that Luxembourg are chasing compared to what we saw before. Hey, pretty excited about this because just a few minutes away from a start. So after you watch this over, I'm going to give you a bit of a tip. Go and change the channel for a little bit and watch Netherlands take on Thailand in the T20IW. Coming live from Kampong. Corey Rutgers is on standby. Netherlands winning the toss and electing to bowl in that one. Okay. And plenty of players there to watch out for. Got to say that they've got a good mixture of spin and pace options. Iris Villing has been very good with the ball for Netherlands. You've got some good spin options in there as well. Like I said, Adeline Deer, I think she offers a bit of medium pace as well. Pretty imposing batting lineup as well. This one's cracked out to deep cover for 1. We start the last over. And it is Dingra trying to jam it in there. It does. I mean, that's good. You definitely take singles at this stage. To be honest, that's what I think. If you run the first one hard and see the fumble, you go the two and you probably get away with it. But there was just some hesitation from Usman Khan as he turned at the keeper's end. That's a nice shot. That'll be 4. Usman Khan likes to do this kind of moonwalks. One stump outside leg and opens up the offside. It's kind of the opposite approach to what we've seen from a lot of batters here. Let's have a look. Just keeps his weight leg side of the ball. Strokes it through the gap. He's one player I think you've got to kind of have a deep point to him, even if you bring one up maybe from the leg side, because he really does like to go inside out. Up into the 170s now. This is going nowhere. Dhingra will clean up. Oh, look, Luxembourg, they've got a shot at this, no doubt. I think what they lacked last time is someone to kind of make a good start and go on with it. They did get some runs out of Veach, but he kind of laboured through the first part of his innings, and that was a brave effort. But they need someone at the top to kind of go on with it. I did like the look of Halbavi early on, but yeah, he got out too soon for his liking. Couple to come then. Wow, this has been launched and it's going. It's not quite gone all the way, but it has gone for 4. Cuatro carreras. And to be honest, Dhingra completely loses his run here. He starts, he stops, he's barely moving by the time he rolls the arm over. And Usman was after him. He got a fair piece of that as well. So he does go leg side, showing he's no one-trick pony. Opened himself up nicely then. 176 then, with the last ball coming up. And gets a fair piece of this as well. And I'll probably come for 2 because why not? And it's going to be run out. So, yeah, 1 and run out at the last ball. I mean, it's smart to go for it anyway. And so it's going to be 177 for France in the end. Yeah, Usman run out of the last ball. But I think, it's worth going for it just in case the throw is a little bit off. You can see here, yeah, he's gone by a fair margin. Well called on the field. So the target will be 178 for Luxembourg, just a couple less than they were chasing last time. Remember earlier today, they were only able to gather 137 off their 20 overs. France, well, they'll feel they've got the runs on the board. They've done half the job. Now it's up to their bowlers to do theirs and to defend this target. And really not too much to shout about for the Luxembourg side in that 20 overs. They did have their moments at times, just picking up the 4 wickets. One of them was off the last ball. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. And Javakel, well, he's had an interesting day, hasn't he? McKeon, though, he was off to the races early in the piece. Just seemed to hit the ball sweeter earlier this time. Kind of picked up the pace of this pitch a little bit. Just a new surface here at Malta. But yeah, that one was hit into the archery and took about 3 or 4 shots. I mean, there's a golf course nearby. I'm going to assess some penalty strokes there. But I'll give him bonus points for running in the archery range. I mean, Luxembourg, you can't really doubt their efforts in the field. Not everything went to plan for them. But yeah, they kind of lack that spearhead with the ball, don't they? Where, you can really kind of put the openers on the back foot. Action Jackson didn't really hit his mojo, but he did hit that one like a bullet. Then he hit a full toss straight to Mays. That's the wrong guy to pick out. McKeon, well, didn't have too many issues when he was out there. And he picked this one up nicely. He was able to kind of cruise to his first half century of the series. He's particularly brutal through the leg side when he got a little bit of length to work with, and that's a really good indicator of what he was up to. You see that Malav actually dropped Justin McKeon on 63, but he'd have some revenge a few moments later. Only costing him 16 runs as McKeon went for 79 in the end of 43 balls. Yeah, to be fair to my love, I think it did some pretty good things while he was out there. He came back well. Okay, this one disappeared, but he wasn't the only one. Usman Khan, another little cameo from him. I think Galami was useful for his 46 as well along the way. And when it's all said and done, 177 on the board for France. You win the toss and bat, and when you do that, I think you're pretty happy. You know, putting that 160 plus on the board. Some great aerial shots of the Master Sports Club multi-sports complex here. A roasting hot day, and the action pretty hot out in the middle, especially for Luxembourg bowlers. 79 for McKeon leads the way on 43 balls. He struck 5 sixes and 5 fours in his innings. Some good support acts though. Action Jackson found it hard going, but he did nail one in his 21. 46 from Galami. Again, a bit of a slow start. Found his way as he went. He hit 5 fours and a Maximo in his 46. Got out just before his half century. Usman with a little cameo, 17, run out of the last ball. Sees France through to 177. Luxembourg bowling, a little bit hit and miss really. 2 for 30. Mulov takes the figures, but he also spilt an opportunity. I suppose McKeon didn't go on to make the century, so he had that going in his favour at least. Nandan Jabakal with a wicket apiece, and they're going at 8, so not the worst, to be honest. Pankaj Mulov, the most economical of the bowlers. No one really getting a pasting, to be honest, but yeah, just death by 1,000 cuts really during that 20 overs. And Luxembourg, they've got their work cut out for them. 178 will be the target. We'll return in just a few minutes. We'll see if Luxembourg can register their first win of the series. They'll have to bat well, but it's great conditions. Sun's out and ready for some more action after this. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great opportunity to sneak over to the other channel. Maybe check out some of the women's action in the Netherlands. But I'll be here waiting for the chase in a few moments. You're watching the Mdina Cup T20 Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello, welcome back to Malta. Great to have your company here on a very sunny Tuesday afternoon. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. This is our coverage of the Mdina Cup here in Malta with the hosts taking on Luxembourg and France in a 6-match try series. We're into the second half already, believe it or not, because this is match 4. Luxembourg and France locking horns for the first time. And the story so far here in match 4 is that France, they won the toss. Noman Amjad elected to bat. They put 177 on the board. So 178 will be the victory target for Luxembourg. Very similar target they attempted earlier. They were able to gather 137 on that occasion. Tim Barker out there facing up. And he'll be opening up with Amit Halbavi. Luxembourg, a bit like Malta needed to yesterday. They need to pull one out of the hat here, don't they? And they're behind in this game at the moment against a pretty formidable French bowling attack. They don't know each other reasonably well after they were in the same ECC group. It's Amjad to get us going from the top end. And he gets a wicket first ball. Inside edged by Tim Barker onto the stumps. It's a golden start for France and it's a golden duck for Tim Barker. Things going from bad to worse to whatever's below that really for Luxembourg. Having a torrid time on day 1 and it's none for 1. Oh, and poor Barker probably feels his luck's out. Yeah, it's a bit of a loose shot. He's playing away from his body, but I mean, he's not the only one that's played that kind of a shot, but he has to pay the price. Gets the chop on from Amjad, who goes full straight away. And Luxembourg lose a key player. Oh boy, worst feeling in cricket that, going out to open the batting, all the preparation, got the 10-minute break or so. And you can see no real foot movement there, but I mean, it's hard to pinpoint where it went wrong. I suppose playing away from his body, chopping down. It reaches him on the form. It's probably a genuine full toss, to be honest. But cricket's a game of fine margins, and Barker pays the penalty. Shivkar and Gill comes out at 3. And Amjad says, okay, that's that. Takes care of the left-hander. Shivkar and Gill goes and runs and creates confusion at the top, and this would have been gone by heaps as well. Halbavi, believe it or not, that's the second time that he was almost run out without facing a ball today, because it happened earlier in the game as well. Oh, gee. And then he knows he's in trouble about here, and to be honest, doesn't even get to try and ground his bat. He's out by so much. So Amjad pushes the next one a little bit too wide, and it's called a wide, but yeah, chaotic start to this run chase. It's missing by a fair bit. Yeah, Amjad opening up. We typically see Watercliffe 3 bowling the first over, but I think Amjad's a pretty good option. Brings back nicely. Action Jackson behind the stumps. France, they'll feel half the job's done. They execute their skills. They should hold on here. Big swing and a miss this time. And so, yeah, Amjad, a little bit of induck here. Shivkar Gill again, playing a long way away from his body. Marcus is probably saying, well, I did that. How come I'm out? And other people are getting away with it, but that's cricket. Goes inside out this time, and yeah, it's go-go gadget fielding. That's Pirakajan Pirapakanan, who's into the 11 today. Saw him briefly as a subfielder yesterday, I think, but that's a really nice bit of work. Look at the range here. Has to extend. Oh, ouch. That's really jumped on Halbavi, who has played the pull shot really well today. And this time he just kind of stands up and tries to play it. You know, he doesn't really play an attacking shot, and this is going to be a short delay while they sort him out. Medic's out there. Oh, gee. He maybe jumped a bit, but it's interesting that, you know, from the get-go, he was pretty confident playing the pull shot earlier. Oh, yeah. That's kind of bottom of the rib cage. You've got to be tough to be a cricketer. You can pad as many areas of your body as you like, but you always got some exposed areas. And yeah, hit him in the, just I'd say the bottom of the rib cage. And yeah, interesting just how he played that. Didn't go for the full-on pull shot. Yeah, he'll get up. He'll keep batting. He'll be okay, but just had the wind taken out of him there. But anyway, there's some bragging rights for Amjad, who only goes for 2 in that first over. 2 for 1 after 1. So 1 out. We'll open the bowling, but he just won't bowl the first over. He's going to bowl the second one, coming from the golf course end. Right on the money first up from Shyam. He's a bit of a lightning bolt for highlights. He took a sensational catch in match 1 to secure the 10th wicket in the win against the hosts, Malta. And he always seems to have the action following him around. This one's wide. Probably should get an extra. They will, although to hustle for it, maybe the bowler's end might have been on there. His striker was kind of slower to go. Yeah, that was a good shot at it, but safely home. Good to see Keanu back. Hopefully you well. Enjoyed the first wicket. Let's know where Tim and James Barker brothers. Yeah, they're actually twins. Keanu, not just brothers. Three's pointed that out already, I see in the chat. Beats him for bounce now, Albavi. He's won one and he's missed one so far. Keep an eye on that Netherlands versus Thailand game as well. Thailand losing a couple of early wickets, but chugging along. 36 for 2 at the moment. Thailand a few spots ahead of the Netherlands from memory on rankings. T20 International Women's Rankings, that is. Oh, this time they're looking for one, but they won't get one. Just spotting the 12th man out there. Looks like Santhira Kumaran is on, and he's on for Gus McKeon. I don't know if Gus has picked up a little injury while he was batting. And he's actually one of their best fielders as well. So certainly someone they'd like to have out there, but he's just off the field at the moment. Oh, goes the hook, but there's no fine leg. And probably just as well. The man in the circle might have been able to catch that, but Action Jackson's off to cover. And Albavi gets off the mark, but to be honest, he's hurt again. I got to say, you know, you start to worry if it's something a bit more serious. I said it seemed like it got him in the rib cage earlier, and now he's trying to play a hook shot, which is one of his favourite shots, to be honest. But you can see there, yeah, I don't want to diagnose because I'm certainly not a medical professional, but you can break a rib, and it's so painful. And And yeah, you can see he's just saying, yeah, I'm not quite right at the moment. So he's feeling around his head. I didn't pick anything up like that. He's just certainly not himself. I certainly hope it's nothing too serious. I mean, I didn't pick this up as hitting him in the head. Let's have a look. I mean, to me, it just looked like a genuine. I think it's off the bat. Or is it off the? Is it off the helmet? I mean, I just thought it was a. Let's have a look. Oh no, that is off the helmet. Oh yeah, you're right. That is off the helmet. So yeah, I didn't even pick that up first time. I thought he just kind of mistimed the hook shot, but you can see that straight off the badge, and I'm so happy he's wearing the helmet. That's taken a fair blow. So yeah, poor Halbabi, he's gone out there and he's worn one in the ribs, and I thought it was maybe a recurrence of that was causing him to have a conversation with the medic again. But he's got all the signs, to be honest, from this distance. You know, he'd be getting a concussion test. And he'd be trying his hardest to pass it. I think he might have come up with the right answers, what day of the week it is, and all those kind of things. Where are you? What's the temperature? Might be one of those you could throw in. But yeah, he's worn it. So yeah, I mean, it's good. I suppose he's been assessed as able to continue. So that would tell you that, you know, it isn't so serious that the medics have said, no, you need to take a breather. But anyway, it's had an interesting time, hasn't he, so far, Halbabi? So that'll be a leg bye. One of the funny things about cricket, will we see a day where we just call them body buys? Because that hasn't hit the leg. But anyway, he doesn't run there either. So that's part of me. So it's not even a leg bite. All right, finally worked out what's going on here. And now he gets another short ball, and it's edged away, and he's going to be gone. Well, this is the end of the road for Halbabi, who gets struck. He gets hit upstairs, and now he has to go, and he gets a pat on the back. And, you know, obviously some genuine concern there from his opponents, as well as, you know, his partner, Shivkaran Gill, and the umpires and the medics. But he goes to the short ball again. I think this is another short ball, and for sure, the one before was the one for the over. How high is this? Oh, it's probably just below the shoulder, isn't it? The way he hits it. It's on the way up. Really good catch down there. Yeah, Action Jackson pointed out straight away. Anyway, it's the first wicket to fall. And the score is 4 for 2. Yeah, well, so yeah, here I was thinking it's just a regulation kind of hook shot that's gone around the corner, mishit slightly for one. It turns out he's hit in the head and he didn't run at all. And now the next ball he's gone because he's still on strike. So, yeah, it's the worst possible start really for Luxembourg, especially if Halbabi is out of action, considering Luxembourg, they have to play 2 more matches first up tomorrow as well. He seems like a real key batter for them, but he never found his feet in this innings, this brief innings. Shane Watercooler Surya. He's the man who's going to take the wicket. I've got to also give a shout out to the fielder down there, Rahul Mangal. He kind of owns that part of the Amasa International Cricket Ground at the moment. New batter out there is William Cope. Doesn't offer it this one. Goes past into the over, and a very good over from Sham Watercooler Surya. Just 2 off that one as well. It's 4 for 2. Both openers matching each other for France, taking 1 for 2 off their opening over. Let's have a look at the ECC this year. And look, France will see them up front with France competing in Group A with Spain, the Isle of Man, as well as the Czech Republic and Greece. Also, we'll get to see the Luxembourg side in Group F, which is a pretty competitive group, to be honest. No weak teams in that group at all. Scotland, Germany, Portugal, Luxembourg, Norway. It's hard to pick out a group of death this time, to be honest, because there's a few strong groups. I'd say Group F's one of the stronger ones, just because you got no easy games at all. Amjad continues. Gets a touch on this. This is going to run away for 4. And so, yeah, just airing a little bit down the leg side, and yeah, that one ends up in the cube with me. Action Jackson, he's fast, but he's not that fast. And got a rare error from Amjad, costs him a boundary. So, yeah, that one, just waiting for the call. If it was off the bat. 4-leg buys in the end. Yeah, I thought it might have been just off the body rather than the bat. So, it's tough going early on. You're chasing 9 and over. I mean, look, still, you know, one good partnership could change the narrative. But it hasn't really happened for Luxembourg so far. You've got Vikram Vij, who top scored in the last game, but you know, he's going to be pretty fatigued after a long day, you'd imagine. This is Cope. He'd love a few runs. Did a decent job with the gloves, I have to say. Angled away this time. Cut off in the circle for 1. There's 3 saying thank God for the helmet. Yeah, I mean, I just think the further we go into the future, the more helmet wearing is going to be standard. We've also seen, you know, the tightening of some regulations at the ICC level about wearing helmets whenever you're facing pace bowlers. I actually think it probably should be all the time, even if you're facing spinners. I'll tell you why in a second. This one gets past. Yeah, a little the Johnny Bairstow style, but I mean, this is what you got to do as a batter. It's not rocket science. Just don't be out. See, turns around. Even though let's have a look. Yeah. Even though, okay, he's missed it, but he knows he's got to get back, and so immediately does get back. Rather than kind of just standing and watching like we saw Sharjah do yesterday. Yeah, so I mean, even against a spinner, because I'd say, look, the keeper wears a helmet when a spinner's on. Why shouldn't the batter be wearing a helmet? Because, you know, you can easily top edge one into your face or misjudge the bounce, playing a sweep or something like that. Not a bad shot, but he's picked the fielder, Shivkaran Gill, and so no run again. So I mean, I'd like to even see it removed when spinners are bowling. As in the rule removed, saying it's an exception, because it'll also stop that kind of waste of time when batters are getting helmets on, they're getting helmets off. Just make it standard. Hopefully more kids are growing up wearing helmets, feeling comfortable wearing helmets, and it's a level playing field then for everyone. Oh, it's absolutely murdered by Shivkaran Gill, and he admires it. That's probably one of the biggest sixes we've seen. That's in the jungle. Maximo! 6 runs. Oh, every so often you'll get one right out of the screws, and that was one of those times. Have a look at that, and he sits and he admires it all the way. That's gone 6 on any ground in the world. Absolutely tattoos it, and just watch that fly. It's like you're watching golf when you watch how far that's gone. And a bit like my golf, this one's gone into the trees. So Luxembourg at the end of 3 overs, 16 for 2. Shivkaran Gill's going to enjoy that. Noman Amjad, he doesn't really want to turn around. His suspicions are realised. He does turn around, and he's done well to find that ball, because that was deep in the jungle. Keanu asking about helmets. Yeah, I think it should be mandatory, because sometimes you got to protect people from themselves, you know. And I think I'm certainly one guy that grew up, probably last of the generation where we weren't forced to wear helmets, and so I never really did wear a helmet batting. And the only time I would wear it is once I started playing first grade cricket in Western Australia, which is pretty tough cricket. You got some guys kind of clocking 90 miles an hour in that competition, and it was smart to wear one, and so I had to get used to it. I just had to. There's no other option. And to be honest, now I look back, I wish I'd started earlier. I wish I'd started as a kid. And I was lucky that I probably didn't get one. I did have a couple of close calls at times. But yeah, I just think we live in an age where the helmets, they're fairly readily available. I know it's a bit of an issue with availability and cost. That's the thing. To buy a cap probably costs you a few bucks, but a helmet can be up to 150, 200 euros, or $200 or $300. But could save your life. That's the other thing. I think it's to get a helmet that's going to fit you. So that's the thing that annoys players as well. If they don't have their own helmet in Europe, and at the international level, guys will have their own equipment. But at the club level, you still have people sharing equipment. And if you're wearing a helmet that doesn't fit you, or it's falling off, or it's kind of moving around, that is annoying. It's really distracting. It's hard to play your best cricket if that's the case. So it's a bit of a more complex issue, I think, at the amateur level, at the club level. International, I just think it should just be standard. Do it all the time. Want to call Surya to continue. Good looking drive, but I like the angles they got covered in the circle there. We know France, they like to kind of move all their chips to the left, don't they? And at the moment, they're employing a 7-2 field without a fine leg. So you've seen them do this a fair bit this year in T10 cricket as well. Keanu saying maybe ECN should change the rule and maybe others will follow. I think we're following what the ICC are doing at the moment. The ICC have made some changes recently. We're on the tram line, but he does kind of wander across here, Cope, and that's why he doesn't get the call for a wide. You see, takes a little step, and that's why you're not going to get the wide call, even though that probably grabs a bit of the tram line. Yeah, so we're following what they're doing, which I think is a step in the right direction. Oh, he's gone. He's walked. So, credit to Jackson. He's actually going to pat Cope on the back, because I'm not certain that the umpire picks up this edge, but Cope knows that he nicks it. So I've got to say hats off to William Cope. And that's the spirit of the game right there. It was a real fine one. Tiny edge. And so, yeah, little feather. Jackson takes the catch, and really, Cope, to be fair, doesn't force the umpire to make a decision. The umpire kind of gives a little nod and a wink. Like, yeah, of course I was going to give you out. But, we'll never know. And credit to Cope, but Luxembourg in the doldrums here. They've lost a third wicket now, and the score is 16 for 3. Yeah. And if you want to know, if you want to ask the question, do I know what it feels like to get a cricket ball in the head? Yes, I do. In fact, the worst one I ever took in the head is actually, it probably makes sense if you've listened to me commentate for a while. It's actually, I've told this before, but you probably haven't heard it. Ball got hit down the ground in a T20 when I was keeping up to a medium pacer. And my helmet, I just took it off to adjust it. And as I was adjusting it, someone threw the ball into me. Don't know why, because it went to the boundary and it hit me in the head as I was holding my helmet, and it proper clonked me on the skull. I wasn't watching. Luckily, it kind of got me on a good bit of my skull. And so it hurt at the time and shocked me, but there was no lasting damage, I'm told. Oh, that really jumps. And Watercolour Surya has this ability to get the ball to jump off a length, doesn't he? There's Joost Mees who's come out and this really takes off. Action Jackson, he thought there might have been a little something on this. Let's have a look. Yeah, I didn't see it myself, but maybe he felt there could have been a little bit of glove in it. I don't think so. Joost being a couple of spots higher in the order. Oh, that's good seed. And France's bowling attack living up to their billing. And Mays gets a couple of chaffers first up, to be honest. Wayne, I mean, it's a very Australian attitude that you've given here, saying that Wayne would never walk. They only make up for the ones when you're not out. But given out, I mean, that's a valid thing as well. Let the umpire do his job. I think I'm an advocate for walking, for example, when your teammate's umpiring in lower level cricket and things like this, or, you know, where you don't want to put your teammate in that situation. It's, yeah. I'm loving the feedback and the interaction in the chat. But there's an interesting side stories. What a call, Surya bowls him. I reckon that's a maiden. Yeah, it is. He's gone dot, dot, wicket, dot, dot, dot. So a wicket maiden in the 4th. Luxembourg going nowhere fast at 16 for 3 after 4. So I'm reading this book at the moment. I mentioned it yesterday. It's called Never a Gentleman's Game. And it's about this kind of myth that there's a spirit of cricket that's gone through the ages. Because actually, if you dig a bit deeper, of course, you'll get some examples of quote-unquote spirit of cricket. But the history is a bit more complicated than you think. But yeah, they talked about in England, you get people that would be walkers, but they would get... But basically, they were a bit more, they were even worse because they were strategic. They would walk in matches that didn't really matter, but then in really key situations or key matches, they would nick it and not walk, and then they would kind of rely on the reputation that they're a walker, and the umpires wouldn't be game to give them out. So that's, like, I suppose, a bit sociopathic, but yeah. Credit to Cope though. I mean, we don't know whether the umpire would have given him out or not. I mean, the umpire, his reactions were such that he would have given him out anyway. Amjad comes in. Shivkaran Gill gets another crack at him. Let's not forget. Shivkaran Gill sent Noman Amjad into the trees earlier, and you don't see that very often. Yeah, spirit of cricket's a funny one, because I think it means different things to different people. I certainly believe in it. I think there's something a bit special about cricket. All right, he hasn't quite got this, and he's going to be gone. Well, two fielders converge, and it's going to be taken. And I want to call it Surya. He's picked the pocket of Usman Khan, who then gives a little high five, but he said, hey, I've got my side, you got your side, and you've crossed the line. So I suppose... Let's have a look at it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah, the line of middle stump is really is whose catch it is. And what I call it, Surya has jumped straight in front of Usman. He's saying, what are you doing to me here? That's my catch. And he says, all right, you called it, you got it. But yeah, they form an orderly queue, and Shivkaran Gill can't repeat the magic of that cracking shot over long on. He's the 4th wicket to fall, and he's starting to get a little bit ugly at the moment. 16 for 4 in the 5th. Amjad gets his revenge. And what a cool Surya. He loves a catch, doesn't he? I just loved Usman's reaction there. It's got to be a bit like that. I show the odd couple where, you know, you draw a line down the middle of the room and say, okay, this is my side, this is your side. Stay put. But, you know, a lot of people will be saying the batting here, it's a bit disappointing from Luxembourg, but I think you've also got to give credit to the bowlers. It's not easy what they're dealing with. And I thought straight away when I saw France were going to be here this week, they're going to enjoy this pitch. It's got good bounce, it's got good pace, it suits their attack. But they've also got some really interesting spin options. No Zain Ahmed in the side today, but they do have Dawud Ahmed, Zain Mr. Universe, to bowl some of his mystery wrist spinners. New batter is James Barker, who comes into the side. Comes in batting 6. Gets one he can't deal with. Good to see McKeon's back out there. He's in a floating slip at the moment. So we knew he went off with a bit of a minor injury, but he's come back on. And not having to do too much at the moment in that slip position. He batted well earlier, didn't he? He had a pretty crisp 79, setting up a decent score 177 for France. It's a bit wide, I think. Just pushed a little bit too far. Amjad, I like him opening the bowling. I just think he makes the new ball talk. They've got plenty of options though, don't they? They've got the two Mungals plus Amjad and Waterclaw 3. They've got 4 genuine pacers, and we said that that's probably something that Luxembourg lacks a little bit. Someone that can really kind of bend their back and rush the opening batters. It's pretty well played by Barker. Just watches it and knocks it out to point, but he still can't score. Amjad went for 2 in his first, went for 12 in his second, which to be fair included 4-leg byes, but a big 6 at the end of the over. He's only gone for 1 in this over, and that one was a wide. I'll be curious to see if they bowl out the openers or whether they kind of swing around to some other good pace options that they've got. That's good seed, isn't it? And, you know, he's got his natural kind of right to left movement on the screen as we see him, because we're getting pretty much the batter's view, but he angles in and just takes it away. So this will be a really good view of it. So you can see Barker couldn't quite deal with it. Keanu's just reliving a couple of times when he wasn't prepared for the hard ball. You're not alone there, Keanu, and he's also talking about getting a diamond duck. Hey, I've been there too. Oh, it's well bowled, isn't it, really? It's carbon copy, and I think for James Barker, he's happy he doesn't nick it, to be honest. End of the over. Just that wide, spoiling the over, otherwise it would have been another maiden. Just 1 run in the last 2 overs, and it was an extra. As we get to the end of the 5th over, the score 17 for 4. Don't forget though, I mean, Luxembourg, they beat France twice at the ECC last year. I have to go back and pull up the figures. But I mean, right now, they're underground, aren't they? Looking at the run rate graph. Yeah, but it was such an interesting group between these 3 teams you see here, actually. Yeah. So, Luxembourg, they beat Malta. They beat Belgium. Then they lost to Malta. They rocked France for 65 and only just got there the first time they met in the ECC. It was 10 over cricket, of course. I reckon that's a wide. I reckon it's just missed. Waterclaw 3. Getting that good pop off the pitch again, though, isn't he? Have a look at this one take off. Really getting some bounce. Yeah, so, I mean, it was really their bowling that set it up. France only making 65 against them, and then they chased it with 3 balls to spare. And then France, again, they were held to 71. So, I mean, this is the first time we've really seen Luxembourg taking on a decent-sized total against France, on ECN at least. Of course, 20 over game, slightly different, but, you know, France, I mean, you can see they're not an easy attack to take on. I think it does things to your head as well a little bit when you see balls exploding off the surface like Waterclaw 3 is able to do. A few changes now. Houston Mays there at the other end. Barker. Have to get off the mark here. It's not going to be easy. I think Waterclaw 3 are going for the same kind of tactic as his captain, going around the wicket, trying to angle it in, then just nip it away from the left-handed Barker. Well, instead, this one actually comes in. Wants to go. This could be gone. I have a feeling this would have been out, you know. It's a great one-handed pickup from McKeon. He does look back to full fitness, doesn't he, after getting some minor medical attention. But he picks it up, throws in one motion, slightly off balance, but he had to throw it quickly. Yeah, I think this would have been just out. Let's have a look. It's hard to tell from that one. Or actually, it would have been just home. Still, put pressure on. I think this might have been a no ball called. Saw the umpire stick his arm out. Yeah, it is a no ball. So, create something. creates a free hit. Let's have a look what the no ball's for. Oh, it might be a back foot no ball. I think it is. So that back foot cannot touch the return crease. So that's pretty astute umpiring. So yeah, 1 and 3 just getting a bit too wide. And so, free hit coming up. This should be interesting. Barker, he can swing for the hills here. He tries, get a run inside half of the bat. I think it two because he didn't really go to anyone obvious, but McKeon's prowling out there. He's got a good arm, as we've seen already. And so, yeah, Luxembourg finding it hard going. Luxembourg, through their captain Mays, want to fight back, but he doesn't offer it this one. Yeah, so let's just say, Malta have beaten Luxembourg this morning. Assuming France win this game against Luxembourg, which at the moment they'd be odds on to do that, then you're once again going to have the day with Malta and France tied on points. And then it kind of comes down to the last game tomorrow, but they're not playing each other because they already played each other. They'll each play Luxembourg again. So kind of whoever has the better day will win the Mdina Cup. It's another one where Wanakulasuri is he's testing the umpire's patience with this sideline, but I think this time his heel's in the air. So you can be in the air over the line, you just can't touch the line. So see here, I think, you see, it's close, but it's in the air, which means it's okay. So that's the difference with that law. And I now know that law very well because I once lost a bet on it to one of the ICC umpires who should remain nameless. I thought you couldn't even be above the line, but he said no. Yeah, it has to be grounded on the line or outside that sideline. And you know what? He was spot on. Anyway, you have to be able to admit when you're wrong. It's a very important life skill. Right now, Luxembourg behind the 8 ball. They're 24 for 4 after 6. Well, ECS action continues, and believe it or not, there's still 2 full games to go today in Hungary. So, I mean, when all the cricket's said and done in the internationals, you can turn over to Hungary and get your fix of some T10 action. Tomorrow is day 10, and we'll get to see the Budapest Kings out there. Get to see UCB, the Debrecen Vikings, as well as the Blizzards playing their last couple of games. And just 2 more days of action there in Hungary before the finals day on Friday, and then the ECIs with Hungary, Portugal and Sweden. That should be a really good series. I think the Hungarian squad's come out as well. You can go to our website, check that out, europeancricket.com. Plenty of cricket happening at the moment. Yeah, so Sri, you're seeing that one. Yeah, he didn't touch the return crease, and it wasn't called a no ball. Just to be very clear, that wasn't called a no ball, and it was correctly done by the umpire. But the one before, I'm pretty sure he does touch it. He went a little bit wider, and I think some of his foot is actually touching the line. Because the way he bowls, the heel's kind of in the air. And that back foot. I'm going to say, I'll tell you my opinions on that rule this over. Because I think it's a bit outdated, the back foot no ball rule, if I'm completely honest. Anyway, Bakaran into the lineup, gets a bowl. So I like that they're swinging it over to him. Saying, okay, we're in a good position, go. And do your shift here. First one's an out, swing out. Can't beat the infield. Yeah, so for me, you got to understand the history of how the no ball regarding bowlers' feet has evolved. And it used to be that the umpire was only looking at the back foot, and it had to be kind of behind the line of the stumps, and had to be inside the return crease, the vertical crease. And that's all the umpire was looking for. You could actually stretch with your front foot as long as you liked. And so that's what it was up until I think around the 60s or maybe 70s, maybe even later. But that was the old rule. And to be honest, it was a bit easier for umpires because once they saw the back foot land and it was fine or not, they could then look up at the plate. But then it got changed. Keeping by Action Jackson. Stands up to Bakaran. Yeah, so when they changed it to a front foot law for a no ball, then they basically said, okay, no, we're going to say you need to have some part of your front foot behind the front line. Next one is going to be one out to deep cover point. Yeah, so they changed the kind of frontness, if you like, but they continued to have the back foot sideness rule, if you like, the return crease rule, the same. So it requires the umpire now to look at both feet and then look up at the plate. So, I mean, I think it'd be a simple law change to just say, look, the front foot has to have some part behind the front line and some part within the sideline. And that would make more sense than asking the umpire to watch an extra thing where the bowler's not really gaining a genuine advantage. Because the weird thing about the rule at the moment is, you know, you see this with spinners all the time. You can land with your back foot inside the return crease, but your front foot is actually allowed to even land off the pitch outside the return crease because it doesn't matter. As long as the front foot's behind the front line, it can be as wide as you like, so long as your back foot is inside. So if the argument is, oh, but then you'll see bowlers going super wide. I mean, they already do. It doesn't really make sense to change half the rule and not change the other half of the rule. And I'm always for making the umpire's job easier because in the modern game, they've got so many things they're having to watch. Fielders in the circle, fielders out of the circle, leg side fielders. Illegal movement. Oh, he's chopped on here. And this is going to be a first wheel for Pirabakaran as Mays tries to pull, but it wasn't that short. Little inside edge down onto the sticks, and Luxembourg have lost their captain 26 for 5. So Pirabakaran, you see what he does. He's just kind of steady as she goes. You can see that's a really good view of what happened. It's inside edge, back onto the middle stump. And Mays, the veteran, not able to judge that one correctly. So he's going to go for 4 and 26 for 5. Yep, and 3. He's found the law. I told you 3. I know this law very well because I lost a bet on it back in 2021 because I thought that the back foot couldn't even be above the return crease. But yeah, he's put the exact wording. The bowler's back foot must land within and not touching the return crease. So yeah, you can be landing within the return crease and have your heel in the air over the return crease because it's landed within and it's not touching the return crease or beyond. So yeah, that's, like I said, something I won't forget in a hurry. But I got to say, it's not a smart rule anymore. And you'll actually find a lot of umpires won't actually watch the back foot. Because I would say, you know, when you see the DRS, when it's used, they're always saying, okay, we've checked the front foot. You never hear anyone saying, yeah, we've checked the back foot, do you? It kind of gets forgotten, doesn't it? And I've seen quite a lot of international cricket where I've seen them missed. So I just think it's an unnecessary rule. I've heard people say for every new law, you should cancel an old law that doesn't make sense anymore. Otherwise, you just have over-regulated. Vidge gets a hit at number 7. And he strokes the first one out to McKeon. Gets a bit of a Tortuga. Not too many Tortugas out here. There's the odd one. There's a few holes that are made by the birds in this outfield. That's all. Anyway, it's the end of the 7th over here. And the score is 27 for 5. So yeah, margins matter for France. You know, if they have visions of winning the trophy, it now comes down to simply who plays better against Luxembourg. If you're going to say that Luxembourg after this are kind of out of the running because they've lost by big margins, which would mean even if they won both games tomorrow, it'd be really tough for them to make up that difference. I'm not saying it's impossible, just saying based on what we've seen so far. Looks like Luxembourg will be the first team to lose 2 games and they've only played 2. Then, yeah, margins matter. And Luxembourg in a really good position to, pardon me, France against Luxembourg in a really good position to perhaps win by 100 plus here. And this is going to be a fun moment because look who it is. It's Mr. Muscles, Dawud Ahmedzai, Mr. Universe, to come on with his wrist spinners. And yeah, I've got to say I'm a big fan of this guy. Just the energy that he brings the team. Decked out in the zinc cream. It's probably a good idea today. 32 degrees at the moment. So, Ahmed Zayat. Comes in and you'll see that he just does a little bit sideways with the ball. He's got a wrong end. And he's also got a leg spinner, but he bowls a lot that are just kind of over the top with overspin. And so he's a tricky proposition, I think, even for left-handers, because you always think he might be going the other way, like this one. It's well played by Barker, though. Keeps it out. I've got a question. Fastest bowler I've ever faced? I probably have to say Mitchell Johnson. They don't get much quicker than that. The odd occasion that Mitchell would play for Wanneroo, his club in WA. Probably I'd say I've kept to faster bowlers than I've had to bat against, and I've appreciated that. having kept to some bowlers like Nathan Coulter-Nile, Jason Behrendorff as well. You know, these guys can get them through, and also, you know, someone like Jason gets the ball to pop. He's currently in USA, about to play for the MI New York team well made into New York, which is pretty exciting in the Major League Cricket. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I suppose luckily I played in an era where we did have helmets and stuff like that, but sometimes I do think back to the old days where, you know, the pitches were uncovered and unpredictable, and you had to face guys of a similar pace without that protection. Yeah. And short answer, he didn't get me out, but I also didn't have to bat for too long because the innings was pretty close to being over. It's it's a great challenge, I think. You get a lot of guys. It's like a bell curve who can bowl so fast. So, you know, and you kind of see it in international cricket now. You know, you can get a lot of guys at the amateur level especially in Australia, they can kind of get it up in the 130s. I'm talking kilometres now here, kind of 85, high 80s region. Ahmed Zayat gets one that confuses Vij. He can't deal with it. But yet, the amount of people that can bowl quicker than that, getting up into the 140s, and then even higher, you know, drops away really quickly. A lot of talk about Mark Wood's pace that he's been generating, and yeah, he's a fun guy to watch. I would say keeping to really fast bowling, probably the fastest I've kept to around about the 90 mile an hour or so on a consistent basis. In a way, it's easier than keeping to bowlers that are around the 70 or 80 mile an hour, or the kind of 110 to 130. And the reason is because you're so far back, if you're on a good pitch, you've got time after the ball passes the batter. You've basically got more time to see the ball and react. So in a way, if you're on a good pitch, like for example, playing on the Wacker, which is a pitch I had the pleasure of playing on a few times, you know, then in a sense, it's even easier than what we see here on ECN a lot of the time. This one kind of cramps Barker for room. Yeah, so when you're in that playing medium paces and you're kind of up a bit, then it's a lot more difficult to kind of set your feet and change the momentum of your body. You have to do it quickly, even though they're slower bowls, but you're closer. That's kind of my experience. Barker struggling to get going here without a boundary. Push this bit, get straight to cover. So really, France doing a bit of a number on Lux at the moment. Yeah, so yeah, Major League Cricket should be an interesting tournament. One thing about that though is the time zone is a bit of a tough one unless you're in the USA. You'll know that from trying to watch cricket in the West Indies and stuff. It's not a very cricket-friendly time zone for where a lot of cricket watchers are based. That's the only issue. But I mean, I'm happy to see cricket developing everywhere, really. All right, this is hit down the ground, not a bad shot. But this is kind of frustrating. I know the feeling. You know, Barker proper cracks one there, but he gets one for it. He feels he hit it better, feels he probably hit it well enough to get to the boundary. But the fielder, you know, on these boundaries, you can protect them a lot easier. And that's smart work down there. Vikram gets across and works into the leg side. They're slow going at the moment, about 4.5 and over. 3.5 and over, I should say, through the first 9. And the score's 33 for 5. Yes, I was talking about Vikram Vij's stance. I mean, it's a kind of stance that we've seen a few times from some left-handers, kind of starting outside and leg and having a bit of a shuffle. Alan Border had that kind of a movement. Right-handed version, I say David Boone had that kind of a movement as well. Chandapal, he's probably a bit more front on, but had something similar where he would step across. But Pirapakaran with his first wicket in the series, pretty tidy, 1 for 5. Keanu asking me if I knew that Darren Maddy has coached the Croatian team. Yeah, I did hear that actually. A bit of cricket in England, for England. Vij. Wow, this could be gone, I thought it was worth a shout. To be honest, I saw what you saw. So let's have a look at what the camera tells us. There's Action Jackson. He scrambled after it, but I think Parker took off just in time. Yeah, you can see he's home fairly comfortably in the end. Bit of fielding though. Just home. Wasn't the greatest background, to be honest. But I think he just got it down in time. Plonked it. I would say on artificial surfaces, it makes sense to run on the artificial wicket so you can actually get a decent slide in. Now, this is why Ahmedzai kind of complements the fast bowlers nicely. And he pushed that one across the left-hander. This is probably an attempted wrong one as well. It's down to Rahul Mangal. He's fielded well in this series, hasn't he, so far? It's a great bowling option to have up your sleeve as well, Rahul. Probably see him towards the end of the innings. If there is an end of the innings, the way things are going at the moment, the 5 wickets down in the first half. Well, Vij has had about enough, and he finds a gap here, and he'll find a badly needed boundary for Luxembourg. That's not a bad shot. It's kind of a stand-up sweep, to be honest, from Vikram Vij. If you can't pick it, sweep it. There's a bit of an old adage, and if you can't sweep it, reverse sweep it. See here, basically says, look, I'm going there no matter what. I'm playing it on length and not necessarily picking everything that's coming his way. Next ball he works away for 1. And so, I would say, this is the next ball after the boundary. You can see the technique that Vij has got. Gets a full toss this time, just kind of angles it around the corner. Yeah, Barker happy to preserve his wicket at the moment. At the end of the 10th over, Luxembourg, they're 40 for 5. Yeah, Gus McKeon, he went off the field momentarily at the start of this innings, but he's just saying it was some cramp he was dealing with. And so he just kind of sorted that out, took in a few fluids, had it worked on a little bit, but he's back out there and he's looking pretty good. So you can understand on a day like today, especially if you've been batting, even though you're trying to keep your fluids up, it's certainly one of those days where it's easy to cramp up. Yeah, County's saying that Darren was unlucky not to play a lot of Test cricket. I know he played a bit. I suppose one thing in that era, there's probably a lot more players that were used from England than Australia in that era. I think it was kind of the lost generation of Australians that never really got much of a go, or a go at all. Anyway, Vikram Vij steps back and he caresses this one behind point, and he's going to get 4. So, yeah, sticking with Pirapakaran, he's been pretty miserly so far, but that's a class shot. And Vij, he's certainly put in a shift today for his country, hasn't he? I suppose in the end you do what's comfortable and what's right for you. That's the kind of difference in coaching these days as well, I think. Coaches not trying to change habits as much as they used to. All right, that's going to be trouble. I think Jackson might have got a glove on that. He's done well if he has. It'll be 3 wides. It's the toughest take when you're up to medium pacer because it's hard anyway. Yeah, and you can see that Action Jackson doesn't see any of that because the batter's in the way. But he has an inkling, but he's just a fraction too late. But whether he got a glove or not, and I felt he probably did. Just a touch, which slowed it enough that it didn't go for 5 wide. It's only 3 wides. And that's why sometimes choosing who you keep up to, it's not just on things like pace, but it's also on how likely is this guy to spray one down the leg side. It's going to cost my team extra runs. It's certainly a skill to be able to keep up to the faster guys. This time, nice looking shot from Vidge, but picks out Amjad in the field. Well held. France have created pretty high standards for themselves in the field. And don't forget, whoever wins this Mdina Cup, or whoever performs well in this Mdina Cup, probably eyes will be on them for the Valletta Cup as well, where Romania and Switzerland will join. But it'll be interesting to see if it's an advantage or a disadvantage to have played 4 matches leading in. Because, yeah, you've played yourself in, but also, the fatigue factor has got to come into it a little bit in these conditions where you're not getting too much breeze. It's up in the 30s, blasting sunshine out there. It does take a bit out of you. Yeah, Keanu talking about Brad Hogg not getting too much of a go. And yeah, Stuart McGill's probably the unluckiest one because I think he was an outstanding bowler. Hoggy made up for it by playing till he was about 68. But end of the over as well. Luxembourg, 49 for 5. But I'm talking guys like Jamie Siddons, who I now know is doing a lot of great work coaching in Bangladesh. Darren Lehman took ages before he got a go. And guys like Phil Jakes and Martin Love, Dean Cox. Not Dean Cox, Dean Hills, I should say. Jamie Cox. I've combined them. Dean Cox plays for the West Coast Eagles, or did. Yeah, Jamie Cox, Dean Hills. This goes on. Tim Nielsen, as a keeper. Phil Emery, these kinds of guys. Wade Seckham, good players that were just kept out of the team. And they didn't really rotate as much back in those days. And the schedule wasn't so much that you kept a similar side no matter what the format. Whereas now you're seeing a bit more specialisation and you're seeing things like, the Australian T20 team playing one day and the Test team playing the next day. End of a tour, start of a tour. Something Dennis Lee predicted a while ago, actually. Reading some of his literature. 50's up for Luxembourg in the 12th over. Just a matter now of how close can they get. France looking to put a big net run rate boost that puts him in the box seat for the trophy. It was pretty much even Stevens before today. Another example of good fielding. Squeezing the gap. Just a single. Yeah, so the way it's working out, so tomorrow's matches, they're pretty much the same as today's matches in the Mdina Cup. So Malta will play Luxembourg first, France will play Luxembourg second. So basically, France will know what they have to do to win the trophy in the last match. And it might be just to win, or it might be to win by a certain amount. Pierre Bakaran in the side. There's no Ramatullah Mangal today having a day off. And I think it's smart how France may be making a few rotations with their pace bowlers because they do have 7 days of cricket that they're going to have to play. 9 matches in 7 days. So yeah, I think kind of keeping people fresh is a key. Siddhartha's waiting for the Barker show. Well, he's got his eye in. He's 21 balls so far. Yeah, but I suppose issue here, Barker hasn't hit any of those balls to the boundary. That size a handful, as you're finding out right here. Straight. But again, boundary riders doing their job. Mukhtar Ghalami batted pretty well for his 40 odd. He throws it in. Keanu's got a good point about Darren Matty, just going back to him for a second. After this ball from Mazai, last ball the 12th. And it's kept out. So at the end of 12 overs, the score is 54 for 5. Yeah, so Maddie, pioneering some T20 bowling and shorter form bowling. I suppose it's been an evolution to an extent. I mean, we saw guys like Simon O'Donnell for Australia, one of the first kind of limited overs specialists, if you like, developing a slower ball. Guys in the domestic scene like Kate Harvey, Ian Harvey as well in Australia. Numerous examples. Then I think we saw a bit more of a trend towards genuine bowlers getting those skills rather than kind of medium paces. So now you'll see that guys like Malinga, who you'd say is an out-and-out attacking bowler, but they're saying, hold on, if I can develop good variation like Malinga had a killer slower ball, then I don't think you're going to be able to score off me that easily. In fact, I might get you out, and that stops you scoring completely. Yeah, so this is the table. You saw it there a second ago. France with a win here go to 4 points, and I think they'll go back to the top because of the size of this win. Because we saw Malta win by 32 runs, and the way things are going here, it's going to be more than 32. And when you consider last night, it was pretty much almost even. The net run rate of each was about -0.1, -0.1 for Malta and France. Time some spin. And it's Ibrahim Jabakel, who's into the side, loses his towel, but leaves an off spinner, which is stroked away for 1. So yeah, I think Amjad knows this game's in the bag, so he's just going to be smart with who he bowls and when he bowls them. Give some opportunities to some other guys. Jabakel gets a bit short though, and over the short boundary is going to disappear. Maximo! It's a little bit short, disappears. And that one was a bullseye into the archery range. Vij, we've seen him put away the bad ball today. Stuck one into the car park from the other end. And it gets a bit of length. And it's a great shot of the Malta skyline in the background. It's very typical of the kind of buildings you get around here. Anyway, back to the action. This time it's pitched up. It's a better ball from Jabakel. I've said before, and I think, a lot of the guys from Romania and Switzerland, they'll be watching as well. And I think if you're bowling spin, full's the way to go, because you want to try and force the guys to hit over the long boundaries, which are the straight boundaries. If you let them go sideways, you've got to just have some more margin of error. James Barker gets one here, down to long on. Yeah, just keeping an eye on what's happening around the grounds as well. See that Thai women have been bowled out for 92. Netherlands needing 93 for victory. But, the Thai bowling was on fire yesterday against Scotland. Remember, they kept Scotland to 65. I think Netherlands will be pretty happy with their work, though. Half-time in that game. He goes for this and gets it. That's a really good shot. Well, I said force them to take on the bigger boundary, and that's exactly what Vikram Vij does. Yeah, time to part the Red Sea. Maximo. That was a cracking shot. And the Three Musketeers are going to try and find this ball, and they do, but he takes on one of the longest boundaries on the ground, and he absolutely nails it, Vikram. Nice batting. He's really stood up with the bat today in pretty oppressive circumstances weather-wise. Poor Jabakel. He's finally got his opportunity, but he's been kind of muscled out of the attack, I think. Let's see if he gets another over. Last ball of this one. It's gone for 15. Now, Vikram plays a very late cut, so late and almost never arrived. It's the end of the 13th over, and the score is 69 for 5. That Netherlands Women's Series is another case of teams that are pretty close in ranking going against each other. So Thailand are 11th, Scotland 14th, and Netherlands 18th. And so the Netherlands to beat Thailand would be good. But, I mean, one of the issues is that geographically Thailand are not in Europe, so they wouldn't often play countries like the Netherlands. It's happening more recently, but I think it's a really good thing. This is one of the issues we have in the men's competition, for example, because you've got teams that rank close together, but just without a budget for these teams to travel, you're rarely going to see like a Vanuatu taking on a Spain or something like that. This is driven by Barker, who will get a single over to Vikram. Does seem to be the more comfortable of the two in being able to hit the 4s and 6s. Hello to Umar Ahmed, nice to see you. Hopefully you're well. And I think you're probably watching from Romania, if I'm not mistaken. Looking forward to the second half of this week when the Romanians hit the park. And you can see Dawood Ahmedzai pretty animated despite the game situation at the moment. Yeah, Romeo's a very good young player. Mr. Universe, love a wicket here. Pitching outside leg stump, pretty well handled by Barker. But again, can't find the way to the boundary, can he? It's going to be an issue. I suppose has brought some respectability. And I suppose you're playing in partnerships here. It's not really Barker's role, I suppose, to try and hit the boundary in this partnership, because we just got that power. Just needs to not chew up balls, get to the other end, and let Vij do his thing. This time his thing involves driving one down to Mukhtar Ghalami. Ahmedzai can't deal with that throw. He certainly wasn't in any physical danger of that throw. Next side again, and just get the one. So looks like the margin will be under 100. We thought when these two came together at 26 for 5 that it could be a 100+ blowout. Let's go leg side, changes his mind, says it's not worth the risk, it's the end of the over. Ahmedzai doesn't get a wicket, which disappoints those of us in the audience that were waiting for the big Mr. Universe celebration, but right now it's 74 for 5 after 4. So what could they get to here? Okay, let's say best case scenario. Let's say they go 10 and over, they get to 134, and then that margin of victory would be 44. I mean, Malta will be watching this game really closely because margins matter. Their plan for both Malta and France would be, look, we're going to beat Luxembourg again tomorrow because that's how we're going to win, but we have to win by enough or essentially stay ahead of the other contender. At the moment, Malta and France are the contenders for the trophy. I think Luxembourg, just because the margins have been bigger than margins we saw Malta and France lose on the first day. I don't necessarily see them turning around. Although, who's to say? They've got some talented players in there. They just need someone to fire and go on with it. But it's time for Rahula Mangal. So yeah, no Ramatullah Mangal. He's having a rest in this game. So, I mean, you have a rest in this game, you get the whole day off, and I think in a 7-day tournament when it is so hot, I think it makes sense to shuffle your pace bowlers around and try and keep them fresh. You've got the Valletta Cup finals day on Sunday, and all these teams will be hoping that they're right up there in the final. But we'll see if, a final series, because you'll have a 4th place playoff, 4 versus 5, but then potentially you play 2 matches on Sunday. So if you were to finish 2nd or 3rd, you have to qualify for the final. If the top 10 gets automatically through to the final, then you're kind of looking at 10 matches in the week. Anyway, Rahula, he's a good bowler, and he's going to bowl over number 15. Good shot, though. Barker gets one. Like I said, some people will be quick to criticise his strike rate, saying, hey, he hasn't been able to hit a boundary, but I think you've got to realise it's a team game. And he knows at the moment that what he doesn't want is to be swinging and missing, and chewing up deliveries when features look pretty comfortable against the bowling. So I think Barker's kind of grown into this innings. Vij will knock this way for 1. And actually brings up the 50 partnership between these two. They came together at 26 for 5. And yeah, they've brought it up in 45 balls. So, I mean, it's slightly better than a run of ball. I think it's been a good effort just to bring some respectability to the scorecard. Angles in, picks out the fielder, but he fumbles. And if he picked it up cleanly, there might have been a chance to run out Barker. His Veach was pretty quick to say no. Vikram Veach, I'm going to say as soon as his head hits the pillow tonight, he's going to be out like a light. And I'm pretty happy that he's played well, but he's had a workload, hasn't he? He's bowling both games. Long day out in the sun. Double header coming up tomorrow as well. So it's going to sneak inside, and they just have a little cursory glance behind him to make sure it hasn't been called. I think good non-call from the umpire. This one will be a wide, pushing a bit wider. Man, against a guy like Barker, who hasn't really been hurting on the scoreboard, I think he can afford to be a little bit more attacking, maybe go up the stumps, try and get him out, rather than just bowl around him. Well, we'll say that all three teams we've seen so far, super enthusiastic, super proud to play for their country. No, it's going to be a long week ahead. Yeah, I thought it was a matter of time until we saw something a bit inventive from Barker. And he makes the most of the fact there's no flying leg. And I tell you what, if you've seen what you're seeing from Mangal so far, it's actually a pretty intelligent and fairly low-risk shot, because the one risk with this shot is you get bowled. And there's not too much that Mangal's bowling that's hitting the stumps at the moment. So he jumps outside off, turns around the corner, and finally, James gets a boundary. A nice shot, moves into the 20s as well. Well executed. Now, perhaps drunk with power, James decides to pull out. Now, Mangal, he's a fun bowler to watch. Both the Mangals are for France. Just got the genuine four-prong pace attack. And they're up and going. And a couple of decent spin options as well. Now this is hit straight, it's hit into the gap, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, when it rains, it pours, and Barker has gone downtown and absolutely smashed this one into the screen for 6. So after going boundaryless in 29 on 30 deliveries, he goes 4 and 6. And into the 15th over with the bang. Have a look at this shot. Bang. And Rahula doesn't get taken over his head too often. It's a slightly slower ball, I think, but he picks and he smacks it. So 15 over. And it's 87 for 5. Well, James, nice work. Good things come to those who wait. And yeah, we were worried at the time when these two came together at 26 for 5. They could be routed for maybe less than 50. These two have made sure that hasn't happened. And now, 10 and over from here. Up and going. 137. You've lost by 30, by 41, 40. Yeah. In Luxembourg, I mean, they still have hopes that they can win their 2 games tomorrow. And if that happens, then you're going to see all teams 2 and 2 and net run rate deciding. And that's why margins really matter. Because the only way Luxembourg could possibly win the trophy here in the Mdina Cup is on net run rate now. Usman Khan's going to bowl though. Had to wait for him. And he's a very clever bowler. Got a killer slower ball. Back of the hand slower ball. He's bowling over number 16. I'm always interested to see how he uses his slower ball. So he normally starts with a fast one. I say fast. He's probably not the fastest bowler, but it's his stock ball. And you'll see him go either fast, slow, or fast, fast, slow. So this is one for me, I'm not quite sure. Maybe goes fast again. No, I guess wrong. Floats too wide for a wide zone. So yeah, it's all about trying to be unpredictable. You can see the way that comes out, but actually gets a bit of drift on that, and it goes away. Two's the call early. Oh, and it's going to force the error. I mean, that's a really good example of pushing hard. And for sure, the fielder down there was conscious of trying to save the two. And it forced a fumble. That's Galami, who's a pretty good fielder. It's not a boundary from nothing, really. Vikram Vij. A bit of discussion in the chat about Warney playing ODIs and T20s. He did. I suppose like, towards the end of his career, he didn't feature as much in the shorter forms. That's why we saw guys like Brad Hogg playing a lot in that form. And a few other options as well. This one floats wide. And Vij can't deal with it. No, it's just inside, according to the umpire. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, I think it's fair enough. Went past the crease, I think it's just inside the line. Down the leg side this time. This is the one that has a bit more pace on it. Yeah, so, with this game seemingly settled, I'm going to give everyone some permission if you want to. You can check out the Netherlands starting their chase against Thailand. Over there in Kampong in the Netherlands, chasing 93 for victory. Oh, this goes wrong. No ball called. He's saying, was it no ball for the foot? I mean, he's saying to the bowlers and umpire, are you calling that for height? And to be honest, it probably is. But he's probably saying, how do you know? Isn't it the other guy's call? Maybe. Anyway, free hit. Oh, this is a classic square up. He shot the umpire a dirty look. And then this ball, where does it go? Oh, actually, no, I think it's a good call. I think it's just inside the tram line. But the umpire, certainly, benefit of the doubt, he's going to give to the bowler saying, okay, maybe it was a harsh on you the last one. This one, I'll give to you. But Vij, he's in no mood for mercy. He gets across, gets the slower ball, and he launches it out of the ground. Maximal! So back-to-back 40s for Vikram Vij, who, like I said, he'll rest well tonight. And very nicely struck shot. And this is probably a good play against the slower ball. You don't fight it. You don't try and go down the ground. Just kind of go with it. And he lifts himself up to 43. Where was that? Talking about Warney captaining and playing the Rajasthan Royals. I think we were talking about Australian selection. That's what we were talking about back. We're talking about players unlucky not to play more for Australia. Was what we were talking about. Up in the air, McKeon takes the catch. So Vij out in the 40s again. Usman Khan with the wicket gets the last laugh. And well, Usman, it was the extra ball in the over that brought you the wicket. Just saying, the 100's come up for Luxembourg, but the partnership's broken. It ends up being worth 74 for the 6th wicket. But now it's over. It's 100 for 6. So, yeah, once again, McKeon showing what he can do in the outfield. Very good technique. Well, there's the ball on the stumps, isn't it? But, yeah, protects the ball. And, yeah, goes fingers under the ball when he slides to break his fall. Make sure that the ball doesn't contact with the ground. So, yeah, end of the over. And, yeah, let's have a look ahead to tomorrow. It's packed. So, this is what we've got. We've got the Mdina Cup finishing in Malta. We'll have the Netherlands taking on Scotland in the early afternoon. And late afternoon, still in Malta, we'll have Valletta Cup match 1. So a lot happening. It all starts here. The ECN Day starts at 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, noon in India. It's 2:30 p.m. in Western Australia and 4:30 in Eastern Australia. Luxembourg with the double header. But yeah, Malta, France, last game of the day here, which is the first game of the Valletta Cup. Don't forget that their matches were decided by just 9 and 4 runs respectively yesterday. So I can't wait to see those teams going head-to-head again. So partnership broken. Let's see if there's any more resistance from Luxembourg with 4 overs remaining. 100 for 6. Rahula Mangal to continue from the city end. Starts with a big wide. Jackson stops, drops and rolls. Missing by a fair bit, to be honest. Certainly had to spend a bit of time dealing with left-handers today, France. Six just inside. Yeah, Keane's a guy who's fielded well, he's batted pretty well. I haven't seen him bowling yet. He's been bowling a little bit in Finland last year. No real foot movement there from James Barker. He's been joined by Elias Jamakal. Early wicket in the Dutch chase. 5 for 1 after 1. Little edge. Peter Bakaran comes in, does the fielding. Pretty quick to get rid of it. Just checking out what the wicket was for in the Netherlands, but it looks like it, yeah, might have been a run out. In the first over, so brilliant start for Thailand. Jabakel just angles this one away and gets a single. So yeah, respectable total in the end. I mean, Luxembourg, to be honest, their totals today, if you go by yesterday's standards, they're not too bad. Remember that yesterday's teams just scored 115, 106, 125 and 121. So if you look at Luxembourg's performance first day, they scored 137 this morning. They're going to score, I don't know, maybe 120 here, 120 something, 130 to push. So it's not a bad first day's batting if you go by, you know, the fact that Malta and France have taken a day before the batting's really clicked. So Luxembourg will have some hopes that they can do something similar tomorrow. It's Kanesane making the earth move. Was brought up the name Brad Hodge. Yeah, true. Wasn't he dropped after a double century? But to be honest, they dropped Damien Martin a bit unfairly, and so they kind of just undropped him, and poor Hodge was the guy that missed out. Swing and a miss this time from Jabakel. Yeah, guy I played against a little bit, Luke Pomus back. He made his only appearance for Australia when he came to the ground as a spectator, and then Brad Hodge was a late withdrawal, and they said, hey, you want to go get your gear? Because we've got a spot for you. And then he had to wear Brad Hodge's shirt that said D-ball on the back. Back when they were putting nicknames on the back of shirts. Yeah. Last ball the over coming up from Mangal. He sneaks past the outside edge as well into the 17th over, 104 for 6. I think Rahula Mangal, he's one of those guys, he probably bowls better when there's a bit more pressure in the game. We've seen him performing really well at the ECC and in pressure situations, but France maybe just not used to having this much breathing space. Tough work as the top 5 combined for only 13 runs. And they scored those off 35 balls. Barker, he's faced that many himself. He's 29. Vikram with 43. Top scoring again for Luxembourg. Wonder if Barker can overtake him in the last 3 overs. Barker has kind of been trundling along, but he did break out with the 4 and a 6. 2 pretty good shots. Usman to continue over number 18. Parker turns around the corner, wants to, gives a goal straight away with a good pickup. It's just not there. So they're going to have to settle for a single. Yeah, the Thai bowling against the Netherlands is going to be put under pressure. They did a number on Scotland yesterday. Oh, that's gone completely wrong, and that is a no ball. No doubt about it. Gets a little apology as well. It's rare that he gets it wrong. I will say that in these conditions where it's pretty sticky, it's natural that you're going to lose the handle on the odd one. But this one's super high. Even though it's coming down, not quick enough. About shoulder high. Free hit coming up. Javakel can strike the ball okay. He's going to be facing up. And he misses it. It'll be off the body. Kind of sums it up, to be honest. A hot workout there, but it's good work for France. They're the box seat to win this, but they're still going to have to finish it off tomorrow. And Luxembourg are going to, I think that they're going to be a bit more on tomorrow. I mean, all the teams, I think, play better on the second day than the first. France and Malta, talking about those two. This is an interesting throw. We've seen some pretty dysfunctional throws. Have a look at this one. It's the old shot put. He just kind of almost blows his foot off. Good slow ball from Usman this time. And so it's kind of winding to its conclusion. This one's hit out towards the outfield. Will just be a single. Anyway, I've got a special guest, and I'm not going to use the term kidnapping, but I did just grab him from around the ground, and I know he's having a rest, and he's been doing a great job running drinks, but I thought I might pinch him for a second. So I'm disappointed not to see him out there in the middle, but he can join me for an over. Just 2 overs left in the day. After this ball from Usman Khan, not a bad shot down the ground, but it's going to be Rahula Mangal. My co-commentator for the next over knows very well as we get to the end of the 18th over at the score. 110 for 6. So welcoming to the commentary box for a very brief moment, Ramatullah Mangal from France. Hello, Ramatullah.
Hello. Thank you so much, Mr. Maximo. Happy to be here.
Now, I want to say very happy to have you. Well played so far.
Thank you.
Yesterday was a very interesting day, wasn't it? Because you were up, then you were down.
Exactly.
How are the guys feeling today?
Yeah, it was a very good match, the first one. We have a good comeback, and also the second match also we played very well.
It was a close match, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. 16 over, very good match, and last 4 over was very bad for us.
Look,
so, it's cricket, you know.
It happens. Tell me what you think of the ground and the pitch. Have you enjoyed playing here in Malta so far?
Yeah, very good. To be honest, like it's the same pitch like in France, in the we have. So
quite bouncy, isn't it?
Yeah,
quite
quite bouncy like in France. Enjoy bowling.
Oh, he's Rahula, and he gets turned around the corner. This is going to go for 4. No fine lag, which is something that we see a lot from France. But you and Rahula, you're brothers, right?
Yeah, my small brother.
So what's the age difference between you two?
I'm 20, he's 19.
So I mean, you're both
super
young.
Yeah.
How long have you guys been in France?
5 years,
Yeah.
5.5. Yeah. We come here. We start playing like in 2018, Yeah.
Yep.
And we just play for like a small club at the beginning, and my small brother didn't want to play cricket because he said I want to play football. So we started 1.5 years after. So it's good to be here and proud to represent France
Yeah.
in this level. Yeah.
That's something that comes out that you guys are really proud to represent France. Anyway,
Exactly, the small brother on the same team.
yeah, and here he is again, Rahula, and he gets hooked this time to the short boundary. It's going, and it is dropped. And I think it's been dropped for 4. So, yeah, Barker almost had his goose cooked. I mean, you guys have caught really well. It's something that we know that you're very good at fielding. It's something you work hard on. This is just a slight misjudgment that costs the boundary. Got to say, you see it flying through the air. Just goes down, pitches. And
It was too high, I think.
yeah, I mean, it was too high for him, I suppose, in the end. But I suppose if you're going to drop catches, do it at a time where the match isn't on the line. 10 balls to go. This is the rolling cutter. Gets past Jackson as well, so this will be 2 wides. Yeah, so I guess living in France for a few years, your French must be pretty good.
Yeah,
French
it's
is okay?
very good. Yeah.
Why don't you say something in French to the viewers that are watching from France?
Déjà pour commencer, bonjour à tous. J'espère que vous allez bien et vous profitez de ce match. Et j'espère que vous regardez déjà. I don't know what to say.
I like it. Très bien. I did 6 months of French at school, but it was a long time ago. It was before you were born. I'll tell you, that's how long ago it was. I would have been, I was being 11 years old, so that's a good 30 years ago.
Yeah. 30 years ago. It's too long.
Anyway, Rahula over the wicket now to Jabakel. He struggled to get going. Gets a heavy ball and just kind of clunks it out to point. So, I mean, you guys have got a big week. You're not playing today.
Yeah.
Is it because of an injury? Or
Yeah, because I have a little bit struggling from here.
Okay, like a groin injury.
Yeah,
groin
the
injury.
same in Australia, in Italy too.
In Italy, when we met each other last.
Now it's okay, but we have a lot of match next 3 days, 4 days.
And you also have a lot of bowlers, don't you?
Yeah,
So
it's very.
I think if you're smart, you'll give everyone a rest at some point. Because you could end up playing at least 9, maybe even 10 matches.
Exactly.
Rahula goes short again. This one's top edged, and it's pretty well fielded.
And
that's Perakajan Pirapakaran, who's come into the side for you actually.
Yeah,
That's a nice bit of fielding.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's good to have a good bowler like this. So it's not a problem if I rest, and also like Rahula, we have a good.
You've got the captain, Noman Amjad. You've got Shyam as well, who gets a lot of pop off the pitch.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's great
He's
to see
too
you
tall.
guys again.
This is have an advantage to bowl a short ball like this.
Yeah, I think you're right. Anyway, this one should be caught by somebody. It won't be an easy one. It's Mr. Muscles, and he's going to take it. Great catch by Dawood Ahmedzai. And he looks too tired to celebrate after having to run for that one. But Dawood takes a brilliant catch. Jabakel goes for 3. And Luxembourg 122 for 7. And disappointment for Jabakel, who never really get going in that innings. Well done to Rahula, though. He finally has a wicket.
Yeah. They're looking tired because they're too hot on the field. Too hot.
Definitely. Just playing the 1 match, probably a bit of a difference compared to playing 2 yesterday.
Yeah.
And so Luxembourg, they've had to play 2. I think they're finding it pretty difficult.
Exactly.
So Sri's asking me my age. He's asking me if I'm 41. Technically, I'm 42. Sri, I had a birthday. But I did actually play, I think I told you, I played about 2 weeks ago for the first time. And I played T10. It's the first time I played T10, and I really enjoyed it.
I saw one video of you. You had like 4 6 or 5 6 in one over on one match.
I hit 4 6s in a row. And just when someone said 6 6s, I heard as the bowler's running in a miss hit the next one. But no, it was lots of fun. I enjoyed keeping
hard
as
hitter.
Well.
Mr. Maximo Hard.
Yeah.
Hitter.
Yeah. Well, I enjoyed it anyway. It's all about having fun when it comes down to it. Last ball of the over, and
I think this is the most important thing in cricket, to enjoy what are you doing. Especially. Yeah.
Definitely. 123 for 7 after 19, and it doesn't matter if you're playing in the Ashes or you're playing Test cricket or whatever your level is of cricket, all the way down to people that are playing just strictly for fun. You see games in England where you have an 80-year-old playing and a 13-year-old playing.
Exactly.
But in a world where I think sometimes we forget that some people in the world do it really tough. The fact that you can go out there and do something you enjoy, it's really the most important thing.
Yeah.
I want to know how you got into cricket in the first place. So where did you grow up and where did you first start playing cricket?
I started playing cricket in Afghanistan, like with the gully cricket, tennis ball cricket.
Yeah.
With our like.
And gully cricket, for some of our other viewers, it's kind of semi-organised. We call it backyard cricket in Australia, or cricket you play out in the street or wherever you can.
Yeah.
Right? You play
I come from Paktia. There is like mountains. So we played in the mountain. We have a good pitch, and also
I've seen some gully cricket where you play on, the mountains, and so you hit up the hill.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I played the same. So
one of the things, I have played a little bit of cricket in India, kind of gully cricket in India when I was there a few years ago, and it's one of the highlights of my life. I loved it. One day I'd love to go and just play some of this cricket because there's incredible skills.
Yeah. Why not? And also now in France, there is too much people they playing like tennis ball and also the table cricket.
Yeah.
So it's something we begin from here, and I started playing there. I was a leg spinner.
You're a leg spinner?
Leg spinner just for trying. And after I bowled like 2 or 3 fast bowlers, the boy told me you have a good pace bowler, stop it. And after
I think you made a good choice.
I think.
A very talented pace
you.
bowler. We saw you in the ECC for the first time last year. That's the first time we saw you on ECN. You guys had a terrible start. You lost your first 6 games, but then you won your 2 games against Malta. And then you even beat Luxembourg in the 3 versus 4. But I'll remember, the game I remember the most is the golden ball.
Against
Belgium. It was crazy. And you guys, you thought you were out of the tournament, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But then you weren't. And it was raining and it was crazy. And a lot of people, we had something like 1,200 matches last year. A lot of people are saying that is the most memorable match, the craziest match. And to be honest, I have to agree.
Yeah, it was too good. This match, I was just before the match, me and the captain know to qualify we need to have like just 3 ball spares between. 3
balls to spare.
So and the last time we dropped the catch between the 3rd ball, so it's too good. And also we dropped the catches, gave them boundary.
It was a crazy game, but the weather made it super crazy. Okay, this is going to be hit up in the air.
Yeah.
Jackson will take the catch. So Barker's finally going to have to go, but he makes a spirited 41. But Luxembourg, credit to them. They were 26 for 5, and it was looking pretty ugly.
Very good partnership between 2 middle orders. Yeah.
Barker and Vidge put on
a
decent partnership, but finally it is James Barker. He was 12th man of the last game, so it was nice to see him in and making some runs in difficult situations.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the things I noticed, and I do mostly T10 cricket with smaller boundaries, is it makes such a big difference. These boundaries probably 15 metres longer, and it's just a lot easier to protect the boundaries, especially if you have good fielders, right?
Exactly.
And you can stop twos. It's really tough to get that boundary when you're batting to get you out of jail, especially when you've got such a good bowling attack.
Yeah, exactly. I have our team is very good to have this like young guys, so he can protect the top, double and third.
Ooh,
so
that's what I'm talking about from Warnacola Surya. He really gets the ball to jump. And so, this one kind of wraps the batter on the gloves. But anyway, I know you've got to get back soon because it's the end of the game. We'll have to shake hands and everything. I'll shake your hand right now.
Thank you so much.
Rahmatullah, I'm really happy. You're a great guy. I've enjoyed getting to meet you. Hope you have a great week.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
I'll see you soon.
You do have a good day.
Now, I think this could be gone, and it is gone. So it's going to be a wicket late in the piece. My love gets across. And so he just gets across and gets a little feather on this. And Action Jackson does the rest. A couple of catches, padding the stats late in the piece for the keeper. And you can see there, just gets a little something on it. Umpire spots it. And so my love is going to have to go. So winding down here, but don't forget, there's plenty of action still on the network. We got the Netherlands. So here's my advice. So you get a bit of everything. From here, if you haven't already, which I guess you haven't if you're listening to me, go straight to the Netherlands. just teleport yourself over there and see if the Dutch can pull off the chase. They're chasing 93 for victory. Currently, they're 32 for 1. And then, when you're done there, go to Hungary and visit Charlie and Rico. Still plenty of action to go there today. Chaim gets another one. He's not being too friendly to the tail enders here. Dingra, I'm going to say, is a pretty decent 11. But don't think he wants to be dealing with too many of those, to be honest. So last ball of the day coming up. Wunakula he's searching for a 5-fer. And he will get it. So well done to Chaim. He finishes with 5 for 12. I think from memory, that's 3 in the last over. It is. And so he gets a T20 international 5-wicket haul to finish things off. And Luxembourg are bowled out for the last ball of the 20 for 126. So the margin of victory here is 51 runs, 51 runs. And so, yeah, Luxembourg, they bring some respectability to the scoreline. I mean, even that innings, which is their worst of the two, it's still higher than anything that got scored yesterday. So, I mean, you've got to put it in context a little bit. The teams have struggled on day one with the bat. We'll have to see if Luxembourg can find something tomorrow. They'd have to have 2 big wins to raise the trophy, but it's still possible. France, though, they'll go back to the top of the table after that victory. And yeah, the players, they've certainly played the game in the right spirit. A few scary moments in there at times, but I think that they'll go off and have a well-deserved beverage. And so let's go back to the action. And it had the worst possible start, didn't it? As we saw Tim Barker chop on first ball to Amjad, and then, well, his partner Halbavi, he didn't have a much better time. He had a rib cracked, and then had his head cracked. And then, after some attention, he was caught down on the third man boundary the very next ball. Jivkaran Gill, well, he played the shot of a lifetime, to be honest. This one flew miles over everything. Unfortunately for him, it was a bit of a one-hit wonder, because the next time he tried it, held the pose, but he skied it and he was out to Amjad, who got his man in the end. Vikramvich, once again, he laboured hard for Luxembourg, lifting things up into the 40s. He was particularly brutal on Ibrahim Jarakel, who didn't quite get it right. And this is where, you know, they made that recovery, 26 for 5 at one point. And then finally, we saw something from James Barker. He absolutely nailed that one down the ground. So after going 30 balls without a boundary, he went 4 and 6. Vij, late in the piece, he was caught by McKeon. And yeah, like I said, they brought some respectability to the scoreline with that partnership for the 6th wicket. Usman Khan had a bit of an off time, but these French bowlers, they kind of thrive on pressure. And I suppose knowing they were ahead by so much in the game, kind of took a little bit of the sting out of it. And saw them a little bit leaky by their standards. Having said that, Shah Wunakula had 2 wickets to his name, came on to bowl the last over, and he cleaned up the tail. Went bang, bang, and bang. Nice catch off the last ball by Noman Anjab. He seals the 5-wicket haul for Shah Wunakula. And it's a great aerial view here of the Master Sports Club. And it's a wonderful complex. And you see some of the surroundings of this area as well. It's a very unique architecture here. I love being here. Hopefully the players are enjoying it. Hopefully you're enjoying it as well. 43 for Vij. He top scores once again off 31 balls. And James Barker finally went up a gear. He ended up with 41. But the top 5 only scoring 13 off 35 balls. And for that reason, they were behind the 8 ball and didn't really have a way home. In the end, we saw the 3 wickets in the last over, seeing Luxembourg bowled out. We'll say 15 wides, 3 no balls, a few too many for a 20-over match at this level. So that's probably something for France to work on. To be fair to them, though, I mean, they did the hard yards early. They got those 5 early wickets and never looked back. So Wunakula had made it in there for good measure. 5 for 12. Steals the figures at the end. But let's not take away from the good work early from Noman Amjad. 2 for 11. Also, we saw wickets for Pira Bakaran, who came into the side. Rahula Mangal with 1. But he was a little bit off with his accuracy. Usman Khan likewise. But I think France, they're in the box seat. And with a good performance tomorrow night, they could be lifting the first ever Mdina Cup. So So just a reminder, you can turn over to the Netherlands right now. Corey's there. It's a pretty interesting game going on right now between the Netherlands and Thailand. And then don't forget also the ECS continuing with Charlie and Rico from Hungary. I'm going to say goodbye from here. A reminder to go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, to keep up to date with what's happening in the world of European cricket. And this week, it's a lot with 4 series, 3 concurrent matches. And tomorrow, we'll have every single series taking place with the Valletta Cup starting tomorrow night. Don't forget also, if you're watching on YouTube, to like this video and also subscribe. Tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. And finally, our social media at European Cricket for all the best bits that you might have missed. But for now, this is Vinny Sandhu from Malta and the Massa Sports Club, wishing you a very, very happy afternoon. Plenty of cricket still to come, so turn over and enjoy it. I'll see you tomorrow for more action right here from Malta for more Mdina Cup T20 Internationals. Hasta mañana.